Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this third day of ICISEF Congress. We will start today's program with session number 7 entitled Islamic Economic Thought. The chair of this session will be Assistant Professor Dr. Hamdi Çilingir, and Dr. Çilingir will be guiding this session for 1.5 hours. Over to you, Dr. Hamdi.
Thank you very much, Emel. Assalamu alaikum. I am opening this session. My name is Hamdi Çilingir. I am Assistant Professor at Sakarya University Theology Faculty. And elaborated by our dear speakers. Firstly, I would like to call Professor Saiful Azhar. Saiful Azhar, Professor, could you hear me? Okay. Okay. I think I should move to following speaker, dear speaker, Associate Professor Cem Korkut from Ankara Yıldırım Beyazıt University. Professor Cem Korkut, could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, dear professor.
Welcome.
I think you also hear me.
Welcome.
Thank you. Greetings from Italy. Now I am
okay,
at Italy for
the floor is yours, please, Professor.
Okay. Thank you. I have a time limitation, so first of all, I would like to thank everyone who organized this conference, especially the Research Center for Islamic Economics and Finance at Sakarya University. The fact that this conference is one of the first examples of similar conference in Turkey, and that they have increased recently in Turkey and attach great importance to it. I wish a successful event to all those who contributed, especially Dr. Hakan Aslan, in terms of ensuring continuity. Here is my presentation plan. First, I want to a brief capitalism critics, then Islamic economic thought, which measures for taking the preventing capital accumulation, and a small brief comparison, then conclusion. I don't know, the slide is going on. Can you?
Yeah, Professor.
Oh, okay.
Can see.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps the most important discussions on the definition of and formation of the capital throughout the story is related to the source of the capital, where it's come from. And the definition of capital is generally considered from two different perspectives regarding the diversity of the resources. The first is an income generating fund or financial asset. The other is a physical instrument or capital goods. However, in both perspectives, it's seen that capital is effective in production. Financially, the capital that provides the financing of production, when evaluated as a physical tool, directly participate in the production process. In addition, when it's considered as a stock, it brings income its owner when sold. It's very familiar to economic students. And what is capital accumulation? It is, on the other hand, the capital accumulation is briefly not consuming all the values produced by the society and allocating some of them as capital goods for new investments, not only for cash, but all equipment such as tools, machinery, industrial equipment, transportation system can be seen as capital goods, and the other productive materials also. These equipment have a great role in increasing production. And moreover, the people's knowledge and skills can be considered as a human capital. But the intention in capital accumulation should be evaluated as more objective capital, more tangible one. At this point, the modern economic mentality may see labor as a kind of capital good that can be bought and sold. But the concept of labor has a feature that values other production factors due to the value Islam gives to human beings. And how this term is transformed in the mind of the people. Actually, it's a big discussion. It's argued that the origin of the term of capital goes to Fertile Crescent. I think all know the Fertile Crescent, the Bereketli Hilal zone. A monetary but economically ambiguous definition of capital exists in Rome and the Mesopotamia. Such as the Babylonians who built an advanced civilization in Mesopotamia followed a free policy in trade. However, as a result of accumulation of capital in certain hands over time, the deterioration of the income distribution as a result, the Hammurabi laws, which were written in before Christ 18,000, included provisions regarding reducing imbalance in income distribution and keeping the interest rate at a certain level. So this is a problem from the history to today. As a result of the accumulation of wealth following commercial activities, this wealth was given to temples that were seen as reliable, because temple is the reliable place, and the credit activities were realized thanks to the temples that distribute the accumulated wealth to those in need like banks in the previous times. When we come to Silk Road, the more close times, which connects China and Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean, provided the transfer of goods and capital. The welfare level of the communities residing in the settlements and to ancient trade route, that is, in regions where commercial activities increased and increased. I don't know anyone being in Kars, the Ani place. You can see this historical Silk Road and the bazaar in that times. In the 4th century before Christ, the Chinese thinker Guanzi that said long before the mercantilist, the measure of state's wealth should not be the abundance of the rubies and gold, but rather than the abundance of goods needed. So his views, like the Ottomans' provisionism policy, it tell that the silver or gold not important for the countries. If you give them the prosperity, the more goods that they can consume, it is better. Therefore, it can be said not only capital, but also capital goods needed in the production and other activities as a measure of wealth. In China, Mesopotamia, Rome, and Greece, the general view of thinkers on money is that it's used as a means of exchange rather than a capital or wealth accumulation tool. It is important because for a long time, the money seems as a tool, not an aim or not a capital accumulation tool. It was not considered appropriate to accumulate wealth and give it as loan with interest. But when it turned as a capital tool, this idea came almost until middle age, and money was not considered a fortune on its own, but only as a tool to facilitate trade between people. In the 15th century, central governments began to strengthen in Europe, and when it was understood that even the castle walls, which were called impenetrable, would be passed with the conquest of Istanbul. The place of the overlords in society was shaken and their political power decreased. As you see, it's a process. The strengthening of the merchants taking power against the central governments, and which is the significance of their power? It's money. So the mental transformation started with it. After the transfer of power to the central kingdoms, a general state of security was established in the countries. From the 12th century and 13th centuries, Europe had partially covered the Crusades, innovations in urbanization and capital accumulation. As a security environment improved the economic activities, the trade routes captured by the Ottomans forced Europe to discover new trade routes. So I think it's a bit or effect that the Europe's discover the new trade routes. The increase in gold and precious metals from discoveries and a large capital accumulation occurred in Europe. The wealth brought by this capital and transformation in economic mentality brought along a religious and mental transformation in Europe too. This transformation has revealed a new type of human being. A result of this mental transformation that brought out the new type of person, the religious belief that the wealthy people are acceptable in the sight of Allah has become widespread. So they tell that if you are richer, the God will love you more, like that, this view. As a result, every way to make money and acquire wealth has started to accepted as legitimate. The capital accumulated for this purpose has enabled the formation of stock markets on goods and securities in financial centers such as Antwerp, London, Lyon since 16th century. After this process, the financial structures of the modern capital system, such as joint stock companies, banks, maybe the insurance companies were get institutions. With these institutions, capital continued to accumulate and grow with interest income in the process. And how the main source? The Westerners, who thanks to the geographical discoveries encountered communities that were more backward than themselves in the place they went, seized the wealth these communities by fraud and forcibly. So the first capital accumulation, the first source transfer become with fraud and forcibly, not a not a good way, but fraud and forcibly, which led to the formation of a kind of primitive capital accumulation. It is a zero-sum game like that. The whole gold on earth is like a 7-floor apartment building like that. So if you take take it to one country to another, it is not. It means that it lets the country, the underdeveloped, and get to the developed country. So they try to make this capital accumulation with forcibly and by fraud. The next process continued with the colonization of these discovered places. The rapid rise in the general price level in Europe, with gold and precious metal from the colonized area, tax revenue, rent, and landlords with fixed income, and the peasant class who earns from land and has a certain fixed income. On the other hand, the merchants, who are a class that trade, that is buys and sells product, have rapidly become rich in the society and have a strong positions in the society. Before then, before these times, being a merchant is not a good occupation, or their level in the society is lower class. But with this transformation, they become in the society a more prestigious place. In addition to the strengthening of this class, another transformation was taking place in the West that changed the economic mentality. This transformation was taking place in the people's belief. It is the Ahmet Tabakoğlu word, deviation from Christianity, Hristiyanlıktan sapma. It means history of capitalism. It means the deviation from Christianity. The prevalent sect of the Middle Age was Catholic in Europe. Within the framework of these views on the sect, the church emphasized that the understanding one bite, one cloth, in Turkish maybe bir lokma bir hırka, was good and beautiful in the sight of the Allah and denigrated wealth. In this process, the church again banned interest and gained a serious capital accumulation with practice such as confession and selling land from the heathen. In addition, the people do not have a significant capital accumulation. The Reformation, which led to transformation in religion, and the Renaissance movement, which provided the transformation in cultural, artistic, and social life, and needing the Protestant sect, also changed the economic mentality in Europe. The fact that this sect accepted rich people as more acceptable in the sight of the God, and legitimized every job done to get rich, changed the economic behavior patterns of the people. With the spread of these views of the clergy, like Calvin, or others in this sect, who had views rejecting stagnation with the Protestant sect, the idea that people who earn money and those have power to accumulate capital and gain wealth can only reach love of Allah. And they came together with basic entrepreneurial spirit of the capitalist system. Religious, economic, and social developments in Europe, his views get popularity. Despite the fact that the traditional Catholic Church considers the merchants who are greedy and they are more sinful, Calvin, not seeing both land income and trade income different from each other, especially made the merchant adopt Calvinism and Protestant sect. So, as you see the process, it becomes with the geographical discoveries and being rich with the gold and metal comes from this colonization continents, and it make a new class, and this class make the new belief in economy and new belief in the religion also. The accumulation developed as trade, finance, and industrial capital respectively. Today, the concept of capital has become multidimensional. Not only visible, tangible capital, but also research and development studies and other scientific product development techniques and concepts such as scientific knowledge, patents, and license have become the goods of capital accumulation process. I have read a Marxist economist, modern period, in that period. As Marx, he gives suggestions to the academicians. He says that like that, in Marx time, the additional labor is come from the physical power, but now also the academicians make knowledge, and the capitalists take this knowledge and make it money and give little to academics. And Islamic economics. Before subject gets too far, I should move on to the perspective of Islamic economics. Otherwise, we will not be able to finish if we talk hours and hours about the transformation of capitalism and its role in capital accumulation. We can summarize Islam's views of capital in two sentences. Islam is not against capital, and Islam is against only the accumulation of wealth and wealth in certain personal groups without redistribution or distribution. In other words, as long as it's distribute and redistribute, Islam not enemy of wealth like socialism. In addition to an obligatory worship such as zakat, the development institutions such as alms to help to those in need shows that mechanism that will be beneficial to the society is implemented, not just the accumulation. In addition, the fact that the inheritance institution distributes the accumulated wealth among relatives rather than transferring into a single person show this understanding of Islam, prevent the accumulation of wealth in certain individuals to spread this wealth within the society.
Professor, sorry for interrupting. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Only gives the small definition about them. You can make the context. With the interest law, Islam prevented the accumulation of wealth between the same family, which is not detrimental to the society and individuals who make up society, and the formation of a kind of wealth despotism. You are an Islamic professor, so you know this rule, the farais. The other is the borrowing rates. How you can use this borrowing rates as a measure for the capital accumulation. Apart from the basic source Islamic economics, the economic and financial practice of Muslim societies give us the information about perspectives of capital accumulation, such as one of them was cash works. Ottomans use a certain borrowing rates in them. It is like 15%, and it's very close to the profit rate in the market. So when you take money from the cash work within 15%, you make only maybe 20 or 25% profit in the market. So it is very close ratio, that Adam Smith's golden rule. He claims that if you take one money in financing, you at least make two unit profit to make this to content of the capital accumulation, and it's not in the Ottoman's period. The other one is the auto control mechanism, we can call it, good organization and trade. These institutions as a moral control mechanism and prevented unfair gains and merchants. The guild organization, including the quality of products, produce also product consumer rights, and the NAR, the selling price also means not allowing the excessive process, and the GEDIC system is a permit application to strike the market keep balance. All in all, make a comparison. As can be seen, one mindset has made capital accumulation a main goal, while the other has developed practice to prevent this. So it is not the problem that why Muslim societies not make the capital accumulation or other like that. You know, there's a literature about that, why Muslims are underdeveloped. It's a mental difference is actually the reason of the wealth of the West today. Islam has constraint on the economic system because it embraces all life. Let's suppose that an economic development is a football league. As a classical football game, Islam puts rules like account day, hereafter, rightful due, Islamic jurisprudence. So the teams that they want to obey these rules have difficulties to compete with others because the others can score by hand. They use their hands. Or they do a lot of fouls. Therefore, it is normal for those who do not obey the rules in this league to be upper order. On the other hand, Islamic State must rule under the Islamic fiqh moral principles with observing rightful due. For this reason, it is not possible for Muslim countries to grow aggressively. But it is a chance for the world to be against this aggressive growth. These aggressive growth ambitions lies at the root of the ecological problems, such as the climate crisis, global warming, and environmental pollution. If the world does not adopt the rules of the Islamic view of capital and wealth, we do not find a world to live in the near future. In conclusion, I know I need to summarize the whole paper, but I will follow a different path. Again, at such an international conference, I presented the economic policies that should be followed within the boundaries drawn by the Islam. One academic found my presentation very emotional. I asked someone else a question like that in same session. Muslim countries would have stronger economic structure if they were unit. They were use same money system like that. His answer was more chilling. He gave an example of one Islamic countries with relatively developed economy. He said that he not understand that why this rich country had underdeveloped Muslim countries. It's a view. I think that the responsibility of academics working in Islamic economics should be to see the risk of mindset transformation. Finally, I would like to end my words with the words of Aliyah. What I mean here by the enemy, not of course people or societies. Here I mean the capitalist economic system, which is increasingly putting the future of the world in a dead end. You lose a war when you assemble your enemy. Thank you for your listening and patience, dear professor and other audience.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now I should check presence of Saiful Azhar. Professor, could you hear me? Okay. I think he has a problem with connection. Now I would like to call Mehmet Artık for his presentation titled "Beyond Articulation of Theory of Value Under the Domination of Capital and Labor, a Hegemony-Free Islamic Value Theory." Mehmet Artık, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Hakan.
Could you introduce yourself firstly?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I would like to just, like I said, connection.
You have 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, can everybody hear me or can see me now? Is it all right this way?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mehmet Artık. I'm a PhD student in Durham University. Today I will try to just like present one of my chapter of my PhD thesis. It's gonna be about the theory of value from an Islamic political perspective. Yeah, the theory of value actually most of times may be confused by some of our friends because it's almost like an outdated concept. And I've been questioned why you are studying this concept because it's already just like granted. And we have a Marshallian supply and demand curve. This is going to be define the value of the commodity, and in particular, in addition to the factor of production, why we need to come up with a theory of value. My point is actually, and in the classical era as well, and theory of value always been a political economy issue, and even we can see one of the marginalist scholar, Friedrich von Weizsäcker, says the political economy cannot be explained without we explain the value first, because kind of like a building blocks of the different political economy. And this is why every particular political economy come up with a different and unique value theory. And then they come up with an economic understanding. And what's the value actually, how things work for simply, because there are lots of definition of it, because of every different political economy come up with a different value definition. This is basically what things are worth, gonna be the basic definition of what is the value. And also this RAFA is also explained as a relative prices between the commodities. And this is gonna be very basic and simple definition of the value as well. But we can see in the neoclassical economy framework, it's called a long run equilibrium price. And in pre-capitalist model economy, it's called a just price. And in Marxian economic framework, it's called as a labor theory of value. And even in the current literature, the institutionalists could call it as a normative value, for example. The things, of course, since marginalist revolution, the social and the moral elements separated from political economy to make it more like a physics and mathematics. However, since 1960s, through the postmodernist movement, we can see how the idea of the universality of the knowledge is a lie, is misleading, let's say. And therefore, that's kind of like the postmodernist movements give me this courage to come up with a particular value theory, in which rather than just like locating within the power structure, I would like to just like locate it within the Islamic ontology and epistemology. Yeah, let's begin a bit just like a short clarification between what's the value and what's the price. The price is actually the kind of like a temporary, the commodity price, and it's fluctuated like a tide, and because of the demand, temporary demand and supply. But the idea of the value is a kind of like a mean sea level, and in that is kind of like a long term and have a more strong foundation, does not lead to just like even though the temporary price change. And the main sea level gonna adjust this temporary price movement, gonna bring them to this mean sea level. Therefore, the idea of the theory of value is how this mean sea level or how this mean level of the value is articulated. Therefore, we're gonna come up with just like from a power relation perspective, how this power relation is actually just like a fact, come up with a particular value theory understanding. And also we can see the Hale Bronner, one of the just like a philosopher, an economic philosopher, just say when we try to explain what value is, actually we come up with a particular inner structure and order, try to understand the surface economic phenomena, economic price movement. And in this structure, and try to, the way we articulated this, the way that the older school of thought try to articulate the structure, the problematic part is we argue that sometimes the capital or sometimes labor is taken as a center, and the rest of the stakeholders try to explain it by this main center. Therefore, the gist of this paper gonna be, let's dismantle this structure and see how they construct it. And in order to just like deconstruct it, to see how power relation is behind those economic value, the value theory construction, I'm gonna use the deconstructivist approach, which is constructed by the Derrida. And the Derrida is actually come up with a really interesting point of view to just like help us a lot to deconstruct those value theories. And in the Derrida philosophy, it says the meaning or the value is always relational. There is no such a particular value by itself. And therefore, within the history of the Western philosophy, Derrida say, they have always been a particular fundamental ground or a fixed center or Archimedean point, and it's always been this structure of the knowledge is articulated based on it. And what can be this fundamental ground and the fixed center? And they use it as a signifier, and the rest of within the structure is defined by this fixed center, by this fundamental ground. And for example, we just say come up with a different, the deconstructive approach is also used in different particular literature. In the literature of the Rice, and they say is the white is taken as a center and the black is defined by the white. And they call it black the state of not whiteness, state of not light kinds of things. They keep it the white in the center because of the domination and the power of the white. And it says the male in the male dominated society, the male is taken as a center and the female is defined by the male as a secondary. And the West and East definition is also interestingly, and in just like let's say in the 13th or 20th century, 12th century, with the time when Islamic civilization is powerful, the way they describe the West is really with the inferior verse because they keep them as a center. But when we come to this time, we see how the West keep himself as a center and define the East really with an inferior and Orient kinds of like a definition. Therefore, let's keep as the structure of the value theory, and let's see what kind of fixed center being chosen as a signifier. Actually, by just like come up with this kinds of deconstructive approach, postmodernists try to show the people how the power relation actually changing and bringing different definition of the knowledge, and it cannot be value-free, it cannot be universal truth, rather than the social the historical context, and within this historical context, the power relation define the truth, define the knowledge, and define the meaning, and define the value as well. And in order to understand what kind of power relation in a society, we're gonna use the modes of production concept. This is a Marxist concept, it's really useful. And in addition to that, I'm gonna use the Bourdieu field theory as well to just understand what kind of power relation exists in that particular society. And a mode of production is a way of how a society is organizing its economy, and based on who gonna control the productive forces. In just like maybe in the 12th century or 13th century, who controls the lands or irrigation system, or in the modern time, who control the money as a productive forces, or who control the factory, who control the machinery, who own this machinery, have a right to determine the beneficiary of the net products. And for example, we have a couple of different modes of production. In pre-capitalist era, they call it the petty modes of production. in the society, the craftsman and the peasants controls and owns their means of production. When it comes to capitalist modes of production, a small and a few part of privileged group is controlling this productive resources. But when it comes to, or before it, the feudal modes of production, in which the productive forces is the land, and who control the lands is the landlords. But when we come to socialist modes of production, in which we have just like this is the Marxist ideology, and it says the labor is the source of value and who is the creating the value. So the value should just like socialize those means of production. And this is kind of different way of organizing economy. And of course, we're gonna come and say is what kinds of the modes of production Islamic economy, Islamic value system propose. And based on it, we have to articulate our value theory. And also the Bourdieu also try to kind of help us to understand what kind of society we have and how the power relation is by using different particular, the capital. And the Bourdieu say that whoever the controls the source of capital, source of power, it's gonna come up with a particular setting rule of the game in this particular field, in this regard, the economic field. And whoever have this amazing source of capital gonna define the rule of the economy, and who is producing value, who should get what, kinds of like a basic question. And to see the impact of the power relation on the different value theory, I'm gonna just specifically, because of time limitation, just look at their production function within the economic system, and to reveal the power relation behind it. And the first one, under the capitalist modes of production, this is a particular the economy and society. In this society, the few is the controlling the means of production. So when they come up with a definition or the construction of the production function, we can see that the capitalist, because he is the dominant in the structure, the capitalists define who should be labor. Start with classical economic era. They call it as now is the commodity, similar to nature and other raw materials as well. And it's termed not a social word, it's called it the commodity, can be changed anytime, anywhere. But in this way, and the share of the labor as well, how much share the labor gonna acquire and gonna withdraw from the production is defined by alpha, by capital. And we see how they powerful, they find themselves the right of to define the share of the labor. Because within the context of the growth, they go that the growth is required accumulation. And for this accumulation, we have to keep the right of the labor as less as possible within the subsistence level. When we come to within the socialist modes of production, however, in here, the Marx say the sole determinant of the value is labor. And they also define what's gonna be the right of the capitalist. This is zero because it's exploitation of the profit is exploitation. And we see who gonna within the capitalist, the socialist and communist modes of production, now the labor is the owner of the means of production and productive resource. So he is find this right to define what capital can I get. And we see the share of the capital then in this particular case scenario is defined by labor. However, this Raffian value theory is the post-Keynesian scholar. He's come up with a really interesting idea. And he called himself as a post-Keynesian, but he tried to come up with refine the classical approach, because he says that there is a really merit in the classical approach. And in which, however, he says that of course, that there are some kinds of disagreement, and maybe some, in a certain extent, is the main disagreement between the classical and neoclassical part, because Rafa does not see the economy as a closed and autonomous field. He says the economy is a kind of like a semi-autonomous field, and it's embedded within the open system. And this open system power relation and the social institutions and the technology always intervening how this the relatively autonomous economic system should work. And we can see how the production function is constructed by this. Rafa is called it alpha and beta, and does not particularly define who should get what based on capital and labor. And it says the power relation within society gonna define this one. And a reflection on the existing modes of production and value theories. And though the Marxism was a kind of political project, is constructed on the context of the justice and equity. However, he does not come up with a really just like a stakeholder and holistic value theory. It's only the way he did is just like a reversing the binary opposition between capital and labor. And in this case, instead of the capital hegemon, now the labor is hegemon. And it's not a kind of like a peaceful or equilibrium level, equilibrating the concept of value theory. And in this regard, we can see the Derrida also, of course, there's Derrida does not mention anywhere in the Marx. And we can see that he says that the Marx deconstruct the capitalist value theory and come up with a unique labor value theory. But in this value theory still, the things he just like he's been accusing the capitalists being too much hegemon. Now the labor is hegemon, and the way the Derrida is defined, the construction it says is not the articulation of the reverse. Now female shouldn't define the male, or the black shouldn't define the white. No, it's not the way. It says that the construction is the bringing the excluded out of sight into equation. And in this regard, to recognize the contribution of every stakeholder independently to overcome the problem of partiality, and we need conceptual elaboration in this regard. And in this regard, we have to remember the Rawlsian, the veil of ignorance concept as well. The Rawls says, whoever hold the power, they're gonna come up with a particular theory of justice. And in this regard, they're gonna use this theory of justice or regime of the justice for own sake, for own to just continue to just like a construct it for own interest. Therefore, we need as a kinds of signifier, which I call transcendental signifier. And by this one, we shouldn't take any part of any factor of production as a center of just like a structure, center of as a signifier. And in this regard, we argue that if we take the gods or revelation-based sources, it means as a signifier who should get what, and we think that the problem gonna be, in a certain extent, gonna be easy. And then let's start with the Islamic value theory as kind of an attempt. And Islamic ontology, we have a different ontology compared to the Western civilization. And our ontology, our being is God, the wajib al-wujud. Our ontology, being is started by Allah, and everything get a particular value and particular meaning first, and the value in respectively based on this ontology, this epistemology. And this value system constitutes the norms, and these norms define the roles, what kind of roles we have to take in the society, in the factory, in the school. And these roles is the way we construct the theory and institutions. And therefore, the Tawheed is going to be our first axiom to just like articulate the foundation of the philosophical foundation of the Islamic moral economy. And the Tawheed refers to complementarity of all being within the cognitive knowledge system of unitarity. And Allah, we're going to say that Allah is the ultimate signifier and determining rather than the market, rather than the labor. And a new form of transcendental signifier, and we're gonna say the factor of production is actually complement each other, must not be dominating each other. And in this regard, how are we gonna use Tawheed in construction our modes of production? As we said, within the power structure, there is a power. In this power, someone state the position of the being signified and define the shape of this structure. However, in our case, we say let's forget about the society in which the power relation is determining how the economy should organize. And we have a particular and a cultural, let's say, because the foundation and the root of our values and systems and knowledge is directly linked with our Tawhidi understanding. And in this regard, we're gonna define how our gods define who should own our means of production, who is the owner of the productive resources. And our Tawheed, our revelation-based source says that Allah is the Malik al-Mulk is the real owner of the production, real owner of the means of production. And that's mean that everybody is the owner of the means of production. Is because they created for ibadah and Allah is granted their rizq. Another axiom, and the al-adl wal-ihsan, justice in equilibriums, denotes the horizontal dimension of equity of all beings before Allah. And this, by definition, rejects domination of any factor of production over others. And therefore, all the stakeholders are considered within the vertical equality of Islam. And Rububiyyah axiom also suggests that each stakeholder has a particular path of perfection. Allah created within the divine wisdom, and they define a particular perfection, and they have to fulfill this perfection for sake of God. And this, because of that reason, everything is an inherited value, even though it does not contain any utility, even though it does not have any demand for it, but it still has an inherited value in relation with God, not in relation with the utility of the people, not in relation with the demand, not in relation whether there is the labor substance behind it. No, everything has an inherited value because of being created by Allah in relation to transcendental signifier. And then now this is the last slide. And what kind of production function we're gonna come up to define who is the creator of the value and how they should share the surplus they created. And in this regard, we're gonna see that rather than taking or squeezing the shareholder understanding of the production, we have to bring a holistic understanding and stakeholder-based understanding of production function, in which we're gonna include the earth, we're gonna bring the society as well, and we define as a human, not a labor, not a commodity. Most of times recall the understanding of commodity. And in this regard, the right of the capital and human and earth, it does not define by any of them. The capital cannot define the right of the human or right of the earth. Instead, the qist understanding is defined who should get what. Of course, we have a qist proportion for society, which is zakah, is 2.5, but we does not have any particular proportion for it. What should be the right of earth, what should be the right of human, and what should be the right of the capital. In this regard, we're gonna say that our falah-oriented individual, not utility maximizer individual, to attain the falah has to share until they come up with the equilibrium position between earth, human, capital, and society, which is called as a mizan within the Islamic discourse. Thank you for attention. This is the end of my presentation. I hope you enjoy all. I'm happy to answer any question if you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Mehmet Artık, for your presentation. I should share that Professor Seyful Azhar and Kasım Bağlam were not able to participate in this session. I don't know why. So we have much time for questions. If any questions, please.
I would like to write a question. Let's start with me with to Jam, actually.
Okay.
If no one gonna interest in the question, actually, I'm really happy to answer if I can, of course, still in the progress this chapter. But I'm really happy to your contribution by your question, of course. And the Jam actually say a really interesting point. It just say the Islam, of course, does not prohibit capital, but prohibit accumulation of the wealth, accumulation of wealth on the hands of people. I'm just thinking the history of the Islamic civilization is show, as the Weber also argued, and the wealth actually accumulated on the hands of the states, an Islamic state. Does this Islamicity gonna justify this accumulation, or it shouldn't be at all, and it should be distributed all the private individual? I don't know how the Jam gonna answer this, make any comment on this question, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Jan had another meeting. Actually, he just informed me after a while ago. He needed to leave the meeting to attend to another meeting. I think, Dr. Mehmet, your question maybe will not be answered by Jem. Sorry to inform you that. Just want to give this information.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Mehmet. Thank you for your question.
Actually, it's really morning in this term. Still, it's sun rising now. If there is no any question, maybe I can just like have a small nap.
Yeah. Is there any question? Okay. I think we should stop here. Thank you very much, our dear speakers, and we close this session here. Thank you very much for your attention and participation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chilingir, for guiding this session. Thank you, respected presenters, for your intervention. Now we move to keynote speech. I don't think we can move to the keynote speech, so we'll be taking a 10 minutes break. Till then, inshallah. Dear participants, welcome back to this morning's session. Now we move to the keynote speech entitled Islamic Social Finance and its Role in Sustainable Development. The speech will be delivered by Professor Asim Omar, Director of ICISEF Malaysia. Over to you, Professor Omar.
Thank you very much, Sister Amal. Let me just share my presentation. Okay, let me just put it, under the slideshow. I hope you can see now. It's under the slideshow.
Yes, we can see perfectly. Thank you.
You can see. Okay, thank you very much. Let me just. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. First, let me thank everyone here this morning, or depending on where you are. It could be the afternoon, for example, in Kuala Lumpur now in the afternoon. Let me thank everyone for your indulgence to listen to my talk, and as well, possibly we can have some question and answer session later on. The topic that's given to me is Islamic social finance and the role in the sustainable development. So I wish all of you, good health in the context of, COVID-19. All of us are seeing that the impact of COVID-19 on many sectors, including, of course, the impact towards the economic condition of the country, as well as the important roles of Islamic social finance in supporting not only economic crisis, but also more importantly, the long term is the sustainable development. My topic will be covered in this particular case. I will be looking at some of the key milestones in the sustainability journey. I will look at why sustainability matters or is important. And I look at the current and potential roles of Islamic social finance. I will be looking at the critical success factors, the challenges, and what are the success factors. And of course, I will conclude on that. If you look at the milestone in the sustainability journey, it's sad to say that, for example, when we look at Islamic finance per se, when we've had the first Islamic bank way back in 1975, we see that the focus of the Muslim world is very much in terms of having an alternative to conventional banking. So the focus is on establishing Islamic banks to provide alternative banking solutions, products, and services to Muslims. I think back then, the issue of sustainability is not that important. The issue is mainly for alternative solutions. But of late, I think from 2000 onwards, we see that the issue of sustainability becomes important to the world, but also to the Islamic finance community, to Islamic economics as a whole. If we want to trace the development of sustainability journey, you will see that pre-2000, there were already a lot of discussion in terms of corporate social responsibility, socially responsible investing, Dow Jones Sustainability Indices, Global Reporting Initiative. This was before 2000. Subsequently, we see that the United Nations came out with the UN Global Compact Initiative, the ESG governance indicators, the Integrated Reporting Council, principles for responsible investment. So all of this happened between 2000 to 2010. Also in early 2000, we have the Millennium Development Goals that were formulated and launched by United Nations. Subsequently, we have in 2015, the launch of Sustainable Development Goals, which looks at the 17 goals. We also have the Paris Climate Agreement that talks about the role of world countries in order to reduce the impact towards the environment, so that we will have a lower temperature. So the temperature 1.5 degrees climate change is a very important objective. So we see all this happening. We also see that World Economic Forum releases the Sustainable Value Creation Matrices. So these are important journey that we see happening globally in the context of sustainability. But then, if we look at what are the pillars of sustainable development, I consider three important pillars. I think the first pillar to me is the what we call the focus on environment, okay? Environmental stewardship. I think as we talk about sustainable development, we are concerned about the impact of development towards environment, towards natural resources, towards water, sanitation, air quality, energy conservation, energy efficiency, and the land use. So we want to ensure that, or rather sustainable development wants to ensure that all the components of environment are well protected and they are sustainable. We can leave those environment, meaning that water, sanitation, natural resources, to the next generation and generation after next, so that it is sustainable. Secondly, we also look at the role of human, or what we call the people stewardship. Of course, we have under the Islamic principles of Khilafah, our responsibility as Khilafah in this world is about, as I mentioned earlier on, talking about protecting the natural resources, environment, and so on. It's also about protecting the communities. So we talk about communities to be supported, the disadvantaged communities to be supported, education for all, not only for the upper class, the middle class, but also the lower income individuals, the underprivileged. We want to have equity between the have and the have-nots. We see problems in the Muslim world today is a problem of inequality of both income and wealth. We also see that natural, the resources, the social resources are not well distributed. The top 20 tends to get more social resources versus the poor. We want to have good health provision services to all, the well-being of all the individuals in the country, better quality of life. So that's the focus on sustainable development. And of course, finally, you cannot do this without bringing prosperity to all. Firms must have profits, of course, but we should be looking beyond short-term profits. Profit should be more looking towards long-term. The measurement of profit should not be just dollars and cents. It should be looking at total return to all stakeholders, not only shareholders. So I think that's the perspective that we see in sustainable development. So the question is, within the context of Islamic social finance, what role can Islamic social finance do to support the development of a sustainable economy in a particular country and in the world? So my next slide is to look at why sustainability matters for Islamic finance. I think the first thing that we know is we always talk about Islamic ethical principles. In Islamic finance, in Islamic economic system, we have the Islamic ethical principles. And it is these principles are inbuilt into the DNA of Islamic finance. Secondly, Islamic finance is inherently tied to the real economy. We always say that we have the financial economy, we have the real economy. Islamic finance is different from conventional finance because there is a strong tie to the real economy. And of course, we have a lot of discussion on this. Third is Islamic social finance is part of the Islamic finance ecosystem. We cannot talk about Islamic finance without bringing Islamic social finance within the whole ecosystem. Fourth is when we apply Islamic finance, including Islamic social finance, then the whole objective should be the objectives of Sharia, what we call the maqasid of Sharia. It should be the basis of Islamic finance. And we should go beyond Sharia compliant. That is to fulfill the objectives of Sharia, which means that we should not be just looking, does it meet Sharia compliant? We should go beyond that. And that beyond that is what we call halalan, meeting Sharia compliant, and tayyiban. We want to have good, pure, wholesome. And that encapsulates the whole maqasid al-Sharia, or the objectives of Sharia. So that's the reason why sustainability is important and why Islamic social finance must play a very important role to support the development of a sustainable economy. Okay, why sustainability matters for Islamic finance? Just to continue, here I quoted the then governor of Bank Negara Malaysia in 2017 when he launched the value-based intermediation strategy document. What he said is that on this premise, the next frontier and the major milestones would be positioning Islamic finance to become more prominent and leading agent of positive change for the financial system, and operates within a network economy that is built upon shared values of integrity, inclusivity, and sustainability. Greater attention will be devoted to value creation and value-based businesses that reflects the true essence of Islamic finance. So that was his statement back then in 2017, positioning Islamic finance, to bring more value-based inside Islamic finance, which means that bringing the market Sharia as an important agenda, as the leading agenda of Islamic finance. So my next topic is to look at what are the current and potential roles of Islamic social finance. So here what I did is that I looked at the various examples that we have in the Muslim world in terms of the implementation of Islamic social finance, as well as what are the potential roles. I mean, I used first is what is the definition of Islamic social finance according to the Islamic Financial Services Board, IFSB, in 2020, their document. Islamic social finance, according to IFSB, refers to all those Sharia-compliant financing activities that are undertaken for non-profit and/or all societal welfare purposes. That is, the underlying intention of the financial activity is to support charities, social causes, and/or other welfare projects that do not contravene the principles of Sharia. Islamic social finance activities may be broken down into two interrelated components: social solidarity instruments, and second, social finance institutions. Social solidarity instruments as defined in Sharia include zakat, sadaqah or infaq, wakaf, and qadhu hasan. And of course, Islamic social finance institutions include zakat institutions, sadaqah institutions, wakaf institution, and qadhu hasan institutions. Okay, and if you look at the range, we have here zakat, sadaqah, infaq, wakaf, and qadhu hasan. And these are the users and potential users of Islamic social finance instrument, particularly in the context of financing. It can be used for capacity building. It can be used for third-party grantee to support the borrower. For example, we have equipments, providing equipments, providing business capital to the asnaf or the zakat recipients. For sadaqah, again, it can be used similar to infaq. It can be used for capacity building. It can be used for guarantee or collaterals. It can subsidize financing costs. It can be used for equipment, provision of equipment, and also provision of business capital for both zakat and infaq. And then we have wakaf. Wakaf can be used for many things, for financing, of course, for guarantees, collateral. So wakaf fund is used to provide guarantees or to provide collaterals in support of the customers or borrowers. It can be used to subsidize financing costs. It can be used to provide equipments, machineries, for example, for microfinance or for small and medium enterprises. It can also be provided as business capital, whereby it has to be returned or paid back later on. And then qadhu hasan, it can be used as business capital. It can be used for provision of equipment, as well as it is zero financing cost. So these are the users and potential users within the Islamic financing space. But my net examples are beyond Islamic financing space. So what I'm going to show next are some of the examples, and I'm also mindful of the time to make sure that I keep to the time. So as we can see from here, one example of the Islamic social finance instrument for sustainable development is a classic example that is used for humanitarian purposes. Here, as an example, is we have the issue of, can we use zakat in a particular country, zakat fund collected in a particular country, can it be used in a different country? Of course, there are differences of opinions, but there are opinions that allows this to happen. So in this particular case, an example is a zakat fund which is provided by an Islamic religious authority in one of the provinces or states in Malaysia, Perlis. And this zakat fund is given to the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent for its projects in Kenya, Kitui province in Kenya. This is way back in 2017. As you can see from this example, $1.2 million were given as zakat for this particular project. And that money is used to purchase or to provide green grams, a kind of seeds for the poor farmers, the asnaf families. It covered 245,000 acres of land in Kitui County in Kenya. it helps to rehabilitate and develop new bore wells, altogether 30 of them, using solar powered pumps. So again, using renewable energy. So 175,000 families benefited from this program. And the total return is $20 million US. So this is total returns to the whole families that participated in the program. So as you can see, from $1.2 million provided under zakat, the return back is not in terms of payment back to zakat Perlis Malaysia, but no, because it is a zakat fund, but the total return benefited to all the families, 175,000 families, is $20 million. So just imagine 20 times the value created from 1 million or 1.2 million of zakat, so that's the strength of zakat. Next example that I want to show here is, this is in Indonesia. For example, we have some Indonesian brothers and sisters here. Zakat fund provided by Basnas, plus the combination of CSR fund from a bank in Indonesia, Bank Jambi. And this fund is used to construct 1 micro hydropower plant and to revitalize 3 micro hydropower plants in the Jambi province, Indonesia, in 2018. So they construct 1 new power plant, hydropower plant, mini hydro, and resurrect or revitalize 3 mini hydropower plants. And altogether, 803 households benefited, 7 schools, 4 mosques, 1 Islamic boarding school, and 16 prayer halls of Musalla. So that's the benefit that you gain from the spending of zakat money. So so the return is much more than just the money that's given out as zakat. So the other example that I want to show is the IDB Trust Fund, the ISDB Trust, Islamic Development Bank Trust Fund. Islamic Development Bank created a couple of funds, some of them on the basis of zakat sadaqah, some of them on the basis of awqaf or wakaf. The first one is the Al-Aqsa Fund in 2001, where this fund is used to support the development of Palestinian people, and it's done on the basis of zakat and sadaqah. And then we have the Awqaf Properties Investment Fund 2001, where it helps to develop real estate properties on the basis of wakaf land, both in member countries and non-member countries. Third one is Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, established in 2007. The purpose is to alleviate poverty, capacity building, and women empowerment, and the fund is based on wakaf. Okay. Another example that I want to show here is My Wakaf initiative, done by banks in Malaysia. So what they did was, Islamic banks in Malaysia work with Islamic religious authorities, the different state religious authorities, to develop wakaf, okay, but using banking channel. So the objective is to support wakaf for education, wakaf for health, wakaf for investment purposes, as well as for economic empowerment. And this is done with Islamic banks in Malaysia. So 4 areas, and funds are collected by the banks for the purpose of supporting these projects. Another example that I want to show is, of course, the more famous one is the Cash Wakaf Link Suku, issued by the government of Indonesia to support the development of wakaf properties in Indonesia. So here, the government issued retail wakaf suku to facilitate the Badan Wakaf, this is the Wakaf Authority in Indonesia, and wakaf donors to invest. This wakaf is on the basis of cash wakaf, and it can be either permanent or temporary. And periodic coupons are used to finance social finance programs for the poor and needy. And the principal will be paid upfront and used to develop wakaf assets. So coupon is to develop social finance program, and the principals is used to develop wakaf assets, mosques, health clinic, religious boarding schools, and so on. So this is the structure that is shown in this particular example. Okay, so where the fund is being collected, and the fund is then used for hospitals, hospitals or schools and so on, and it benefits the poor people. The other examples that I want to share with you here this afternoon or morning is the suku issuance in response to COVID-19. For example, Islamic Development Bank issued sustainability suku, 2.5 billion. This is not the first time they have been issuing that, but this is the most recent example. In March this year, proceeds are used to finance or refinance green projects, 10% of it, social development projects, 90%, that are eligible under the Islamic Development Bank Sustainable Finance Framework. So as you can see, when we talk about Islamic social finance, we are not talking only just purely the typical fund collection, but sukuk can also be used to support the Islamic social finance program, as shown earlier on in the case of Indonesia as well as Islamic Development Bank. Also in the case of Malaysia, where we have what we call the Sukuk Prihatin Malaysia, 668 million, and that was issued last year. This sukuk is used to provide COVID-19 fund to finance programs that benefits those affected by COVID-19, including for education, rural education, connectivity, which means that because of COVID-19, we now have students have to learn through online, and schools do not have strong connectivity. So those funds are used to support the connectivity, the internet connectivity for rural schools, because rural areas are not well covered with internet connection. So funds are provided by the government through the sukuk issuance to support this internet connectivity. Funds to finance micro as well as SMEs, especially for women entrepreneurs. And finally, supporting grants for research into infectious diseases. Let me just stop here and say that I think when we talk about wakaf, typically we tend to talk about supporting, the poor development and so on, development of properties, development of schools and so on, whilst we forget the importance of wakaf for research purposes. Particularly, we now see the importance of, infectious diseases research. If we look historically in the Islamic history, we have strong research being done by well-known scholars historically, the golden years. But then subsequently, I think the focus has gone down towards focusing on mosques, on schools, on education. We did not really look at research per se, particularly in terms of the health sector. So this is a very important component. And again, I urge all of you to consider, do more research in terms of how we can develop wakaf for research, particularly in science and technology. Okay. And then another example that I want to show in the context of the use of social instrument, Islamic social finance within banking, is an example from Bank Negara Indonesia, BNI Syariah Indonesia. Of course, now Indonesia is merging the 4 Islamic banks into mega Islamic banks. But this is an example of the bank before it merged. They implement 6 programs with the objective to increase, again, this is the sustainability agenda of that particular bank. They want to increase the micro and SME financing. Their plan is to increase the financing portfolio of educational institutions, to increase health service ecosystem financing portfolio, to increase wakaf, to increase the distribution of company zakat and eco-lifestyle. So it is part and parcel of the bank's agenda. A lot of people tend to see CSR as the agenda of social finance. No, for a bank, and this is what should be done, is that the Islamic social finance agenda, the sustainability agenda, should be a part and parcel of the whole decision-making of the financial institution. It cannot be a CSR, which means that they have to consider, as I mentioned earlier on, when they make decision, impact towards the environment, impacts towards the community, together in their decision-making. Incorporate that as part of the risk assessment as well as the credit assessment policies. So another example that I can show here is the example of the Aukah property development in Penang, Malaysia, where you have an Islamic bank collaborating with a religious authority in Malaysia, state religious authority, and a property development companies. So what they did was they have this piece of land owned by the wakaf land owned by the state religious authority. And in many countries, we see the challenges is that many wakaf lands are lying idle. So you need to make it productive. So how to make productive? Again, that depends on the location of wakaf land. So in this particular case, the wakaf land is in an urban area. So what they did was they bring the property company, they bring the bank. So Islamic banks provide the bridging finance, which means that finance to develop the property and also finance to provide mortgage financing to the borrowers or to the customers who will buy those residential units. And bear in mind, because wakaf cannot be sold, so what they did was the wakaf is sold under a lease agreement, which means that at the end of the day, after the lease period, the property goes back to the state religious authority, bearing the holder of the wakaf property. So they developed 76 residentials and 9 commercial blocks. The amount is small, just $6 million, but it's an example where you can use one land for property development under wakaf, and then this can be then replicated to other projects, wakaf projects in Malaysia and other countries. So it is doable. So it's a matter of how this is applied in countries. Other examples of the utilization of Islamic social finance is the microfinance for rural development scheme. And again, this is based on a combination of Qadr Hassan plus for-profit. So this combination done by Islamic Bank Bangladesh. So what they did was, this is for rural development scheme for agriculture and farming purposes. And it helps to create self-employment and income generating for the poor, particularly the rural areas, and also for the housing facilities for the rural areas, and educational and safe water sanitation, Medicare facilities for the poor. So this is again an example of how Islamic social finance can be used to support the poor in the rural areas. Another example is Islamic microfinance on the basis of Qadr Hassan. This is again Akhwat in Pakistan, where loans are given under Qadr Hassan with individuals with 2 guarantors. Initially they use group loans, where a group of people, about 10 people, needs to be created, to be formed as a group for financing purposes. But now they are phasing out to individual borrowing with 2 guarantors, and they have branches and they're distributed, and recovery rate is 99%. So again, the example of what we call using Qadr Hassan as a principles of Islamic financing. Then we have examples of the ESG Sharia Fund, which is again the focusing on sustainability. These are examples. I will not dwell into that. Then I will talk a bit about the Islamic fintech, where fintech is used for Islamic social finance. Examples that we see are Zakat on Touch Kedah Board Malaysia, Kedah Zakat in Malaysia, where this application that they have will show you in real time how much zakat is being collected, how much zakat is being disbursed, and where it is being disbursed. So they have a very up-to-date information, real-time information. And we have Sadaqah House established by Bank Islam Malaysia. We have Basna, the Sobatku. We have Buka Zakat and the Bukalapak. And then we have also many Islamic banks in Southeast Asia, in Pakistan, in Middle East, and in North Africa, where they provide the Islamic social finance solutions, either through, within the bank or through their own digital Islamic banks, providing zakat, sadaqah, and wakaf, and microfinance solutions. Another example is the application of apps of Parkfinity. So these are some of the examples. Again, the crowdfunding examples, we have zakat, we have sadaqah, Qadr Hassan, wakaf, global sadaqah apps, Launch Good, Yala Give, Sit Out in Pakistan, Qadr Hassan Microfinance, Zakatify. And then we also have Sukuk, although Blossom Sukuk, Smart Sukuk is not what we say purely on the basis of social finance, but the end funding is given to the Islamic microfinance in Indonesia. So that is considered part of the Islamic social finance. And then, of course, digital Sukuk Prihatin in Malaysia, the one that I talked earlier on, it was issued purely on digital, without having, without the typical approach where you have the physical and so on. You purchase everything through digitally. So that's an example of what we call using applications for Islamic social finance. Another final example is Atis Ventures, Islamic crowdfunding company. They launched, as I mentioned earlier on, the Global Sadaqah. So this fund that they collect was used for education, social and religious projects in Indonesia. These are some examples. They have many more projects. They raised funds to build bridge in a village in Sulawesi, as well as provide 40,000 copies of Quran for 800 schools across Indonesia. So these are examples what we say, the Islamic social finance users as well as the potential users. But then the question would be, although all of these have been shown as example, as success fact, but we have to consider what are the challenges and how do we overcome those challenges. So given the time, I do not want, okay, I have to consider the limited time, but just to share with you, these are some of the challenges. One is the issue of trust and transparency. We talk about having providing that funding, but the question is, how does that institutions operate, whether they operate through transparency. If they are transparent, then of course the question of trust will not be, will be there. But if there's no transparency, then there will be a lot of question about trust. So issues in Islamic social finance here. So when I talk about these issues, I'm not just looking at zakat, sadaqah alone, but I'm looking at the overall. Zakat may have their own specificities, wakaf and so on, but I'm just combining them together. So I'm looking at the issues relating to zakat, wakaf, sadaqah, as an example. Trust and transparency is the one issue that, as I mentioned. Secondly, is how those funds are being managed, particularly in the context of zakat, in terms of wakaf, sadaqah. In zakat, for example, zakat organizations may be good in collection, maybe they provide all sorts of incentives in terms of collection, but they are not good in distribution. People complain about receiving zakat funds, especially in this COVID era or in this pandemic era, but the distribution of zakat is not efficient. So you don't see the balance between collection and distribution. Whereas what you would like to see is both good collection or efficient collection and efficient distribution. And then we talk about management fees, for example, particularly those who are managing the Sadaqah fund. Those NGOs, sometimes they charge high fees, and that will affect the utilization of those Sadaqah for the onward beneficiaries. We also have the issue of regulatory and supervisory framework. We need to have proper regulation for zakat, wakaf, and sadaqah. We need to have proper supervisory framework. Currently, not many countries have a comprehensive zakat and wakaf supervisory framework. They may have a regulation for zakat and wakaf, but it is not updated. So what you need is basically strong regulatory and supervisory framework. I remember when I was at IRTI, Islamic Development Bank, early on, we did work on developing regulations for wakaf, and those regulations were in fact taken up by a couple of countries in Africa, particularly Senegal, and I think one or two more countries that adopted the work that we did for wakaf regulation and standards. So we did wakaf regulation plus the guidelines, and these were adopted by a couple of countries in West Africa. So again, regulation, supervisory framework is very important. We need to have governance standards. Governance standard for zakat, wakaf. In conventional, you have that philanthropy standards, and they have even commissions for philanthropy. But in many Muslim countries, we do not have commissions or commissioner for philanthropy, for zakat, for wakaf. We need to have proper regulation. We need to have standards. And I'm glad that today, particularly Bank Indonesia and Indonesian Ministry of Finance, they work together, and OJK in Indonesia, they work together to develop governance standards for zakat and wakaf. And these are important standards. We need to have we need to have standards that provides the governing, that provides trust to everyone. Okay, and then we need to have reporting. Proper reporting is important. One, in the context of reporting, is to have the database. Many countries face the problem of database on zakat, database on wakaf, particularly. So important to have that database being created. An example that you can see, the very good example is you can see from Singapore, where they have a very good database for zakat and wakaf. But of course, we can say that Singapore is a small state. But even as a small state, small country, those are the things that you can learn in order to emulate back in your home country. apart from having good database, we also need to have impact assessment. Reporting must be made in the context of, for example, zakat and wakaf. What are the impacts that are created from zakat intervention, from wakaf intervention? So this is very important. So similarly, when banks, Islamic banks, implement what we call Islamic social finance within the context of sustainability agenda, they should produce every year sustainability report. What is within that report? It should have impact assessment. It tells us not only how much financing that they provide, let's say under zakat or under zakat fund or under wakaf, but also what is the impact towards the communities, towards societies, towards environment, and so on. So impact assessment is very important. And in this regard, we can learn from a number of work that has been done within the conventional space, the impact assessment framework. So it's a matter of copying and modifying to suit our requirements. And of course, the other issues that we see is the issue of human capital, lack of competent professionals, both in the context of wakaf, zakat, and of course, sadaqah. Okay, so competent professionals. So we need to have competent professionals who have the right qualifications, who understands how we manage zakat, how we manage wakaf, sadaqah. And this is very important. As I mentioned earlier on, one of the problems or one of the challenges is that we may be good in collection of zakat, but we are not good in terms of distribution of zakat funds. And then awareness. Awareness is at all levels. If you want to really promote zakat, wakaf in the country, then you need to, of course, consider the awareness as well. Awareness by the regulators, government officials, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Social Welfare, awareness of the even the zakat professional, wakaf professionals, and the public at large. So awareness is very important. And then, of course, within the context of wakaf is we need to collect data and then we need to develop those wakaf assets. Finally, also, which I did not put here, is the issue of incentives. And this is related to the regulatory and supervisory framework. In some countries, when you pay zakat, you get tax incentive, either tax rebates or tax deduction. For example, in Malaysia, when we pay zakat, we get a tax deduction. So which means that suppose our income tax is, let's say, $10,000 US dollars, and if our zakat is, let's say, $2,000 US dollars, so effectively we pay to the government only 8,000 income tax. So 2,000 is already considered as our zakat. But in other countries, it's not tax rebate, not tax deduction, but they give some tax rebate. So again, incentives must be provided in order to provide a level playing field for zakat to operate. Similarly, wakaf, when somebody donate wakaf in Malaysia, as an example, if we provide zakat, we provide wakaf in the form of cash, then we get tax deduction. So that is an incentive for tax deduction. So similarly, other countries can consider when we provide wakaf, there are tax deduction for wakaf. Okay, so in this way, again, we are trying to create a level playing field, wakaf versus donation. Okay, so finally, this is just a snapshot of in terms of the challenges that I mentioned earlier on, and then I converted into what we call the critical success factors. So on the far left, as I mentioned earlier on, we talk about regulation, we talk about governance standards, we talk about disclosure, we talk about impact report, we talk about also government policies in the context of tax incentives, tax policies, and so on. And then we talk about the awareness, importance to have awareness of all levels within the country, and that awareness will then create demand. Yes, I want to pay zakat on time. Yes, I want to give a wakaf. So that creates the demand. And of course, by creating that demand, you also need to have the supply of funds. When I talk about supply of funds, and I said is that zakat funds can be used to help individuals when there are awareness. Again, the assets of wakaf are available for the purpose of development, and it is easily accessible. So accessibility is very important. And finally, of course, human capital. Human capital, not only competent, but also professional, qualified individuals who will be managing the wakaf, the zakat, and sadaqah in a particular country. And to do all this, we now talk about technology. So technology to me is the enabler. It can be done on the basis of blockchain or in the basis of the available technology. So these are important things that we need to have in order to ensure that Islamic social finance plays a role in sustainable development. So finally, as a conclusion, COVID-19 pandemic provides an opportunity to showcase the role of Islamic social finance in sustainable development. Maqasid Sharia should be the prime objective of Islamic finance and Islamic social finance. And finally, the success of Islamic social finance will depend on addressing the key challenges and success factors. So again, thank you very much. I've gone beyond 30 minutes. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I welcome any questions if there are any. Yeah, given the time, I don't think I have the time for questions because your next session is in 1 minute's time.
Yeah, I guess no question. So thank you very much, Professor Hazmi Omar, for your valuable contribution for this conference. Since we also time is an issue, so we will continue with the panel.
Yes.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I take leave now, Brother Hakan. I have to attend another meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
for your
Thank you.
No, there is a question, if you don't mind, Professor Omar.
Yes.
So I don't know how to read the name correctly, but Widianti says Islamic social finance has reformed the classic form of waqf, zakat, etc. into nowadays product that are based on modern systems. So here I want to ask about sukuf waqf controversial issue.
Okay. I mean, if I can answer just, I know the time is a constraint, but just a quick one.
Yeah.
I think that when she talked about sukuk wakaf controversy, it's about the cash wakaf controversy, because sukuk wakaf is basically you provide cash, you know, so where the cash is permanent in that sense, because the role of the wakaf is that it must be on the role of permanency. In this particular case, cash is not permanent in that sense, but many fatwas says that cash wakaf is acceptable. And we see that now the promotion of cash wakaf, not only in Indonesia, Malaysia, and many other countries now, cash wakaf is used. And also the other component of this sukuk wakaf is the issue of whether wakaf should be permanent or temporary. Again, some schools of thought accept that wakaf can be temporary. So those jurisdictions that allow cash wakaf and sukuk wakaf tend to use the opinion that yes, cash wakaf is acceptable. Secondly, temporary wakaf is also acceptable. So if you accept this, then you can create sukuk wakaf on the basis of cash.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Omar, for this valuable intervention, which is actually an excellent introduction to the third panel of this Congress entitled Islamic Social and Finance. I personally have been waiting for this panel since the beginning of the Congress. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the moderator of this panel, Dr. Mujahid Özdemir from ICISEF Center, Turkey. Over to you, Dr. Mujahid.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, hocam.
Thank you, Amal, and panelists and the participations. It was very fruitful to listen Professor Hazmi Omar on Islamic social finance. This panel, we have very important panelists, and we will discuss in several aspects of Islamic social finance with Professor Habib Ahmed and also Professor İrfan Beyik and Dr. Sarah Tobin and Professor Ayşe Muniza.
Unutuyorum şeyi.
Firstly, I would like to mention about the structure of our panel. At the first round, we will have around 15 and 20 minutes presentation of the panelists on different aspects of the Islamic social finance. And at the second round of the panel, we will have questions from participants, and also I will ask some questions on different aspects, and I think we will have a fruitful discussion. Firstly, before starting to the panel, I would like to introduce our panelists. Professor Ayşe Muniza, she is a associate professor at ICISEF, and she has many publications on Islamic finance and particularly Islamic social finance. And also from academic side, she is member of different leading institutions as a Sharia advisor and other consultancy services. And also she has served as the first female deputy Ministry of Islamic Affairs in Maldives. And the important point for our Islamic social finance topic, she is also consultant who developed the first Sharia compliant Islamic microfinance scheme offered in Maldives called Faseha Madadhu. And also she has many awards in Malaysia, Maldives, and different countries. Another panelist is Habib Ahmed. He's a well-known author on Islamic finance, academician in Islamic finance. Currently, he's a professor and Sharjah chair in Islamic law and finance in Durham University. But before joining to Durham University, he had served as a manager, research and development, Islamic Banking Development Group, National Commerce Bank, and Saudi Arabia. Worked at also Islamic Research and Training Institute of Islamic Development Bank. And also he teach different courses in USA, Singapore, Bahrain, and Qatar. Professor Habib Ahmed consulted different international leading institutions and prepared reports from COMSEC, SIBAFI, and IFSB. And he has lots of publication on Islamic finance. Particularly, he has mostly cited research on Islamic microfinance, Waqf, and other relevant areas of Islamic social finance. We are happy to host him here as a panelist. And also another panelist, Professor Irfan Beyk. He is associate professor at the Department of Islamic Economics Institute, Pertanian Bogor University, Indonesia. And since February 2021, Professor Irfan serves as a commissioner at the Indonesia Waqf Board. And before that, he served and managed he served as a director of Center of Strategic Studies and director of Zakat Distribution and Empowerment at the National Zakat Board of Republic of Indonesia. Shortly, it is called Basnas. It's a very important institution for collecting and distribution zakat in Indonesia. In addition, Professor Irfan also serves as a member of different leading institutions in Indonesia, and globally, he's a member of World Zakat Forum. Irfan has published many articles and research papers on Islamic social finance, including zakat and waqf topics. Lastly, Dr. Sarah Tobin, she's a research professor at Christian Michelsen Institute in Norway. She's an anthropologist and she had lots of amazing jobs in amazing papers, research on Jordan and other countries as an anthropologist. And also she is focusing on religious and economic life in those countries. She has a monograph titled as Everyday Piety, Islam and Economy in Jordan, published by Cornell University 2016. She is focusing, and she is also focusing on refugees, immigrants, and also conducting a very important project. This is important to have her here because in Islamic social finance, we are generally talking about the serving the low income people with microfinance and zakat and other relevant instruments by Islamic social finance, but mainly refugees, immigrants sometimes excluded from these services. For this reason, Sarah Tobin's research and experiences are very important for us to include refugees and other immigrants to Islamic social finance sphere. And I would like to thank again to our distinguished panelists to accepting our invitation. And I hope that we will have a very fruitful panel and discussions with the valuable questions of the participants. So firstly, I would like to start the panel with presentation of Aishat Muniza with the permission of the other panelists. Professor? Professor Muniza?
Yes, let me share the screen first.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wassalam ala ashraf al-anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh and a very good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss about Islamic social finance and sustainability. So I'll try to make my presentation very brief. The whole intention of this presentation is to give a brief outline of what Islamic social finance is all about, linking it with sustainability, and we will see the effective role of Islamic social finance that has been played in the midst of the pandemic, and we will see the way forward as well. Now, when we look at the overview of Islamic social finance, the first thing we need to understand is that it is a branch of Islamic finance. Islamic finance can be divided into Islamic commercial finance and Islamic social finance. So in Islamic social finance, we cover zakat, sadaqat, infaq, waqf, social takaful, Islamic microfinance. What is important to understand in this respect is that this list, what you see on the screen, is not an exhaustive list, meaning that even today this is evolving and there are many other instruments which has been linked with Islamic social finance. As we have seen from the presentation made by Professor Azmi, for instance, sukuk can be linked with Islamic social finance as well, provided that the sukuk proceeds are used to achieve social goals. So let's look at briefly what do we mean by Islamic social finance. Here, what we are advocating is that Islamic social finance can be defined as those instruments and institutions used to achieve social goals by helping each other economically, not for profit. But this doesn't mean that there wouldn't be any profit-linked Islamic social finance instruments. As long as the objective is to achieve social goals, whether for profit or not for profit, it doesn't matter. It should be considered as an Islamic social finance instrument. Now, this is a question which typically we face every time we deal with Islamic social finance. Why do we have to have a separate branch, separate institution, separate tools for providing Islamic social finance? Can't we have just Islamic social finance tools linked with Islamic commercial financial institutions? And can't they deal with that as well? Now, the answer for that is typically, a banker would say no, or anyone who is working in Islamic commercial financial institutions would say no, because they say they have an agent, they are the agent of the shareholders, investment account holders, and therefore they have to ensure that shareholders' motive, investment account holders' motives are properly dealt with before they think about the society or other things. So as such, there is a conflict of objectives in this case if Islamic commercial financial institutions were to provide Islamic social finance products. Therefore, what we see is that normally the Islamic commercial financial institutions tend to say that they are unable to do that, and they tend to pass this responsibility to other institutions operating in the country. And because of that, we see Islamic social finance mainly active in the informal sector of the economy. Now, the next question that we have to ask ourselves is, Isn't there any way we could merge Islamic social finance with Islamic commercial financial institutions? Now, the practical answer we could give is yes. Through value-based intermediation or using Maqasid Sharia approach, we can design even Islamic commercial finance products in such a way that it caters the society. It thinks about not only the profit factor, but it also thinks about the planet and prosperity factors as well. Now, again, the next question that we need to ask ourselves is it a theory or is it really practiced in the parts of the world? Now, the answer is it is already practiced in different parts of the world. For example, in Malaysia, we see that using the Bank Negara's value-based intermediation strategy, and the recent Malaysian Takaful Association has recently issued the value-based intermediation for Takaful institutions as well. Using these type of approaches, Malaysia has been successfully integrating Islamic social finance with Islamic commercial financial institutions, showing that if we try, we could still succeed in doing this. So this is one of the examples that I'd like to highlight today. So what happened is Bank Negara Malaysia, the Central Bank of Malaysia, has come up with a fund that will support financial inclusion, and several Islamic banks have helped to join hands with the central bank to realize the objectives of this fund of helping those who are in need or B40 populations. And during this month, we've heard that, for instance, one of the banks that is part of this initiative, CIMB Islamic, has come up with an innovative Islamic social finance product whereby using Waqf concept, they have provided some motorcycles to food panda riders who are Muslim food panda riders, showing that at least even the Islamic banks can play a role in providing financial inclusion in the society. So let's look at the different types of Islamic social finance tools and institutions we have. Number one is zakat. So zakat is also a ibadat activity, as well as it is a socio-economic tool which is used to alleviate poverty, and it gives a lot of benefit to the societies. Now, the question is, are we free to distribute zakat in any way we want? The answer is no. Unlike other types of Islamic social finance tools, we have to ensure that the zakat is being distributed to those who are the legal recipients mentioned in the Quran, the 8 categories of the recipients. Next is sadaqat and infaq. So when it comes to sadaqat or infaq, it is basically charity. So this charity can be given using money, or it could be provided in kind, or it could be provided in the form of a service you render as well. So when it comes to the recipients of sadaqat and infaq, you can choose the recipients. There are no Sharia restrictions on that. Next is waqf. So waqf can be described as an endowment which complies with Sharia. So there are two types of endowments. One is endowments for immobile property, and the other one is cash waqf endowments. So nowadays, you will hear more about cash waqf developments. There are a lot of innovative instruments which has been introduced to suit different needs. And these instruments are really important to alleviate not only poverty, but also deal with other types of social issues that we face in our societies. As Professor Azmi has earlier mentioned, even for education financing purposes, we can use this as a very effective tool. Next is social takaful. I would say among all the Islamic social finance instruments, this is like the most least used instrument that we find. This may be due to lack of data availability, but what we find is that this is a very effective tool that could be used in order to ensure that no one is left without attending their needs in a society when there are rich in the society who can afford to help them. So Micro takaful is one way that we provide social takaful, and there are countries like, if we look at the practices in Egypt, they have such programs, and in Malaysia, even My Salam program is an example of this. But I should mention that we have very less practical examples for the practice of social takaful compared to the other forms of Islamic social finance tools and instruments, and this is one thing we have to work on. Next is Islamic microfinance. So for Islamic microfinance, this is a financing facility which is provided to those who are unable to go to the formal banking sector to fulfill their financing needs. Now, there are a lot of ways in which Islamic microfinance provides their funding. When it comes to funding, it could be through zakat, sadaqat, or waqf, or any other type of Islamic social finance instruments, or it could be using a qard as well. And when they provide these, when they provide the financing services to the needy, they also use similar kind of instruments as well. They could either use zakat, sadaqat, waqf, or they could give an interest-free loan, or it could be a kafala scheme. Kafala scheme here refers to, when we saw the presentation made by Professor Azmi, we saw that Al-Ukhuwat from Pakistan is providing Islamic microfinance, and they give joint guarantee loan schemes to public. So joint guarantee loan schemes uses guarantee concept to provide loans to those who are in need of it. Now, in Islamic microfinance, not only non-interest-free loan is used, but those Islamic commercial contracts which are used in Islamic commercial financial institutions such as murabaha, cost plus profit sale, musharaka, profit sharing arrangements are also used. So this means that even those Sharia contracts used in Islamic commercial financial institutions can be structured in such a way that it helps the needy through Islamic microfinance as well. There is no restriction to it as well. Now, if you look at the statistics, it's reported that microfinance institutions serve 140 million low-income people worldwide with savings and credit services. So this shows the importance of boosting Islamic microfinance in Muslim countries. Next is the concept of sustainability. Now, when we look at the concept of sustainability, we need to understand that if we were to link Islamic commercial finance with the concept of sustainability, it will really work, because the objective of sustainability is very much aligned with the objective of Maqasid al-Sharia, and Maqasid al-Sharia is something from which we derive the main concepts of Islamic social finance, and therefore there shouldn't be any problem, theoretical as well as practically, to link sustainability with Islamic social finance. And for that, there is also no issue from religious wise to link Islamic social finance with technology and even the UN SDGs for that matter. So here are some examples. Case study one is global sadaqah. Again, this has been mentioned by Prof. Azmi, so I will skip this part and go to the next one. During the last Ramadan, it was reported that the zakat distribution has helped more than 7,760 families in Singapore. And if you look at the official website of MOIS that specifically deal with zakat, you'll find that the impact of zakat that we find is huge. Study which is mentioned by Prof. Azmi, which is the cash waqf linked sukuk of Indonesia. So what needs to be done to make Islamic social finance sustainable is the next question. First is we need to come up with legal, regulatory, tax, and governance infrastructure for Islamic social finance as a whole. Now what we see is ad hocly for zakat or for different types of instruments or institutions, we see different governance or legal frameworks. However, we need to merge them and come up with a comprehensive framework. And I believe that standard setting bodies like AOFI can play a major role in this. Next is we need to come up with innovative mechanisms so that at least using technology as well as using what is required to each and every member of the society, we can design products that will benefit them. Therefore, not only we need to think about the disbursement of these funds, but we need to talk about collection part of the funds as well, so that at least we could create sustainable funds to be dispersed to those who are in need. Next is what we need to understand is that whenever we talk about Islamic social finance, we're not talking about just distributing funds to anyone in the population, but we need to find a mechanism to find out who are the most deserved among the, not only in a special geographical location, but as a whole. We need to look at all the countries and decide who are the most deserved in our societies who should be reaching these funds. So in this, internationalization of Islamic social finance is something we need to think of as well. So what are the issues and challenges? Now, when it comes to issues and challenges, we have to understand that the issues and challenges we face in Islamic social finance in different parts of the world differ depending on the legal infrastructure they adopt. Therefore, what we are discussing here might not be relevant to all countries, but it could be relevant to most of the countries. Number one is no uniformity of rules. Next is lack of governance, no active marketing to obtain funds. Sometimes we believe that we just have to stay because it's a religious obligation. People would come and pay. The moment they paid, then only we will have to actively do something about the funds. Instead of that, we need to innovate some marketing approaches where we need to actively seek funds so that the funds we receive will be sustainable as well. Next is lack of active initiatives to find, locate the most deserved. So for this, we need to use some of our resources in a sustainable manner so that at least, again, we should not passively sit in our offices and wait the recipients to come and register, but we should find where they are. And for this, it is very important to have the collaborative initiative between similar institutions as well as international institutions. For instance, the case study shown by Prof. Azmi, where the zakat has been transported from one of the state of Malaysia to Kenya, is a good example to show that collaboration could really work practically, and it will show transformative impact of Islamic social finance instruments as well. Next is reluctance in investment in technology. So again, to use technology, we need to have manual processes, and to have manual processes, we need to ensure that first our governance or house rules are put together. And after that, whenever we talk about linking that with technology, there should be some investment that should be made towards it. So the commitment to make this investment is something we have to make if we were to move forward from here. So what is the way forward? Obviously, the classical ways, we need to change it to new ways. And for that, we need political will, and as well as we need human skills that has the required talent to do this. Next is collaboration. Collaboration is very important. Without collaboration, we are going to duplicate our resources. So if we were to manage our resources and leverage on each other, definitely collaboration is required. Next is continuous innovation. So innovation does not mean we're only talking about the technological innovations. Here, it simply means that customization of products and ensuring that everybody can utilize the products we have is something we need to do research about, and we need to come up with innovative ways to come up with the relevant outputs as well. So the most important case study in this regard is the case study that Prof. Azmi has discussed. So what is the beauty of this case study? The beauty of this case study is that once the zakat has been received by this particular county in Kenya, who were affected by drought, they themselves were able to build their livelihood using the zakat money in a sustainable manner. And at the same time, towards the end of the project, they were also able to contribute the money or the profit they made, part of it, to be zakat money that could be contributed to uplift another society, which is a neighboring county to them. So this shows that using zakat, we are able to ensure that the zakat payers of today zakat receivers of today can become zakat payers of tomorrow if we were to use zakat effectively. So with this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for the time. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much, Professor Muniza. It was very important presentation on Islamic social finance. Especially, I took some notes on internationalization of Islamic social finance and the role of Islamic commercial institution, Islamic commercial financial institution to take role in promoting Islamic social finance with different structures and products. Inshallah, at the second part of the panel, we will touch upon these points. And now I would like to give floor to Professor Irfan Bey, and we are looking forward to hear the Waqf and Zakat institutions in Indonesia with his high expert in this field. Professor Bey.
Thank you very much. Is my voice clear?
Yes,
okay.
Professor.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon in Jakarta, or very good morning in Turkey. So, inshallah, in this very good opportunity, I would like to share our experience in managing Islamic social finance in Indonesia. And I will be focusing on two major sectors of this Islamic social finance, which are Zakat and Awqaf. And I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to share our humble experience. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, let me begin with the legal foundation of the operation of Zakat and Awqaf. Alhamdulillah, we have our own law, which is specifically dedicated for Zakat and Waqaf. On the Zakat side, we have Zakat Management Act number 23, year 2011, which was replacing the previous Zakat Management Act number 38, 1999. So as the follow-up of the act, the government has issued the government regulation number 14, 2014. And in Indonesia, we recognize two types of AMIL institutions. Number one is the National Board of Zakat, which is a government institution, or known as Basnas. And number two, we also acknowledge legal private Zakat institutions that were established by the Society's Initiative, or we call it as LAZ. And Basnas is the highest government Zakat agency. And the role of the Ministry of Religious Affairs in Indonesia is to supervise and provide guidance. On the Waqf sector, we have Waqf Act number 41, year 2004. And as the realization, the government then issued the government regulation. And in Indonesia, we recognize three types of Nazir institutions. The Indonesia Waqf Board as the highest government Waqf agency, and also we recognize the existence of institutional Nazir, which is in the form of a private entity, and also individual Nazir. So because there has been a long practice of Nazir, which are individual, in nature. So because sometimes, when Waqif or people when they donate the Waqaf asset, they may trust only one person. So one person is given a mandate as Nazir. And similarly, the Ministry of Religious Affairs also performs the supervisory and guidance function. So these are the roles that are played by both National Board of Zakat or Basnas and also the Indonesia Waqaf Board. So I will not go into the detail for this one. So what is the potential of Zakat and Waqaf in Indonesia? According to the latest study, that the total potential of Zakat in Indonesia reach around 327.6 trillion rupiah, or we convert with today's exchange rate of US dollar, it equals to 22 billion US dollar. Yeah, so it's a very huge number. And for the Waqaf, the potential is even bigger. Yeah, the valuation of land Waqaf, according to the estimate made by the Indonesia Waqaf Board, it equals to 2,000 trillion because rupiah. Yeah, because if we convert the size of the Waqaf land in Indonesia, it equals to maybe 4 to 5 times bigger than the Singapore land. Yeah, and also the potential of cash Waqaf reaches around 180 trillion, or around 15 to 16 billion US dollar. However, if we look at the actual collection of zakat as well as the actual collection of cash Waqaf, so we see the very huge gap between its potential and its actual collection. The total collected zakat in the year 2020, it was reaching around 12 trillion rupiah, yeah, or almost more than 800 million US dollar in a year. And the collection of cash Waqaf even is less than 0.5% of its total potential. So why the reason the gap exists? Yeah, this is just the figure. Yeah, why the reason exists? Yeah, it is because of the low literacy. Yeah. Alhamdulillah, in Indonesia, we have introduced our Zakat Literacy Index, and it is in the moderate or medium category, yeah, of the literacy. And also we have our Waqaf Literacy Index, yeah. And for Waqaf Literacy Index, it is at the low literacy level. So this is our task to reduce the gap between the potential and the actual collection of zakat and Waqaf. This is the number of collected zakat and the number of distributed zakat. And also this is the number of cash Waqaf data. Converted cash Waqaf means cash Waqaf that is converted to fixed assets. Yeah. So on the distribution side, on the utilization of zakat, we have two types of programs. Number one is the consumptive-based program, which is designed for meeting the short-term needs, short-term immediate needs of the mustahiq. Yeah, so it is aimed to provide access to basic needs fulfillment. While on the productive-based programs, we design long-term empowerment program, which attempt to optimize all the potentials of the mustahiq. We empower them so that in the future, in the long run, we can transform them from mustahiq to become muzaki. And of course, it is also related with the sustainability of the mustahiq in facing the conditions, so how they can sustain their life, and at the same time, at a point of time, that they can be transformed into muzaki. While on the Waqaf program, yeah, in Indonesia, we have two approach, yeah, in the contemporary Waqaf program in Indonesia. Number one, we use the pure social approach. This is something that is common to everybody. Everybody knows it. Yeah, mostly the Waqaf assets are in the form of mosque, graveyard or cemetery, yeah, and also madrasah. Yeah. Well, for the second one, we are now in the process of providing various productive and commercial approach program. Yeah. So in this commercial approach, we have three types of models, yeah, of programs of Waqaf. Number one is on the pure business model. Yeah. For example, there's a Nazir that has big restaurant, yeah, Waqaf based restaurant. Yeah, this is just an example of pure business model. Number two is the business and social hybrid model, which combine the business-oriented process with the social process within its entire business process. Yeah, for example, in the development of hospital, yeah, like in Indonesia Wakaf Board, we have iHospital. Yeah, in its process, of course, it is commercially managed, but for those who are classified as the poor and the needy, they are given free services of eye operation as well as eye treatment. And number three is on the financial business hybrid model, in which we try to collaborate, to combine between the cash wakaf with Islamic commercial financial institutions like cash wakaf link sukuk, yeah, that has been issued since 2020, and also wakaf and Islamic insurance. Yeah, so especially for the life insurance, when the participants claim for his or her life insurance, and then some part of it, mostly 30%, will be donated as cash wakaf. This is just an example of zakat programs that we are running throughout the country. We have a community development program, we have economic empowerment program. All of them are also related with the achievement of SDGs. So we connect between the objective of zakat with the SDGs. Similarly, we also provide the emergency services, yeah, across the country. And also, this is an example of wakaf programs. Yeah, as I said to you, that this was a part of the cash wakaf link sukuk program. Yeah, last year we issued this cash wakaf link sukuk, which is sovereign sukuk, issued by the Ministry of Finance, yeah, in collaboration with Central Bank of Indonesia and also the Indonesia Wakaf Board. And the fund earned from this issuance was used to build the glaucoma and retina center at the Ahmad Wadi Eye Hospital, owned by our Indonesia Wakaf Board. And until September 2020, the number of outpatients in total reached around 46,000, and eye surgery patient reached around 4,000. So we have conducted this free eye surgery patient. So another issue which is very important, that Alhamdulillah in Indonesia, since 2016, we have a measurement standard that is used to analyze the performance of zakat system in the country. So we have issued what we call as National Zakat Index, in which we analyze the macro and micro dimension of zakat management, and we try to formulate an index valued from 0 until 1. Yeah, the more closer to 1 is the better the performance of the system. Yeah, and otherwise. So in the macro dimension, we analyze how much is the condition of regulation supporting zakat operation. Number 2 is related with the government budget support, and number 3 is related with the database of official zakat institution, Muzaki and Mustahik. And even in this database, yeah, we also try to see not only the number, but also the ratio. For example, the ratio of individual Muzaki compared to the number of national household. Why we do this? Because we want to measure the impact of the da'wah of zakat, yeah, the movement of zakat campaign, whether it has reached or it has covered the certain proportion of the population. Yeah, so we want to know about it. So we try to find the ratio, because let's say if the ratio of the Muzaki is only 1% of the total population, it means that only 1% that become our Muzaki. So it means that we have to do something in order to increase this ratio. So we have this kind of data. And similarly, the ratio of the number of Muzaki business entities, because in Indonesia, we classify Muzaki into 2, yeah, individual Muzaki and also business entity as the Muzaki. But in nature, our law does not make zakat as mandatory. Still, it is voluntary. That's why we need to know about this data. And on the micro dimension, we observe the operational aspect of zakat institution. Yeah, started from collection, management, distribution, and reporting system. And number 2, we also analyze the impact of zakat, towards the welfare condition of the mustahi, and the impact on their education and health level, and also their independence. So we can measure that the possibility for the mustahi to survive in the long run. That's why we have this kind of index. And since 2017, we regularly publish the result of this national zakat index. Similarly, for the National Wakaf Index, we just start on March this year, 2021. Similarly, we try to make this National Wakaf Index as the measurement standard to evaluate the performance of our Wakaf system. And we have 6 dimensions in this regard, started from regulatory factor, and then institution, and then process factor, and then system factor, followed by outcome factor, and finally is the impact factor. So we want to see from the angle of the regulation, from the angle of the quality of institution, whether their management is in good quality or not. We want to see also the process, how to collect, how to manage, how to make report. We also want to see from the system, the status of Wakaf land, because in Indonesia, out of the number of Wakaf land, it's only 60% of the Wakaf land that has been legally certified. So we also want to see the Sharia compliance level and also public information management, because what we do, we have to report to public, we have to communicate it with public. On the outcome factor, we also want to see the productive Wakaf ratio, how much from $100 you have, how much that is allocated for productive, for business purposes, for commercial purposes, that can increase the number of the collected cash Wakaf. And the recipient's outreach. We also want to see this data, because these data that I mentioned are not available at the moment. That's why we developed this in order to find out this data. Similarly with the impact, we want to know the welfare index, by using this SAIBES welfare index, on the material and spiritual conditions of the Mawquf Alih or the beneficiaries. We also want to see the impact on the education and health level, on the independency, and also on the infrastructure. Because when we are asked, we can only say, okay, we have this project, that project, we cover this one. But when we ask in detail, how much is the reduction of poverty level of the beneficiaries, we don't have that kind of data. That's why we come up with this National Wakaf Index. The last important issue that I would like to highlight is on the quality of human resource. Alhamdulillah, our Minister of Labor and Transmigration has issued national standard of work competency for Amil and Nazir, and Basnas since 2019 has established certification agency of Amil profession, which has been licensed by our National Profession Certification Agency. But for BWI, we are still in the process. We have established the certification agency, and now we are still in the process to get licensed. Hopefully, within 1 or 2 months, we get this license, and this will be our media to increase the quality of Nazir. And then finally, the importance of digitalization should not be ignored. And in this regard, both Zakat and Wakaf authorities, Basnas and BWI, have attempted to improve the quality of this digitalization, because it is needed. It is in the best interest at the moment for us to have this digitalization effort, because digitalization will ease all of the processes of Zakat and Wakaf development. So I think by that I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much, Professor. Indonesia is very important case for Islamic finance, and also particularly Islamic social finance. And also you gave us very important information about Waqf and Zakat structures for Indonesia. And I noted that especially National Waqf Index and also National Zakat Index initiatives are very important to understand how effective these institutions. Thank you, Professor. Before going to the third panelist, I just want to remind the participants, you can drop your question with the chat box, and after the presentation, we will ask them to panelist, inshallah. So next panelist is Sarah Tobin, and we will listen from her the Islamic social finance solutions to support especially refugees, immigrants, and with her valuable experiences.
Thank you so much for the very generous invitation. Let's see, can you all see?
Yes.
The presentation now? Okay.
Yeah, it's full screen now, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you are seeing, I hope, the full screen and not the...
Not now.
There, is that better?
Yes, it's
yes,
better.
Okay. I'm using multiple screens, and so it can be a bit confusing. But assalamu alaikum, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Sarah Tobin, and I'm a research professor at the Christian Michelsen Institute in Bergen, Norway. And I just want to thank the other panelists for their really amazing presentations. I think now we're starting to encounter each other at many of these gatherings, and wow, the knowledge that is accumulated and shared is really, really beautiful and really inspiring. So thank you all for allowing me to join your very honorable group today. I'm going to share with you all a project that we've just started in Norway this year. And it's funded by the Research Council of Norway. It's a 12 million kroner, which is, I don't know, about, I think, several $1 million, 1.2 million US or so, and for 4 years. And essentially, we're going to investigate the question of how Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs can navigate Norway's financial environment in what we're calling the invisible ceiling. And so we really open with this kind of predicament or this kind of situation. We presented as this kind of generic case, the case of Muhammad. And so Muhammad is a immigrant, a refugee from Syria who arrived to Oslo in 2013. And like many immigrants throughout Europe and the West, they find themselves having a lot of difficulty learning the language and integrating. And so they often get pushed into entrepreneurial activity. And so Muhammad, the Syrian, he opens up a micro business, just a small shop in Norway. And he would like to grow the business. He'd like to, hire his sister to work in a cafe to open up some small food service and to expand the business. However, there is no Islamic or Sharia compliant financing available for him. And so he's run into what we're calling the invisible ceiling, which is that there's now this kind of invisible limitation for Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs in Norway. And we hypothesize throughout much of the Scandic countries, probably into Europe as well, to grow their business. And with the inability to grow that business, then they're also unable to contribute to growing their living conditions, their working life. They can't contribute to the greater business community and the institutions. And so he's experiencing inequalities in his integration into Norway, and challenges into integrating into society sort of more generally, and has this real obstacle to fully realizing his active citizenship. And so this kind of Norwegian concept of integration through job, integration through one's job or through one's work becomes impossible. So this is the kind of predicament that we are looking to investigate in this project. Our project team, we just started this year, so we're just commencing fieldwork, and I'll talk about that in just a few minutes. But the project team is myself, so I'm an anthropologist by training, and my book, Everyday Piety, Islam and Economy in Jordan, that I published a few years ago, looks at the case of Islamic finance in Jordan, and essentially looking at the kind of relationship between culture, economy, and religious life. And so my experience more historically for my PhD is on the question of Islamic finance from a cultural perspective. After the Syrian crisis began, I started doing research with Syrian refugees. And so in the Middle East in particular. And so this is the first kind of opportunity to bring together my previous work on Islamic finance with the work on migration and transnationalism that I've also been more recently involved in. So I'm super excited about this project from an intellectual and kind of life academic perspective. There's a postdoc on the project, Mari Norbach. She's a Norwegian scholar. She works otherwise on migrant workers in Qatar. Torkel Brekke, who has done work on Islamic mortgages in Scandinavia. Anna Bang, who is a historian and Islamic scholar, especially of East Africa. Mehmet Asute, whom many of you know, I think actually all of you know. He's also a member of the core team. And then we have two partners in Norway that we're also working with. One is Diversify and its founder Chisholm Udeze, who is a Nigerian immigrant to Norway. And the Islamic Cultural Center of Norway and its current leader, Arslan Fakhruddin. So this is the research team that we put together for the project. We have the core team, and then we have an advisory board, and I think I saw Dr. Hassan is on this session as well. We have a wide range of members of the advisory board who are all active and really engaged and super keen, I think, on this research as well. We have a PhD student at NHH, which is the largest business school in the side of Norway, and then a master's student at the University of Bergen. So the core research questions that we're asking are, what are these dynamics that keep Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs in Norway from growing their small and micro-sized businesses into larger enterprises? And therefore, it keeps them from becoming enhanced sources of socioeconomic equality and integration in society. And then how can these dynamics be overcome? So this is the sort of core research question, and we have sort of 5 sub-questions which serve as the basis for this interdisciplinary collaborative project through the work package kind of style that the Europeans prefer. So the primary objective of the project is to understand the dynamics of this invisible ceiling. So far, I'll just kind of take a pause and tell you, so far, there's a rumor that we're starting to hear from non-Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs that Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs have it easier because they have access to the jamiyahs and to like rotating savings and credit, informal microfinance. And so this is sort of a first glimpse into the idea that there might be some of these things happening super informally, totally off of the grid, not registered in any kind of public way, but still playing a very key role for possibilities for access to financing for some of these entrepreneurs. So we have 3 research aims, and that's to understand the entrepreneurial actions and constraints experienced by Muslim immigrants in Norway as part of their integration efforts. So what are the entrepreneurs themselves experiencing and doing in this process? Excuse me. Number 2, the knowledge systems and Islamic authorities at play at key decision-making moments. So, you know, one aspect of this study is thinking about this wide variety of Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs that come from a wide variety of religious backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, gender, all of the differences in experiences and knowledge that they bring with them. And so we expect to find some ethnic, perhaps, or social differences on Islamic finance, according to perhaps madhab, according to time of movement into Norway and time of integration. So for example, you know, prior to the 1970s, Islamic finance in much of the Islamic world was more of an idea than a kind of practiced reality. And so I think a lot of the newer, I hypothesize that a lot of the newer immigrants into into Norway will have a stronger socialization into Islamic finance norms and more of a desire to access them. Whereas perhaps, for example, Pakistanis, who are one of the longer established immigrant Muslim groups in Norway, perhaps have less of an interest in pursuing Islamic finance. So we are looking also at the ways that local mosques in Norway operate to help facilitate perhaps microfinance or to facilitate Islamic knowledge about the topic of financing. So the knowledge systems and Islamic authorities that are at play in Norway. And then number three, the particular financial challenges that these entrepreneurs have faced in Norway, and then the kinds of workarounds. So perhaps this idea of informal microfinance amongst the entrepreneurs could be something that plays out, right? We don't know yet. I suspect there's probably some supply chain kind of modifications that have been made to lower costs or to make accessible sort of a higher profit margin without having to necessarily tap into other forms of financing. There is interest on the part of some of members of the advisory board to explore the prospect of an investment fund, a social investment fund, as a kind of experiment to see how it might work in this context, and then expand it and grow it into other contexts in the West as well. We are learning more as we go about the kinds of potential for Islamic windows that exist. The largest bank in Norway, DNB, I recently learned, has had preliminary conversations about offering an Islamic window to some types of financing. But it's still a little bit early, and it's quite kind of low-key and under the radar, and so nothing official yet has come out. I think we're also really proposing some interesting methodology, which I'll talk about in the next slide, with regard to identifying the research population. So anyway, the second objective is for all of the project partners to engage in impact in knowledge exchange with Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs, in trainings, and then in meetings with the Islamic leadership and organizations that are contributing to this. We're also working closely, especially with Professor Mehmet, to develop some innovative curricular development for distribution at business schools and other sources of academic knowledge and dissemination. So the empirical focus will range from immigrant entrepreneurs that have come from a wide variety of places, including, not exhaustively, Somalia, Pakistan, Bosnia, Iraq, and Syria. So those are the largest immigrant entrepreneur groups, but they are not the only ones. In the 5 cities of Oslo, Bergen, Trondheim, Stavanger, and Tromsø. And we are looking in particular at the role of the mosques and the support service providers from the state and nonprofits. In terms of methodology, we're working on a desk study. This is something that's ongoing that we have started. We're looking at Islamic knowledge sources, so texts, authorities, surveys, and interviews, ethnography of new Muslim immigrant support services, and new curriculum, as I mentioned. So for example, our partner Diversify, they have funding from the Norwegian government and other sources to run entrepreneurial trainings. And so they have done one in August in Bergen. They are doing one at this exact moment in Trondheim. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go, but they are doing one in November in the city of Tromsø. And so I'm planning to essentially be a participant observer in this entrepreneurial training and learn about the kinds of ways that entrepreneurialism is understood and practiced, because it can differ, of course. It's not so easy, especially for new immigrants, to think about themselves as entrepreneurs if they don't have a background, for example, in entrepreneurialism. And then I'm also planning to, during this visit to Tromsø for this, this training and support service, reaching out to the local mosques and beginning to conduct some interviews with the Islamic authorities in Tromsø. So this is kind of the general fieldwork plan at the moment. We are working as well with the business school, because they have identified using some kind of, I mean, they say it's AI, but it's a kind of robust search tool to identify all of the businesses in Norway that are run by Muslims. And some of them are easier to identify than others. So for example, into this, this robust search format, we can enter the 99 names of Allah. We can enter very common Arabic terms, al-Nur, or I mean, I don't, additional things. Hussein, we can put in names, we can put in Aisha, we can put in, you know, all these kind of common Arabic terms that might signal an Islamic or a Muslim kind of orientation. And run a search, because all of the businesses in Norway are formally registered in one registry, and get a return on all of the businesses. Now, there are some, recently, Mari, the postdoc, she was buying a car, and went to a kind of local used car sales place, and the name of it was this very old kind of Norwegian name. And she shows up expecting this old Norwegian man to sell her a car, and it's this young Arab guy. And she asked him about the name, and he said he purposefully chose a business name that was Norwegian so that it would not draw attention to the idea that he is a Muslim entrepreneur, that he thought he could have better business success by kind of you know, going under the radar a bit in terms of the name of the business. So we're learning a lot as this process is unfolding already. And we haven't even yet formally begun our fieldwork. In terms of outputs, we expect to participate in academic conferences such as these. Really a wonderful opportunity again, so thank you. Peer-reviewed articles, special issue of a journal. We'll end up with the doctoral and master's students producing their articles or theses. We're also working on a digital humanities tool, which would look at the sources of Islamic knowledge. Well, I mean, we're kind of envisioning like a digital kind of Quran where you could click on, you know, a verse or a section of the Quran that has a kind of knowledge about economy and moral economy that can come out of it. And it can give us like the tafsir that people reference and the ways that the Islamic leaders in Norway think about the impact of these texts on entrepreneurial activity. So this is a project for the master's student that they'll be working on. We're developing the university curriculum and then doing a few webinars or seminars, and then industry sensitization meetings in which we envision sort of taking the knowledge from this project back to Norwegian authorities or policymakers as a way to help them support the efforts of new immigrants and refugees and Muslim entrepreneurs more generally. As for the impact as well on a broader scale, we really are thinking about the ways we can contribute to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the SDGs. And in particular, the one on financial inclusion really fits this project well. Financial inclusion is positively associated with things like poverty alleviation, entrepreneurship, development, labor market inclusion, and community development. And all of these things, I mean, despite the fact that Norway is, you know, one of the richest countries in the world, there are really significant challenges for new immigrants, for refugees, and especially for those that are Muslim. And so we aim to continue to pursue, you know, the UN SDGs within this context, and hopefully do so in a way that, you know, we can use with other European countries and share knowledge and information into the future. So thank you very much, and I look forward to questions or discussing more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tobin. It was very important initiatives, as in Turkey, in Sakarya, our city, we are also conducting an Islamic microfinance program, and also we are extending some Kardul Hasan-based financing to the Syrian refugees. And we have seen that there are lots of ceilings and limitations for them in terms of their situation and also legal atmosphere. It is very difficult to give credit, Kardul Hasan, and other financial services to them. That's why your topic and your project is very important to include them with Islamic social financing instruments. Thank you very much. And also in last presentation, Professor Habib Ahmed, inshallah, he will present us a very novel topic on, it will be a conceptual, it will relate to risk society and risk structures and Islamic social finance. Professor Habib, stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm trying to locate my presentation here.
Yes, we are seeing now.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and Assalamu alaikum, and a good day to everyone. And again, I thank the organizers for inviting me to share some thoughts on a topic I'm working on. As you can see from the title, it is a bit different topic, but something I've been thinking of. So when I was asked to present something, so I thought maybe just share these ideas with you. The presentation I'm going to, as you can see from the title, is a bit different than what others have presented. It is a conceptual paper I'm working on. Hopefully something I can get some feedback to develop the paper further. In terms of the presentation outline, I will be talking about risk society to start with, and understand risks and social risks, because risk societies are defined by risks, and then bring out the issue of risks as a distributional issue, which is, I think, a relatively new concept which is being discussed, given that we live in risk societies. And then in the second part, I will be looking at the Islamic perspectives on risk mitigation and the role of Islamic social finance, which is the theme of this conference or this session. Now, starting with the risk society, actually, I think it was Ulrich Beck in 1992 when he wrote his book, Risk Society. Before that, I think most of us thought of economy and development in terms of increasing economic growth, and then how to have an equitable distribution of income. So our concept of economies was very much related to the output and its distribution. Now, Ulrich Beck, sociologist actually, he wrote this book, and he in some ways introduced some very interesting perspectives which relate to contemporary world we live in. And I must say that it's not only Ulrich Beck, others, I think Anthony Giddens also had similar ideas. And the idea they were saying was basically is that in the past, humanity used to face just natural risks and try to deal with them. But in these modern societies, most of the risks are manufactured by humans. So we create a lot of risks, and these manufactured risks are becoming much more frequent and actually larger than the natural risks. So in this new risk societies, we can define economies and societies in terms of how we create these risks and manage these risks. So the perspective is that because we'll be living in a society which will actually be creating a lot of risks, the societies will, in some ways, the maturity of societies will depend on how the risks are manufactured and managed. So the key question is, how do we deal with this risk in a risk society? And I think it requires a different mindset compared to what we just looked at in terms of just looking at output growth and its distribution. So we need to discuss how economic units, institutions, societies, they create, manage, and distribute risks among themselves. Now, to understand this, we need to understand the nature of risks. Just briefly, we can understand risks by its three dimensions. One is the risk event or the hazard itself. And as I mentioned, these can be manufactured or natural, or to put it differently, they can be endogenous, which are created within systems, and exogenous, which are risks which people are affected from the outside. And then after the risk event, we talk about exposure. Not all risk events affects everyone. So the exposure measures the extent to which a person or firm or society is affected by the risk event. And of course, exposure itself is not the key issue in risks. It is the vulnerability or the extent to which a person from a society suffers losses due to a risk event, which is important. And this is important because different people, societies, they have different levels of vulnerability. So they can manage the risks even if they are exposed to risks, depending on certain circumstances, which we'll discuss, they can manage the risks much better. So there is a difference in risks and the harms of risks. So while everybody may be exposed to risks, but the harm caused may be different. And this actually depends on what we call the vulnerability, or the opposite of vulnerability is the resilience of individuals and societies. And vulnerability or resilience actually depends on resources that a person, firm, or society has to offset the impact of the risk event. See, the more resources you have, the better you are capable to in some ways deal with the risks. So for a given risk, the poorer sections of the population, because they have lower or smaller amount of resources, they will be harmed more relative to the well-off, since they have fewer resources to mitigate the impact of risk. And this is where the distributional issues arise, that risk is something which happens. And I think we'll discuss this in the next slide. So they are, in this perspective, we can think in terms of two broad categories of social risks affecting the societies. The first is the exogenous natural risks. They affect, depending on the risk, they can be at the community level, as for example, a local flood or something, or it can be at the macro level, where the whole country or even the globe, for example, what we see in terms of COVID, is affected. Now, the issue is that a lot of these so-called natural risks are now actually changing its nature, and they are not purely natural anymore, because the humans are also in some ways affecting how natural risks are occurring. For example, climate change and the pandemic I talked about. So this is one, that the social risk includes the exogenous natural risks, which basically are risks which are affected by a community, or it affects the community or the whole society as a whole. And then we have the second type of social risks, which are basically coming from the endogenous manufactured risks, and they come in form of externalities. Now, an entity, a firm, or a financial institution may be doing some activity, but it introduces risks which are external, which actually affects the other parties too. So the good example of externalities from endogenous manufactured risks is, of course, the global financial crisis of 2008, where financial institutions, they basically went into very risky, in some ways, products and activities, which created the crisis and affected the economy. So in some ways, it has externalities which affected a large section of the population. And in some ways, this becomes an exogenous risk, but its sources is that it is created by humans. So the social risks, as we have defined above in terms of exogenous and manufactured risk, they raise questions from a societal welfare point of view. And I think this is where we can talk about distributional justice. Now, traditionally, when we talk about distributional justice, we usually discuss it in terms of income and wealth. But given that we live in a risk society, we actually can even look at distributional justice from a risk perspective. And in some ways, it is related to income and wealth because risk basically translates into economic and financial losses, which basically is about income and wealth. So, but the key thing here is that when we are talking about distributional justice in a risk society, we really have to think about how to mitigate the risks. So the distributional issues in different types of risks, again, this is in some ways repetition of what I just mentioned. The manufactured risk creating negative externalities. The question from a justice point of view, is it fair for people not creating the risk to bear the risks? And this is important because, as you know, in the financial crisis, there was a private creation of risk, and or to put it differently, there was privatization of profit and socialization of risks. So the banks were taking excessive risks, and if they got lucky, they were making or pocketing the profits. But when they got into trouble, the public, the government came in and bailed them out. So whether this is a fair or in terms of justice, the people who create risk, they are not bearing the risk, but other people are in some ways bearing the impact of the risk. When it comes to the external exogenous natural risk, not all people are affected by the risk equally. As I mentioned, it depends on the resources people have. So you may have a risk which is affecting a society, but not everyone in the society will be affected equally. So here the distributional issue is basically, does the society have a responsibility to support the vulnerable who are affected due to no fault of their own, because it's an external event affecting their lives, and they do not have enough resources to deal with it. So coming to the second part of the presentation, given the background, if you look at the Islamic perspectives on risk mitigation, when we talk about Maqasid al-Sharia, it's interesting to note that it uses the word, the traditional Maqasid al-Sharia uses the word protection of the 5 elements: religion, life, intellect, progeny, and wealth. If you're talking in terms of the economics, of course, wealth is the important part, but also life and progeny also are relevant. So the protection itself is in some ways a term which we can use for mitigation. Now, when it comes to the endogenous and manufactured risk creation, we know that from an Islamic point of view, entrepreneurial risks is something which all entrepreneurs should take. Actually, the profit is rationalized because you're taking the risk. And this comes from the 2 maxims we know, linking the risk to returns or returns to risks. So the maxims of al-ghunm bi-al-ghunm and al-kharaj bid-daman, basically that the entitlement to profit is linked to undertaking the risks. And then we have the other concept of incorporeal or unbundled risks. From a Sharia point of view, these are not permitted. So risk independent of real transactions cannot be created or traded. And of course, for example, gambling is an example where you are creating risks which are not directly related to any economic activity. So since unbundled risk cannot be sold, when we talk about risk mitigation from Islamic perspective, because in the traditional insurance, you're basically buying and selling protection against risk, you cannot do it. So the right way to deal with the risks is to look at it in a cooperative or takaful structure. Now, the other aspect, I think, which relates to risk society in terms of risk mitigation is that there are several maxims. Actually, I think when it comes to harm, there are quite a lot of maxims which deal with it. So I've picked up here a few. So we know that the overall guiding principle of Sharia is this first maxim, which says that the overall goal of Sharia is to maximize maslahah benefits and minimize mafsada. So this is the overall guiding principle for Sharia itself. And then you have some specific maxims related to harm. Harm should be avoided as much as possible. The other one says harm should be eliminated. And there is another one which is saying facing private harm is tolerated than facing public harm, and avoiding detriment harm takes precedence over bringing about a benefit. So the key point here is that if you're talking about risk as a potential harm, then these maxims probably will apply to the protection against risks. Okay, so now if we look at the three broad ways in which we can mitigate social risks from an Islamic perspective, of course, the first is the reducing overall manufactured risks. Now, when it comes to entrepreneurial risk, of course, it is in some ways, implied that you only take risks which are related to the real economy. And then there is restrictions on creating unbundled risks and linking returns to risks in financial transactions. But I think one of the lacking things in this perspective is that risks and their impact in other real activities are not discussed adequately. So I'm talking about risks in terms of the externalities. I don't think there are clear indications in terms of whether if you're creating risk which affects others, how to deal with them. There are some issues, general principles that you shouldn't pollute the environment and these kind of things, but I don't think these have been dealt with very concretely from a Sharia point of view. When it comes to the second point is that you can build resilience against exogenous risks. So this is again coming from the both Maqasid al-Sharia and also the harm maxims, so the maxims of harm, which I just showed you in the previous slides. So the building resilience can be in some ways interpreted as an important goal if you just look at it from a Maqasid perspective. And the third one is the fair distribution of risks. Here again, when it comes to the entrepreneurial risk and the maxims of that return that link returns to the risk, we know that people who take the or who benefit from an activity should be bearing the risk. So there is a link between people who are manufacturing the risks or creating the risks and the profit they get, and as such they should be responsible for the risks. And if they are, according to this principle, if there are externalities created with manufactured risks, the creator of risks should be responsible to compensate the harms and losses. When it comes to exogenous risk, risk cannot be attributed directly to humans, so this is something external. While everyone is exposed to natural risks, the vulnerabilities or the potential losses are different. So it is a societal responsibility in terms to how to fairly distribute the impact of exogenous risks. And I think this is where we can talk about the role of social finance. I don't know what happened here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just very quickly go over this building financial resilience, which is the second part actually in here. Again, the determinants of building social financial resilience is that a person should have enough economic resources, financial resources, social capital, and also financial knowledge and behavior. I think this is also something which in some ways, all of these are related to outside resources. This relates to the human resource itself. A person who is more financially literate will be able to deal with risks better. Now, how do we deal with these specific issues from an Islamic point of view? So when we're talking about Islamic finance instruments like zakah, waqf, sadaqah, qard hasan, microfinance, which have been discussed by earlier speakers, from a risk society perspective, we can think in terms of using this to increase the financial resilience. And we can look at the factors. For example, when it comes to economic resources, the issue is lack of resources of the poor and the vulnerable. So for example, we can use zakah to expand the economic resources and also decrease the debt levels that creates fragilities. So what we're doing here is basically trying to understand how we can use the Islamic social finance instruments to build resilience, again, in a perspective of risk society. Now, if the economic resources are not adequate, then we can, individuals have options to get financial resources. But the problem, of course, we know that when it comes to the poorer sections of the population, there's financial inclusion. So Islamic social finance has a role to play in terms of providing qard hasan or providing financing at a concessionary rate, financing based on risk-sharing basis, because you don't want to create debt, which increases the fragility, and also using zakah and waqf to pay off the kafil contributions so that they are protected against risks. Then if the financial resources are not adequate, of course, then the social capital, which is basically a part of it, comes from the community in terms of civil societies. So the lack of government support during distress in many developing countries in some ways makes this Islamic social finance institutions much more important, because to fill the gap, especially when the poor are exposed to large risks. So you can provide support in times of need by using all the instruments of Islamic social finance. And finally, the financial knowledge and behaviors. This is something which we sometimes ignore. And again, I think Dr. Irfan also mentioned that one of the key factors, even on the side of people who are supposed to donate and provide zakah and waqf and sadaqah, the lack of knowledge. So it is, I think, important to increase the financial literacy, Islamic financial literacy. And one of the roles which Islamic social finance institutions can play is to actually increase this. And in terms of the risk distribution, so this is the third element of, in some ways, dealing with risks in a risk society. So here, actually, when we're talking about risks, when it comes to micro risk, of course, it is the individuals, the firms, they should be responsible for it. But when we're talking about social risks, which are community-wide and society level risks, there is a need to come up with macro level risk pooling and sharing institutions. Now, the principles which we can use here is basically think of social takaful framework. And this is something which is lacking. And I think Dr. Aisha Muniza also mentioned this, that this social takaful is something which we don't see. But I think in a risk society perspective, this is something which needs to be built. So basically, it will be building capital or pool during good times for protection of losses during risk events. And of course, this will have a redistributive feature which means that the people who have more capabilities or more resources, they should contribute to this takaful pool to mitigate the risks of the vulnerable. So that's where the redistributive part comes in. People with better resources and means they support the ones who are poor. Now, of course, this can be done at different levels. When we're talking about Islamic social finance, it would be voluntary community-based takaful structures. And of course, this, like other social instruments, are based on compassion. For example, it can take a form of waqf-based takaful, but this has to be continuously growing because if you're just looking at the returns of waqf, that may not be enough. So there have to be some newer ways, in some ways, to think about how to come up with a framework for a social takaful institution. And the other example, which is actually interesting, is from Turkey. As you know, in Turkey, they have a mandatory public level takaful, which relates to, I think, mainly earthquakes, but covers other natural risks. This is the Turkish catastrophe insurance pool, which is a compulsory earthquake insurance. I think every homeowner has to pay this first, and this protects individuals when you have these natural catastrophes like earthquakes. Well, that was my presentation. I tried to hurry up because of the time, so I'll be happy to get feedback and any questions.
Thank you, Professor. It is very important to link the risk management, risk distribution with Islamic social finance instrument. And thank you very much. You comprehensively and systematically link them to each part of the risk distribution. So we have one question and two questions. I think they are to Professor Habib Ahmed. I'm reading it from Mehmet Artık. Given the heterogeneous nature of risk, meaning that labor is taking risk of losing their life in the production process, and the entrepreneurs are taking risk of financial loss, society are taking risk negative externally. So given the nature of heterogeneity of risk, how should be rewarding organized? And which risk should be mitigated first from Islamic distributive justice point of view? Protection of life, protection of wealth.
Okay, I think the first question is pretty extensive. I mean, the key thing here is when you're talking about risk, we are compensating for the losses. So I mean, and that's how I think in one of the differences in Islamic in concept of the kaful and conventional approaches to risk is that in conventional you can take bets. You don't engage the losses, but you can take a bet and basically get a reward. So that is prohibited. So the key thing here would be to look at if you the ultimately all type of risk results in what we call economic or financial losses. So if you look at from that perspective, and the key thing would be to identify the vulnerable and who cannot protect themselves against these losses. And if you have that kind of general framework, then I think it becomes very difficult. And then you don't have to look in terms of whether the labor and the entrepreneurs and the key thing would be that risk in terms of is translated into financial losses, and then you compensate for that financial losses if you have this social takaful structure. Now, in terms of Islamic distributed justice, of course, life comes before wealth, definitely. I think that is obvious. And I think especially when it comes to COVID, we had this trade-off between protecting lives versus livelihoods. I think there was OIC Fiqh Academy ruling that lives were definitely more important to the extent that they said you don't have to go to mosques for group prayers and things like that.
Thank you very much, Professor. The participants' questions are very welcome. If we don't have any, I would like to ask some questions to the distinguished panelists. Firstly, I start with Professor Muniza. As you mentioned in your presentation, the need for the internationalization of Islamic social finance. And when you are saying this concept, sometimes we have some criticism and saying that the social finance or zakat and other things, they should be distributed to the local society before going to the abroad. Do you agree with this criticism? And when you put this criticism with your proposal we need to internationalize Islamic social finance?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very good question, in fact. I think what you have said is correct. We have to definitely follow the Sharia parameters that is put in each and every type of Islamic social finance instrument or institution or a tool before we internationalize them. So internationalization basically does not mean that we are going to breach the rules, but we can come up with an internationalization framework within the Sharia parameters set just in the case of IFRC, how they have transported the zakat money from state of Perlis to one of the county in Kenya. So there are Sharia parameters that should be followed, obviously, but within those Sharia parameters, if we could work with a framework to internationalize Islamic social finance under one roof, that would produce more result. And again, it is arguable because practically we haven't done it yet. But with the lessons we have learned from Islamic commercial finance institutionalization, we understand that same criticisms or similar criticisms were there when we tried to institutionalize Islamic commercial financial institutions. People said that within a regulatory framework parallel to the conventional financing, it would be kind of impossible for Islamic commercial financial institutions to operate. But look, today we have come to a point where we don't even talk about those issues anymore. So deliberation, collective effort, collaboration would definitely provide some results for this. Like there are international organizations today who have set up even Zakat funds. But previously it was also a matter that we were reluctant to even discuss. But the results it has produced has given us confidence that those are innovative things that we could do, because if you were to work individually in ad hoc manner, the result we can produce is not something or far from what we want to achieve actually. So that's what I believe.
Thank you very much, Professor. And also, I'm again checking the chat box. So I have another question. These questions are not only directed to the each panelist. Every panelist are most welcome to contribute. But from the Professor Irfan's presentation, I noticed he talk about the financial literacy, but particularly Waqf literacy and Zakat literacy. I am taking some points from Zakat literacy, but I wonder that could you please elaborate on what do you mean by Waqf literacy in the concept of Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the Waqf literacy, actually, there are two major aspects, or you can say major variables that we are going to that we are observing. Yeah, number one is related with the basic Waqf understanding. So this is mostly related with the basic concept of Waqf. Yeah, like the term Waqf itself, the classification of Waqf, yeah, etc. And that is the first part. The second part, or the second major variable, is related with the advanced Waqf understanding. Yeah. For example, we want to know, yeah, the knowledge of the people about the innovative Waqf product. Yeah. For example, cash Waqf link sukuk, whether they understand this kind of innovation, yeah, or whether they understand that cash Waqf can be combined with other Islamic commercial financial instruments, yeah, like sukuk or like Islamic life insurance, etc. So we want to dig this information from the people, and we come up with the result that their understanding level is still in the low category, which means that they are still illiterate. Yeah, the literacy is very low. Why we need this kind of literacy index? Why we construct this kind of index? Because we want to measure, you know, in more precise manner. Yeah, and also given this result. You know, the output of this calculation of Waqf literacy index will be the input, yeah, the input for policy, yeah. So for further policy in within our country, what should we do next? Yeah, what should we do in response to this literacy level? So that's why we use this kind of index to analyze and to evaluate our education and campaign programs on Waqf. Yeah, because when we got the low result, it means that our education and campaign on Zakat still needs, enhancement so that the literacy level can be increased. So that's my answer. And I just want to add to Prof. Muniza statement regarding the internationalization. Actually, in most cases, yeah, of course, for zakat, yeah, in many authorities, yeah, globally, they are still limiting, yeah, the the zakat transfer, yeah, across the countries, but to some certain fundamental issues, yeah, like Palestinian issues or Rohingya issues, then I think all of the zakat institutions, they agree that this kind of fund can also be used, yeah, to help the affected society or our affected Muslim brothers and sisters. Yeah, so this is just to add this one. And what we are also doing now is how to improve, yeah, the quality of global zakat movement, because the level of zakat and awqaf management throughout the globe is, still needs improvement. Yeah, according to even in terms of the presence of zakat law. Yeah, according to our study, out of 57 OIC member countries, only 17 countries having a zakat law. And out of the 17 countries, only 6 countries that already make zakat as obligatory, obligation, yeah, as obligatory instrument from the state perspective. So there is a long way to go, yeah, to improve the quality of zakat. But what I see, yeah, I think the trend is improving, and this good trend should be maintained, and hopefully through various innovation and collaboration, we can increase the quality of zakat management. Yeah, I just want to add on that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your answer and also valuable contribution. And we always mention, when we call Islamic social finance, we are always refer to zakat, waqf, and also microfinance, and sometimes Qarzul Hasan as an instrument. But I wonder, Professor Muniza already pointed some institutions, some Islamic banks from Malaysia, and we see that there are some other Islamic banks very limitedly. For example, Bangladesh Islamic Bank, they are providing Islamic microfinance to the low-income people. So I want to, where is the Islamic bank's position in Islamic social finance, or where should it be? I want to ask these questions to the Professor Habib Ahmed, and also particularly, should we see Islamic banks in your elaboration about the risk management, risk mitigation with Islamic social finance? Should we see Islamic banking in some part of this risk distribution and risk mitigation aspects, or we should keep them in the commercial part?
Before I answer your question, just one thing about the literacy of waqf. I think one of the key things which we can add is there is a misconception that waqf is just for religious purposes, building mosques and mainly building mosques. And I think what has happened in Muslim society is the social waqf concept has in some ways died out. So whenever a person wants to create a waqf, they think of mosques. So I think we need to, in financial literacy of waqf, we really need to bring up the social waqf creation, which has been there throughout the history of Muslim countries. As for your question, I think the key thing about Islamic banks, whether they should go into microfinance or not, I think this is a decision which actually has to be made by the board of directors. If they decide to have a social function or social angle to their business, this is the best way they can do it. And depending on, again, the will of the board, they can actually introduce microfinancing. And I mean, we have seen in cases, for example, you mentioned Islamic Bank Bangladesh Limited, they're doing extensive microfinancing activities, and they're doing it actually in a very profitable way. So it makes business sense. So what you're doing is you're targeting a different client base. You're already financing people. You are targeting another market, which is not being served. And if done properly to mitigate all the risks which arise in microfinancing, actually it can be a very good business model. And you can do it more efficiently because you are using the infrastructure. There's no extra cost for fixed costs, and you using the existing infrastructure provide services. In some ways, you can do it better than microfinance institutions when it comes to efficiency. Now, as for the second part, I think it's when you talk about risk-related things, it's not really the banks which is dealing with risk. I think it's the takaful industry. Sometimes when we think of Islamic finance, we just think of banks because they are dominant part of the industry. But I think in a risk society, the takaful sector will play definitely a more important role. And in that sense, we can think of micro takaful products, which should provide risks. But again, there's another concept of blended financing, where you can have social finance and commercial, financial sector. In this case, takaful companies, along with social finance. I think you can have blended financing, which can, protect you against a lot of risks, which we just discussed.
Thank you very much, Professor. And last question I have to Dr. Sarah Tobin. I'm sorry if I couldn't catch the point, if you are already mentioned. Are you going to provide financing to the immigrants in Norway in terms of your project, or you are just educate them and increase their financial literacy or introduce some curriculum to the universities? Are you going to provide financing to those people?
No, no. It's a research project with aims of trying to understand the landscape, but also to hopefully provide solutions in the form of information, right? So as I mentioned, some members of the advisory board have begun to discuss the possibility of doing an Islamic an investment fund, a social investment fund, but that's not the primary aim. The primary aim is to really understand the kind of landscape for Muslim immigrant entrepreneurs, and then also think creatively about the relationship and the intersection between Islamic authority in Norway and economic policy, and see if there's some way that we can help facilitate conversations and begin to do more than just financing, smaller projects, but try to look at possibilities for system-wide reform.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, a follow-up question to Sarah?
Of course, Professor.
Now, it seems that you're looking at just the entrepreneurs, which is a demand-side issue. So once you identify the constraints, the ceiling, the question is, how would you suggest resolving this if the financial institution banks in Norway are not willing to provide these services? So
it's an excellent question. I have a feeling that I will be better poised to answer this in about a year from now after we start. We haven't started the field work yet. And I think, the Norwegian regulatory system, financial regulatory system is rather robust, and as the Scandics are. And there has been some work done on like mortgages, on Islamic mortgages in Scandinavian countries. And so I think we would look for other models for religious minorities in the Scandinavian countries that have been established to help achieve these goals. Because certainly there are other models either within the Scandinavian countries with other religious minorities or outside of the Scandinavian countries, like with the UK, where there have been more supply side innovative means happening that could help serve as a model. But we don't have a definite plan on that side yet. But I do think as an aim for the project in a few years, we'll get there. It's a good objective, and there's always ways we can learn from others' experiences there.
Okay, thank you very much. Before closing the panel, there is one question from the chat box from Salim Refas. I think he's asking these questions to all panelists who would like to answer. There is a huge potential for Islamic finance flows, including remittances from Western diaspora to Islamic social finance institutions that remains untapped. What can be done? All panelists are welcome to answer. If you...
I can, if nobody is the answer, I can try to answer that. Yeah, actually, I think nowadays we see a lot of these online platforms where, for example, Launch Good is, just got the prize from ISDB, a prize for their activities. The UN, the refugees, they have an online platform. So I think a lot of the money going into these online platforms are from the Muslims living in Western countries. So that probably is in some ways one tool which is being used, but to target specific countries and specific groups, I think there are some non-profit organizations in different countries, especially in UK. There is Muslim Aid and Islamic Relief. A lot of these organizations which collect funds in UK and then they actually distribute it in different parts of the Muslim world. So there are some activities. Maybe it's not very extensive, but I think we see that through these online platforms and also the non-profit organizations within the Western countries, there is some transfer of funds, Islamic social finance funds, from the West to different Muslim countries.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, let me add a simple point. Yeah, I just want to share our experience that nowadays, as just Prof. Habib Ahmed has correctly mentioned, that the role of digitalization and utilization of online platform, it is very important for us. Yeah, because according to our humble experience, we can tap this segment, through this digitalization. And of course, two things which are very important. Number one is the quality of information that we provide. Yeah, this will attract donors, and also this will attract various targeted communities or societies. Yeah, for example, like in the case of Indonesia, we have Indonesian diaspora working maybe in the United States or in UK or in some other European countries. So when we can provide, a very qualified information, so they will be attracted and they will put trust on us. Yeah, so this is number one. And number two is related with the post process, you can say like that. So you have to maintain, the trust that is given by them, because once they transfer the fund, then our obligation is to, for example, provide a regular report that can be accessed, by them and can regularly inform about the results of the usage of their fund. So by this, their commitment to always donate through our platform can increase, and the collected fund can also be increased. But one thing that we have to remember, since we are in the financial world, we have to make sure that this fund should be free from any illegal activities. So although it is in our interest to receive the fund, but anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism procedure must be implemented. Yeah, so this is what we are doing, because when I was in Basnas 2 years ago, there was a fund coming from one of the countries, from Western country, from developed countries, but we rejected that fund because clarification on the source of the fund is not fulfilled. Was not fulfilled at the time. So although the number is quite big, tens of thousands of US dollar, but since it is not clear, I mean, it did not, pass our clearance process. So we rejected that one. So I just want to highlight this because otherwise you may be trapped by our legal system. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bey. So,
Mujahid Huda, I have a question for the panel. Of
course, Amal, please.
Thank you. So my question is addressed to all our distinguished panelists. I want to ask about the crowdfunding. So though crowdfunding is a very trending tool of financing, it's not being talked about enough by scholars and professionals when it comes to Islamic social finance and about financing people in need of financements. So my question is, do you think that we can sort of channel Qard al-Hasan through these digital platforms to help people, especially in remote areas or people who do not have access to financing? That's my question.
Thank you, Amal.
Thank you very much. Shall I go first?
Please, Professor.
So in the presentation also, I've mentioned about one case study where Islamic crowdfunding is used to channel Islamic social financing to ensure that the financially excluded population are helped through it. So one platform is Global Sadaqah. There are many other similar platforms as well. Now, when it comes to Islamic crowdfunding, practically speaking, the most critical challenge that we face is not in all countries, it is still regulated. So it's still an emerging area, and we still don't know what are the basic requirements that must be followed in such transactions. Due to that, I think people are reluctant to give their excess funding to such contributions, even though they know that those activities are noble. But looking at the bright side, if you look at how the Islamic crowdfunding providers are doing it, it is done in a very transparent manner, whereby you know where your fund is actually going to. And the continuous disclosure or monitoring requirements are also ensured in such platforms, giving the donor confidence that they are making real impact by giving, whether it's little or big money to them. So that impact is there, and I believe that this would be the future of helping each other when it comes to Islamic social finance, especially using those classical institutions when we talk about digitalizing them. So I believe that for Islamic crowdfunding to be initiated in a structured manner, once AOFI comes up with or publish the crowdfunding standards, that would really help others to understand the basic benchmark that we have to follow, and it could activate the market in that sense. Another challenge that I believe practically we face is that in some of the jurisdictions, they don't have the backing or the enabling infrastructure to do such internet-based transactions. For example, payment gateway issues. When they don't have this enabling infrastructure, though we know that this is a simple way of mobilizing fund, it is difficult in those jurisdictions to engage in such transactions. Therefore, again, I believe that internationalization is the way forward. If you can leverage on those existing Islamic crowdfunding platforms to list your needs or needy projects and mobilize funding and then channeling it to those who are in need, that would really simply work. And that is what has been done right now in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Munida.
Thank you very much, Professor. So if there is not any question, so we can close the panel. I would like to thank to all panelists, distinguished panelists, to taking part in this panel with their fruitful views and presentations. Thank you very much, Professor Bey, Professor Habib Ahmed, Professor Moniza, Dr. Tabin. Thank you. And
thank you, Dr. Mujahid, for guiding this session. I would like also to thank our distinguished panelists for their very valuable intervention. Just a quick reminder for our dear participants before leaving for the lunch break, there will be 2 fiqh sessions in the afternoon. The first one will be held in English, the second in Turkish, and it will be followed by a session on fintech and Islamic financial markets. Thank you, everyone, and goodbye.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you
very much.
Good afternoon and welcome back everyone to this afternoon session. We'll be starting this afternoon program with session number 8, Fiqh and Islamic Finance. The chair of this session will be Professor Dr. Nejmuddin Kızılkaya. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, maybe good evening for some. It is my pleasure to chair this session. I would like to start this session to thank Center for Islamic Economics and Finance in Sakarya University, and also Durham University, ICISEF, and other institutions that supporting this event. And of course, we listened so many scholars, so many papers from all over the world, and they in these sessions they mentioned different issues and they raise different problems regarding Islamic economics and finance. In this session, so we have 4 speakers, 4 scholars, and the main theme, the main subject of this session is a relationship between Islamic law, fiqh, and Islamic finance. Just let me give like some input or some background about the relationship between fiqh and Islamic finance. Then I will, give our first speaker to present the paper. So, of course, the main the element that distinguished Islamic economics, Islamic finance from the dominant conventional economics is that Islamic economics and finance is based on principles or foundational sources of Islam. The scholarly examination of this principle, these maxims or rules was undertaken within the discipline of Islamic law. So Islamic law as a discipline is actually the main discipline that distinguishes Islamic economics and finance from conventional economics. That's why most of scholars, especially scholars of Islamic economics and finance, if something is wrong, they criticize Islamic scholars of Islamic law and of fuqaha. But Islamic economics and finance bases the development of its theories on the basic principles and assumptions and rules of Islamic law. I mean, when we talk about the main characters, the main distinguished characters of Islamic economics and finance, we usually use some assumptions or principles of Islamic law. So Islamic finance is the field where, the theories and assumptions are most concretely observed. So it is on one hand, the shortcoming and issues of Islamic economics and finance are related to Islamic law. On the other hand, we can observe the concrete theories that were, established and discussed in Islamic law. You can, concretely see these theories in the field of Islamic finance. So especially Islamic financial institutions refer to Islamic law because their operations have to be Sharia compliant. So ethics and normative rules of Islamic law form the basis of Islamic economics and finance, especially Islamic financial institutions in the whole world. So that's why the understanding of Islamic law prevailing today and the knowledge created within this framework shape the activities of Islamic financial institutions. So Islamic law and Islamic economics are intertwined in such a way that they cannot be separated from each other. So, I mean, usually we separate Islamic economics and finance, but in reality, these two, I mean, I don't want to say these two different disciplines, but these two disciplines intertwined in such a way that they cannot be separated from each other, because Islamic law is the foundation and have some assumptions that Islamic financial institutions based on. So that's why this session, I mean, we will listen for the scholars and their papers on Islamic law and Islamic finance. The first speaker is Saiful Azhar Rusli. The title of the paper is Al-Ghazali Theory of Islamic Self-Governance for Islamic Finance. Saiful Azhar, are you here?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. I'm here.
Please open your camera. I mean, all speakers, could you please open your camera?
I have opened my camera, but there's no camera here. I've opened it, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, the floor, the screen is yours, and each speaker has 20 minutes. Please, the floor is yours, Saiful.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. The PowerPoint presentation, is it in the screen, or the presentation material? I have sent it to the organizer.
Okay.
Or can I do it here? Oh, I cannot.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, but I cannot do it here because it has been disabled by the
administrator. Okay, one second. Hakan Hocam, could you please make Saiful co-host or share his screen? Emel.
Hocam, I think
he's co-host now.
He's already co-host.
Okay, you are co-host.
You can share the screen.
Yeah, okay. Saiful, you are co-host. You can share your screen.
Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay, just give me a minute. Where is? Just. Okay. Can you see the screen?
No.
No. I think I have, okay. Can you see now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I have about 10 minutes to present my idea here. Okay, now the topic is about self-governance, which is one of the most important so-called variables for Islamic finance today. In view of the approach taken by the Central Bank of Malaysia, so basically my discussion will be looking at the Malaysian experience in Islamic finance. And in 2019, the Central Bank of Malaysia, they have basically promoted this idea of value-based intermediation. So meaning that a bank is the financial intermediary between the deficit, between the surplus unit and the deficit units, right? So basically, the bank will mediate the flow of funds from the depositors to the borrower. But now, to further enhance the intermediation role of Islamic banking, the term VBI, or value-based intermediation, has been used by the central bank to basically address the ESG issue, the environmental, social, and governance issue that is currently been mandated in almost all corporations. So the integration of the ESG value with Sharia, it gave us the VBI, the value-based intermediation. And the summary of the VBI is given here, in which the regulator would like the commercial bank to basically deliver, the intended outcome of Sharia through practices, conduct, and offering that generate positive and sustainable impact to the economy, community, the environment, without compromising the financial returns to shareholders, right? This is a great mandate given to Islamic Bank in view that, as we know, that Islamic banks are mainly driven by profitability, given that there are a deposit-taking institution with a commercial objective, and given this approach to banking, it will pose a great challenge to the Islamic Bank, to what extent that they are able to achieve those goals. So in a sense, what the question here is, what are the underpinning thrust of this VBI? How would the Islamic Bank be able to deliver such a high, mandate and so-called responsibility? And this is where the central bank have outlined the 5 ingredients that should drive Islamic Bank to basically pursue VBI program. And these are the entrepreneurial mindset. So meaning that Islamic Bank would not be limited to lending and borrowing mechanism through the murabaha or tawarruk product, but they must be able to, look into the entrepreneurial approach to banking, in which, collateral-based banking should not be the main, idea behind profitability, but that entrepreneurial mindset should be added on, to the banking model. Community empowerment, this is again to what extent the Islamic Bank is able to consider the social agenda, and for that, there is a need for the Islamic Bank to have good self-governance so that they are able to manifest good conduct, in such a way that they are able to provide those kinds of services to the country. And this is why I was trying to basically look into the fact that what are the mechanisms, what are the system that is available for Islamic Bank to get themselves together in such a way that they are able to have good self-governance, right? Because we have, number one, control by regulators. So meaning that the Islamic banks, they are basically a deposit-taking bank. They take deposit and they make loan or murabaha. They don't use capital fund to make murabaha, but they are using basically deposit funds or public money to make murabahah. So there must be control, prudential regulation by the regulator, number one. There has to be internal control by the board of directors, which is, through compliance and audit. The last one would be self-governance, that would be the, fine line. How can the Islamic Bank be able to address or able to perform accordingly to the VBI philosophy? And this is how I would like to share some of my ideas. We can see that currently the Islamic banking is doing business based on the compliance parameter, which is mostly related to the fiqh and the mu'amala, that contract and transaction dealing, allocation of profits, earnings that are found to be tainted must be taken out from the retained earning and disposed to charities, zakat calculation, and the reporting of non-compliance event. These are basically fiqh-driven parameters. But there is some based on based on the public report and public concern, we can see there's a lot of issues that have been overlooked by Islamic banking, as well as the central bank. Apart from the Sharia compliance rule that is mainly based on fiqh, the ethical issues have been somehow overlooked, right? I can list here quite a number of issues here. Neglect of consumer protection. We have a lot of abandoned housing, cases in Malaysia. We can see also in Turkey. I look at a YouTube abandoned, housing project, castle-like housing project in Turkey. What happened? What causes the developer to abandon those residential projects? To what extent the bank is able to help the consumer who have not been delivered, the property that they have purchased under the BBA or under the Murabahah contract. We have issues concerning the compounding of profit, right? We can see that bank offer you 5% per annum, but what happened is the actual profit that the bank charge us is not based on the quoted rate, but it is based on the compounding rate, which is higher than the quoted rate. The quoted rate can be 5% per annum, but based on monthly compounding of the profit, the actual rate would not be 5%, but it can be 8%. So the bank is collecting more profit, based on that method of formulation chosen by the bank, in which the consumer have no way to negotiate. Rule of 78, this is again another issue raised by the consumer group, that when you pay your housing loan, financing, a big portion of your monthly payment is taken by the bank as profit in the first few years, and when we plan to settle early, or when we defaulted, right, we saw that we have to settle a lot more. The amount of settlement that we have to do is a lot more than we expected, because the way how the monthly payment was amortized, which is unfair. The use of flat rate method over declining balance method. The avoidance of ownership risk. Many banks do not buy and sell. It is just a documentation, process. We don't see bank buying property and selling property, because if they do, that will pose a great stress on capital requirement of the bank. And we can see some Sharia advisors doing Islamic finance businesses, right? So as advisors to the bank or advisors to the central bank, Sharia advisors should not be doing this, because some conflict of interest may arise between their fatwas and their business interests. Yeah, we can see also quite a number of borrowers who have been using Sharia as a defense against default. This is, we can resort this to cases related to the Dana Sukuk, Dana Gas Sukuk in 2017. We have the case of Basimco Pharmaceutical versus Bahrain Bank, Cameroon Gas, and so on. So that kind of 360 degrees turn against the fatwa that was made by the Sharia Committee. Why is it this is happening, right? So this is again not issues which is within the context of Sharia parameters, but these are basically ethical issues that need to be addressed by the bank. And if these issues are not properly addressed by the bank, it can result in legal liability of the bank. And the law of tort will apply involving civil remedy, typically money damages. So if some of these issues are not readily addressed by the bank, the consumer, the defaulter, may take this case into their own hands, and bringing banks to the court of law, in which the bank will have to defend against, whatever litigation taken upon them by the consumer or by the defaulting consumer. So these are not basically, minor issues. They are very important issues, but these are not Sharia issues, defined by the regulator. The Sharia issues are basically riba, gharar, gambling, pork, alcohol, right? But these issues are basically, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. These are basically very, very important issues and very critical issues, without which, if there is not much effort done by the bank to address them, then the implication can be quite disastrous. Yeah. And at the same time, we can see that the decision, the decision taken by the bank themselves, who are the decision maker? These are the board of directors, the senior management, the Sharia board, right? So if we have a case, these 7 cases, that was brought up by the public, maybe through, through the media or through the newspapers, then maybe the bank may not want to look into it, because these issues usually would be noted by the Sharia department, and they will bring this issue to the Sharia committee for deliberation, but the Sharia department will not simply take this issue into notice unless there is a legal implication that the board need to attend, right? If these issues were raised by the consumer through the newspapers or through the internet and not referring to a particular bank, nobody will care, all right? So these issues can only be looked into seriously when there is a litigation, when there is a case brought by the consumer against the bank for not delivering the house, for not using the proper formulation for profit margin, and so on. And for this reason, I was saying that there is a conflict between what the Sharia board will say and what the board of directors will say. The board of directors will be interested to pursue the business objective. What is the banking business and risk strategy? What will be the ROE? What would be the specific parameter to be maximized? ROE, ROI, your NPL. So these are the parameters. The Sharia board, they are the protector of Sharia. They are looking for a much more intrinsic and much more rule-based deliberation. if there's a clash between Sharia governance and banking models and banking strategy, which is basically related to the 7 items here, then, you know, that would not be a good, you know, a good phenomenon to see, to witness, you know, a big conflict between the two governance body, right? In fact, if for the Malaysian participant, in fact, when we look at the Malaysian Sharia Governance Policy Framework of 2019, the central bank require the Sharia advisor, you know, to understand banking business and risk strategy before you know, before the committee is able to draw a certain resolution regarding a certain problem. So in a sense that Sharia committee members or Sharia advisor must know about risk management, they must know about audit, they must know about commercial policy of the bank, they must participate in business strategy development. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the Sharia board to participate in decisions related to business and risk strategy of commercial banking, right? So that is why I'm bringing this modality, which is basically from Farrell and Gresham literature that describe the conflict that that will take place when one is facing a dilemma, right? So a dilemma, so meaning that the Sharia committee member or the Sharia committee member, that he, for example, or she have read in the newspaper regarding the complaint of the consumer group on issues related to bank profiteering. The use
Dr. Saiful, sorry for interrupting. You have like only 2 minutes.
Okay. So finish. So meaning that when there is a conflict between the Sharia board and the board of directors, a conflict between fatwa and business strategy, right? What would happen? To what would be the steps taken by the Sharia board in order to basically come clean and able to manage the issue at hand? So this is how I was trying to address the contribution of Imam Al-Ghazali's ethical theory, in the sense that in self-governance, so meaning that the Sharia board and even the board of directors, they must have self-governance. So in the sense that whatever decision that they will make towards a particular policy, you know, will be impacting the bank, will be impacting the consumer, and will be impacting their own, you know, standing as board of director or as Sharia board members. So this conflict of not conflict of interest, but when we are facing a dilemma, you know, to approve or not to approve policy that was basically a policy that was pursued by the bank. There is a policy pursued by a commercial bank that seems to go against social will or social justice. The Sharia committee need to address those issues, but if they were to do it, there will be a conflict between them and the board of directors, right? So they have to be, in a sense, be able to govern themselves, you know, to basically find a way of how to find a middle ground. And in summary, what Al-Ghazali was saying is that the self, you know, the man, the individual, have component, you know, that we know ourselves. Because we as human being, we have reason, you know, we know what is ruh, what is qalbu, what is nafsu. So these are the 4 elements of the self that Al-Ghazali have basically explained. And Allah has also given mankind the muharika, the motor power, the shahwa and the ghadab, and the sensory power, you know.
Professor,
and
could you
lastly,
please conclude?
yes, and lastly, the fact that when there is a dilemma faced by the board of director or faced by the Sharia board, there is a conflict between the akal and the shaitan, basically. Yeah. So the reason is trying to explain what are the cons, what are the pros, but shaitan will come in, nafsu will come in to cloud the reasoning, you know. And if akal is able to defeat the shaitan, then the shahwah will become virtuous, and therefore a man is able to control himself and be able to govern himself more. If shaitan is able to defeat reason, the shahwa and ghadab will become vices or mazmumah, and therefore man will not be able to act accordingly to the virtues, and
Okay. Thank you, Professor Saiful, for your presentation. Actually, I wish we could listen more about Ghazali and his theory, but because of the time restriction, now we should move to the second speaker, and Dr. Gunawan Bahruddin, the role of Maqasid al-Sharia to development, develop intention toward entrepreneurship behavior. So this paper is also about one of the key concepts that is used in this research in the field of Islamic economics and finance. Dr. Guna, the floor is yours. You also have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nakmetin. Allow me to share the screen.
Gitu ya, Tantir. Kita ada Tantir waktu acara di tes ada, ya? Terus Tantir.
Alright.
Soal ke anak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, I would like to express my grateful to Allah Azza wa Jalla for His blessed, for His merciful, and of course the health that we got in this pandemic situation. Another things I sent to my supervisor, my mentor, my teacher, Associate Professor Dr. Asma, for everything that she has given me in my academia journey. And also this paper, we share the works together. And then lastly, I would like to congratulate Jakarta University Durham Center for Islamic Economic and Business in SIF Malaysia, ICISEF, and PESA for the lovely international conference that we have today. Right, allow me to deliver my presentation entitled with the impact of Maqasid al-Sharia on entrepreneurial intention in Indonesia. Right. The background of our study lies on several factors. First, based on the Ministry of Cooperation Indonesia data in 2019, the total of SME, as many as 64.2 million enterprises in Indonesia. Those SME absorbed around 97% of the total labor force. And also it's contribute about 61% to the GDP, a lot of amount for contribution. And then accordingly to the World Bank, the workbench suggests that Indonesia needs to increase its SMEs to achieve tremendous impact for the economy. Another factor that lies in this study that Indonesia is currently experiencing a demographic bonus by which the age of the productive populations is double than the unproductive population. Okay, and this bonus will continue until 2035, according to the BPS in 2018. And also, according to the Indonesia Statistics Agency, this is the current situation in Indonesia, that hotel and restaurant business sector was the most affected by the pandemic, with almost 93% decrease in revenue, and followed by other sectors such as services, transportation and warehousing, and construction sectors. Meanwhile, the majority of SME in Indonesia still operating normally with proportion almost 50%. Then about 50% of SME and 10% big company reportedly stopped operating due to this pandemic. And another factor that lies that Indonesia has, the advantage that Indonesia has, is Indonesia as the largest Muslim population in the world, and it is expected to emphasize the impact of religious virtue in this. If we empower this religious virtue, it will emphasize the impact for the economy, especially if more entrepreneurs in Indonesia. Okay, in the literature that eventually we develop our hypothesis, such as personalities and behavior have been discussed since years ago, and the most effective instrument in the field of entrepreneurial intention. There are several different factors between individuals that motivate a person to become entrepreneur, such as wealth motivation, independence, and personal autonomy. Religion has also been linked to entrepreneurial intention, and the relationship has been discussed in all religious traditions. This is based on Dishman, Garvey, Clay, Land. Pierce, Fries, and Davis argue that religion might promote acts of entrepreneurship, while other researchers argue that level of religiosity are positively related to entrepreneurial outcomes when moral virtue are pursued. Besides pursuing financial benefit, Muslim entrepreneurs also compulsory to contribute to social matters such as mandatory of zakat on wealth, of racial and charitable donation, namely wakaf and infaq. In fact, the kind of wealth distribution contains huge contribution on narrowing the inequality gap, for instance, poverty and employment. Therefore, Maqasid al-Sharia indicator encompasses the preservation of 5 aspects of human, namely religion or faith, life, intellect, progeny, and wealth, which is also aligned in the pursuit of sustainable development, since a Muslim entrepreneur is not only oriented towards personal welfare, but also provide opportunity for those less fortunate persons to improve the standard of living. And Muhammad et al. Employed this indicator to measure performance of Islamic banks. This Maqasid al-Sharia indicators, employed the indicator to measure the performance of Islamic banks. And then similarly, Hudayati and Tohirin adopted this platform to measure the performance of charitable institutions, and found that instrument can also be used to measure the performance of organizations, including enterprises managed by Muslims. In the field of ethical decision making, the instrument is proven that have positive impact in improving the welfare and well-being of social entrepreneurs. And therefore, our come out hypothesis is Maqasid al-Sharia significantly influence the entrepreneurial intention among the youth in Indonesia. In order to get a good and robust result, there are several standard of procedure in methodology that we have carried out. A quantitative approach is employed using closed nature questionnaire. 17 questions were formulated to measure those 5 aspects of Maqasid al-Sharia, and then measured with 5 points Likert scale. And then the empirical research collect data from 556 students across Indonesia through online survey and analyze through smart PLS statistical program to obtain result both in factor measurement and path analysis measurement. And then the output of analysis, as you can see from the figure on your right screen, that Maqasid al-Sharia significantly and positively influence the development of intention among the youth in Indonesia, where if you can see the 5 indicators that construct the Maqasid al-Sharia, and then you can conclude that wealth and progeny are the most dominant construct in this Maqasid al-Sharia. Okay, the hypothesis is accepted based on this result because the p value is less than 0.05, and then the t value is higher than 1.96. This result also support Ukil 2013, who are said that one of the ultimate objective of human is to obey Allah by generating personal wealth and contributing to the well-being of others through endowments and other beneficial activities, such as provide job opportunities. This is previous research support this that the wealth and progeny are the dominant construct in Maqasid al-Sharia in this study. And then they believe by becoming entrepreneurs, they can more freely worship because they are not bound to a tight working hours and can preach to all their employees. Dakwah is not only spreading by the teachings in the mosque, in the majlis, but benefiting others is another form of dakwah that is quite effective as well. Lastly, in our conclusion, that youth considered as the weakest part of the population because in the labor market, they are vulnerable to be eliminated because lack of skill and experiences. If turbulence happens to the economy, these youth become the last element to be employed and sometimes become the first to be terminated. Entrepreneurial intention literature recently showed that the importance of adapting intention model with other variable and apply them into entrepreneurship type specific intention. Therefore, we apply this Maqasid al-Sharia. And the finding of the study also have implication for public policies and society through both formal and informal education in order to enhance their attitude toward becoming entrepreneurship. Therefore, wealth and progeny could be the factor that could be the window that we can improve the youth intention to develop to become entrepreneurship. Dakwah can also be done through muamalah or interaction in business sector. For example, providing the needy job, the needy people a job that could secure them for poverty, that jeopardize them their iman. Therefore, my conclusions, if I can say that, the more Muslim youth become entrepreneurs, that we can gain, we can make ummah stronger through the beneficial of others. I think that's all my presentation today. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Gunawan.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. And of course, I mean, you mentioned some issues that related to especially the Maqasid al-Sharia and the role of Maqasid al-Sharia in Indonesian entrepreneurship behavior. And so let's now move to our third speaker, Mohammed Handi Khalifa. The title of his paper is The Role of Fiqh in Islamic Digital Banking Transaction, a Critical Analysis. Mohammed Handi, yes, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Professor Najmuddin Gizilaya. So I want to share the screen. Professor, can I be the co-host maybe?
Oh, 1 second. Okay. How come? Okay.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. Distinguished professor and lecturer and steering committee and all the participants of this conference. First, I want to say thanks to everyone who come to my presentation here. It was great to see you all, and it's a pleasure being here today. First, I want to talk about the role of fiqh in Islamic digital banking transaction. This is my research project with my supervisor, Professor Sonoduman, and subject of usul fiqh. Okay, this is our abstract. Paper, the Holy Quran and the Sunnah are the source of role governing the economic element of human beings. Thus, the economic transaction is critical with dual purpose of improving on sustenance and adhering to religious imperative. With the development of digital transaction, the digital banking industry can develop asset fulfill Sharia compliance. Fiqh play a significant role in formulating transaction method in Islamic economic activity, including digital banking. The study examines the role of fiqh in digital banking transaction. It analyzed the problem and challenge associated with implementing contracts on Islamic financing product from the perspective of fiqh. This research use a literature study method where data from the literature is used to analyze. In addition to finding of this study, allow for recommendation to improve the implementation of contract in the financing of Islamic product in Islamic digital banking. As we can see, the Islamic finance industry has achieved significant success worldwide. It's valuable to reevaluate its advancement as an academic discipline. The development of usul fiqh from the time to time is always dynamic. so that its existence has undergone methodological and systematic evaluation and development. Secondly, Islamic economic is unique because it's based on the fundamental principle of Quran and Sunnah, which provide the framework of converting input to output. It also has a social and moral dimension. Similarity, choice, economic cost, and exchange all apply according Manan 1982. The science of usul fiqh has undergone a very monumental development. This can be proven by the compilation of several work of usuliyun scholar in Islamic history, such as Imam Shafi, Ghazali, Ar-Razi, Juwaini, Ibn Qayyim, etc. Are the significant figure in Islamic history who paid serious attention to the discipline of usul fiqh. Usul fiqh and qawaid fiqh in the economic field can be a solution in justifying and providing legitimacy for all movement of banking economic activity in various fields of transaction, according to NACFI. And examining the financial industry critical expose a very rational trajectory. Thus, Islamic financial doesn't tend to follow the Islamic economy fundamental claim, despite the fact that the founding father of Islamic economic desire to define an Islamic economic system with Islamic finance as an operational component, according to Professor Muhammad Asutai, 2007. Islamic financial and economic modeling is anticipated to be a critical input into macroeconomic governance to improve the digital banking system or the other Islamic financial institution. This is our research gap. The Islamic digital banking is a new study a few years ago, and there is some research, but we have a different focus where our research study is only focused on transaction in Islamic banking, Islamic digital banking with the role of fiqh, and the other research or study is put the Islamic only in Islamic banking and the Sharia compliance. This is our research methodology. This study is based on review of the literature using qualitative analysis method. The term literature study refers to process of examining the available literature on a subject in order to gather data. And this paper will discuss some available literature on fiqh and digital banking transaction. The literature review, the all issue involving Islamic economic has been debated using the basic framework. The basic Islamic framework show the solidity of the fundamental framework of Islamic economic based on its position toward usury, according to Nagoka. According to Khan, the legality of contemporary Islamic commercial contract concern has been expressed by scholars regarding mixing legal opinion to create new contract or talfiq in Islamic finance. And then all the financial and economic contract within the framework of Islamic financial services must conform to Sharia rules to assist people in achieving both worldly and infinite well-being. The sum contract often used in e-commerce basically include al-bay al-murabaha, where the contract is contained in trading activity or tijarah. Al-bay al-murabaha covers long-term investment contract that enable employment, income, and economic expansion. At the same time, al-tijarah and its financing instrument are focused on the trade already produce the commodity. And two parties to the transaction share the risk of expertise, truth and exchange. Applying this principle is manifested in the market mechanism of operation to avoid usury, stockpiling, gambling, uncertainty, cheating, and illicit goods. Additionally, participants in trading should have a free will. Profit maximization can become the goal of a product process as long as it conforms to an Islamic moral and social framework. Islamic economies will be a more, according to IUNIA, Islamic economies will be more inclusive if they integrate economics perspective from libertarian perspective instilled with Islamic concept. Atufi views where maslahah as an independent source of law alongside the Quran and Sunnah. Furthermore, Malik maslahah is maslahah unearthed from various nas because maslahah is essentially a limited method of comprehending the nas. As a result of their generality and comprehensiveness, the rules of qawaid fiqhiyah can be defined as general legal provision that include laws of derivation. The principle of qawaid al-fiqhiyah as a tool of Islamic law is widely accepted in contemporary Islamic legal issue to the extent that is existent at mujtahidin in mapping issue and identifying maslahah solution. And then the contract are to be understood to their intention and substance, not by words and parse usage. We all know our ibratu fi ukudi lil maqasidi wal ma'ani la lil alfazi wal mabani. Our study is focused to how to look the Islamic digital transaction not only based on the level of name transaction, but we also look forward to the real transaction, how and the activity, their activity, because Islamic digital banking is newly product in Islamic transaction. So there is maybe some cases to the transaction. We all know the cryptocurrency. There is some case the transaction using the digital banking for some activity that the nation not allowed, like money laundering and etc. and buying drugs like that. So the e-commerce and Islamic digital banking transaction, this I will tell you shortly about the banking system. Banking system have leveraged information technology to introduce Islamic governance services over the years. The banking system has introduced numerous innovation in banking services, which has led the growth of successful Islamic economic e-commerce. According Naif Al-Utaibi and Asutay, 2015, while e-commerce does have a place in Islam, it must be done Sharia-specific requirement. This enables to achievement of Islamic business objective such as profit and profit maximization. A Muslim can achieve success in business and hereafter, according to Dali. So this is the transformation of our Islamic banking industry. We can see in the screen there is the first one. We use the traditional banking like such as mortgage, deposit, investment, where risks are low to medium. So we move to equity bank model. The Islamic financing should offer profit and loss sharing based on mudharabah and musyarakah as partner to spur economic growth, more partnership arrangement. And next is value-based bank. There is more open to green tech and environmental friendly agenda supporting inclusion, SDG and SEG standards. And here we are in the digital, the model digital banking. Digital banking is providing quick, efficient Islamic solution in blockchain and digital infrastructure and connectivity to all Islamic ecosystem. This is the prospectus of the Islamic fintech according to the Global Islamic Fintech Report 2020. In 2020, amounted 49 billion and projected to 128 billion in 2025. And the S&P Islamic Finance Outlook 2020 stated the need of inclusive standard by relevant authority and stakeholders. It also implies fintech's involvement in providing critical product and technology advancement, as well as developing a financial landscape aligned to with ESG objective. This is the news, Islamic digital banking, like Al Amwali and Nomo and Tayyab and Nia. There is have a segmented market, especially Tayyab is segmenting Turkey and Russia as their market for Islamic digital banking. This is basic Islamic financial product. There is two differentiation about asset base and equity base. Such we all know, the equity base is composed mudharabah and musyarakah, and asset base is murabahah, ijarah, salam, rahan, istisna. And next, this is the modus operandi of murabahah. There is no differentiation about the scheme, but the specific differentiation Islamic digital banking is use internet to optimize their transaction. This is Islamic digital banking ecosystem. There is two sides about the customer ecosystem and partner ecosystem. In the customer ecosystem, there is activity. The consumer is like buying ticket or to go to a marketplace to buy something, and like we all know, for education, payment, and retail. And beside of partner ecosystem, there is a transaction for trading or investment and payment, like mobile wallet and cryptocurrency and crowdfunding and the new P2P lending. This is our finding and discussion. The phenomenon of closing the door of ijtihad causes a significant schism in the Muslim, especially between the political and intellectual Muslim. There is enough evidence in traditional juristic analysis of gharar and riba that both prohibition can be remedied through non-commutative financial intermediation, which is the heart of mutual financial intermediation philosophy, because mutual financial intermediation philosophy is non-profit and community-oriented. Secondly, the ethic in Islamic digital banking is related to maslahah or social benefit and individual welfare in the society. Third, network company and technology are needed to automatically identify the company or customer, make transaction and interact with the services permitted by Sharia. In other words, to ensure that the product and services access their services are halal. And the fourth, some Islamic digital banks don't have experience and are strong enough fundamental to running a Sharia business. So they have potentially crashed the existing Sharia rules by connecting with conventional bank regarding business funding, which is their business and not ruled under the Sharia law. The 5, Islamic digital banking transactions should adapt the latest technology and the new business model to expand the target market and maintain customer data services, because this concern consumer trust in the system and the Islamic bank label connected to the business. The last, this requires flexibility in formulating fixed rules to increase productivity and the validity of contract implementation in the goods and services market, including derivatives from digital banking and e-commerce. However, Muslims need to be aware of the implementation of digital transaction in order to prevent practices that are prohibited by Islam law, including riba, gharar, and maisir. The conclusion, the future research need to gain a better understanding of the fiqh method development. This study made several critical points, including the imperative of Islamic financial institutions to adapt the growth of digital transformation, especially in digital banking transaction, and draw several important conclusions. The first, there is no prohibition against online transaction for an Islamic economic standpoint. According to Qawaid Fiqh al-Aslu fil Muamalati al-Ibahah hatta yadulu dalilu ala tahrimiha. As long as the party involved agree, because according to Islam, every single economic transaction is permitted until the Sharia regulation, Al-Quran, Sunnah, and Ijma prohibited it. And second, mujtahid should distinguish between dawabit or fixed and mutaghayyirat, interchangeable. So the society doesn't become perplexed by the ijtihadiyah that was made. This is critical to distinguish between the measure and the object being measured, and between what becomes source, methodology, and assessment material. So this conclusion bring me to end this presentation. Thank you for all. It was a pleasure being here. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mohammed, for your presentation. So he gave like an overview about the role of fiqh in some transactions, but I'm curious why you didn't mention smart contracts. Maybe at the end of the session, I will ask you some questions about this one. And now our last speaker is Ali Ekber Çınar. The title of his paper is Situating an Informal Funds Transfer System in Islamic Legal Theory, the Origin of Hawala Revisited. Ali Ekber, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, okay, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. I guess you can see my screen, right?
Yes, you can see your screen.
Thank you very much. Today, I'm going to examine the relationship between an informal funds transfer system called Hawala and Islamic law and finance. After the attacks of 9/11, the American government, academia, and press started questioning how the attacks were financed. And since then, the informal funds transfer systems gained popularity. From among them, a particular focus has been focused on Hawala. For instance, less than 1 month later, after the attacks, in an article published by Time, the system was described as a banking system built for terrorism. And it was also described as an underground banking system. So, what is Hawala? I think you may guess what it is, but unfortunately, it's not what you might expect. Imagine that we have someone, Ali Ekber, living in Turkey, who wants to send a certain sum of money to Afghanistan, to Jihan. Jihan is someone who is living in a village in Afghanistan. Ali Akbar doesn't use any formal banking institutions, but instead he goes to Wahid, who is running a travel agency in Istanbul, and gives him $1,010. Wahid calls Ashraf, another Havaladar, operating an exchange office in Afghanistan, and tells him to pay $1,000 to Jihan. Then Ashraf finds Jihan, and Jihan receives the money. Here, Ali Akbar sent the money to Jihan, but there is no physical money transfer. Why does Ali Akbar use such a system? First of all, this system is cheaper than formal banking institutions. The commission that Wahid charges is generally less than what a bank would charge. In addition, the transaction takes place much quicker. It can be completed even in a couple of hours. Furthermore, this transaction is completely anonymous. The state doesn't know anything about it. Furthermore, the system is completely accessible. For instance, in the village where Jihan is living, there might be no bank branch, yet our Havaladar, Ashraf, might go to the village of Jihan and he may deliver the money to him. Moreover, no documentation is needed at all. Ali Akbar might be illiterate, or he might be lacking necessary documents like passport or an identity card, and so on. But in this transaction, we do not need them. Likewise, the system is very adaptable even to very bad circumstances such as war, and this is a perfect way to evade tax. So, Ali Akbar using this system, but who might be Ali Akbar? Ali Akbar might be using the system either for legal or illegal purposes. For instance, Ali Akbar might be a representative of a non-governmental organization who is trying to provide humanitarian aid to Afghanistan. Or Ali Akbar might be an expat who is trying to finance and to support his family financially. Or Ali Akbar might be using the system for his personal expenses, such as paying a tuition of university. But in the meantime, Ali Akbar might be using the system as a drug dealer, or gold smuggler, or money launderer, or even as a terrorist. So this is very simply how the system works. And this scheme is called Havala. From now on, I will call this IFTS. Please keep this in mind. When I say IFTS, I am referring to this scheme as standing for Informal Funds Transfer System. In the literature, many researchers argue that this is what we have in Islamic legal books under the name of Hawala. As you know, we have Kitab al-Hawala or Bab al-Hawala or so on in fiqh books. So most researchers think that this transaction is similar to Hawala. For instance, Thompson said that Fuqaha, Islamic jurists, prescribed this after the death of Muhammad. And she even argues that Prophet Muhammad was familiar with this technique. Likewise, Ismail argues that Islamic law regulates al-hawala, which might be the source of this informal funds transfer system. And in the same way, Scram and Taubeh put forward that this system was known for centuries in the Islamic world. My first research question is, if this financing system is what we have in Islamic legal books under the name of Hawala, let's look at how Hawala works in Islamic law. We have simply three parties, namely creditor, muhalullah, assigner, muhil, and assignee, muhalin alayh. this scheme might change slightly, but overall, we have two debts. One, which is indebted to assigner by the assignee, and the other indebted to creditor by assigner. So when we compare this scheme with the informal funds transfer system, we see that we have a signer who is sender Ali Akbar, who is trying to send money to Afghanistan from Turkey, and we have the creditor who is recipient Jihan, who is living in Afghanistan, and we have Havaladars as the assignee. The first problem: the consent of creditor is necessary in Islamic law. Yet, in the informal funds transfer system, the consent of creditor might not be existing every time. For instance, when Ali Akbar is sending money to Jihan, Jihan might be completely unaware of the transaction. So if he hasn't expressed his consent before the conclusion of the contract, there are two views in Hanafi madhab. The contract must be either valid or illegal, invalid according to what opinion we choose. But for Malikis, this consent is a rukun, so the contract is not valid. Likewise, Shafis are of the same view. And we have another problem. Here we have first debt, which is indebted to assigner by the assignee. And sometimes this debt might be inexistent. So in this case, the contract changes, and according to Malikis and Shafis, the contract becomes a surety, and according to Hanbalis, it becomes a borrowing, iqtiraz. And by the same token, we have another problem, the debt two, which is indebted to recipient to sender. To better illustrate, I mean, Ali Akbar must have a debt to Jihan. Imagine that Ali Akbar is an expat who is trying to support his family financially. In this case, Ali Akbar will not be indebted to Jihan. So the contract in this case becomes an agency, wakala, according to Hanafis, Malikis, and Hanbalis. For Shafis, the contract is not sahih because it is a rukun in Shafi legal theory. So the contract is invalid. And another problem is equality between the first debt and second debt. To better illustrate, this and that. So in this example, for instance, Ali Akbar pays $1,010 to Wahid, yet Jihan receives only $1,000. So two debts are not equal. In this case, the problem arises, and this is riba according to Islamic law, and this is a problematic aspect of hawala as well. So in the end, sometimes the scheme of hawala might be the same as this informal funds transfer system, yet most of the times it might be other contracts such as suretyship or borrowing or agency and so on. So the argument that this informal funds transfer system is equal to hawala is misleading. There are some other researchers which also think that this informal funds transfer system is not hawala in Islamic law, but they argue that this system operates according to suftaja, another legal instrument elaborated in Islamic legal books. For instance, Redin, Calderon, and Ferrero, and Mahmoud al-Gamal argue that this system is closer to suftaja. Is this the case? This is my second research question. When we take a quick look at suftaja, assume that we have someone, a payee, who is traveling to Syria from Istanbul. He has a certain sum of money, but he doesn't want to carry it physically with himself. So he finds a drover in Istanbul and explains him the situation and gives him the money on the condition that someone else, drover, pays him in Syria. So drover receives the money and draws a süftece, a written document, and gives this to payee, and payee takes this document and goes to Syria. When he arrives in Syria, he submits this document to Drovi and he takes the money. Well, is this scheme matching that informal funds transfer system that I elaborated in the beginning? Let's compare. We have Drover, who is our first havaladar in the former scheme. And we have a Drovi, who is the second havaladar. And we have payee, who is the sender of money. Recall Ali Ekber, who is sending money to Afghanistan from Turkey. But what is lacking in this scheme is the recipient. Recall, we had a recipient here who was receiving the money from the second havaladar. He doesn't play any role in süftece. There is only one exception. If he is an agent for the sender, in this case, he is this scheme and the scheme of informal funds transfer system match. But in other cases, there are two distinct transactions. So süftece and the informal funds transfer system called havala are completely different in this case. Even if the recipient is an agent for the sender, the stances of madhahib make things a little bit complicated. What I mean? According to Hanafi, Shafi, and Hanbali madhahib, schools of law, if the drawing of a süftece was stipulated beforehand, the transaction is impermissible, la yajuz. Likewise, for Malikis, for the payee, if there must be a severe danger on road and there must be no alternative at all for carrying the money. If there is an alternative or if there is no danger, drawing a süftece is not permissible. La yajuz again. So, arguing that the informal funds transfer system called havala is analogous to süftece is also misleading and unfounded. Coming to conclusion, I have three main conclusions. First, as I expressed, that informal funds transfer system is neither havala nor süftece because it depends. What I mean, as my second point, this funds transfer system might be havala or süftece. Okay, I accept that, but on the other hand, it might also be an agency, vakala, or a stewardship, a kafala, or borrowing, an iftiras, and so on. So, as my third point, the origin of IFTS, the informal funds transfer system called havala, be Islamic law. No, it cannot, because if it could, if the origin of that system was Islamic, we had to we have to have an analogous transaction, but we do not have this. So, to conclude, I argue that the informal funds transfer system called havala does not have an Islamic origin, and we must look for its origin somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali Ekber, for your insightful presentation, and really pointed out very important, especially the very important issues relating to hawala, and it's a good way of proposing hawala instead of this modern banking system. So I think this presentation also raised some questions we may have from our participants. So now we have 5 minutes for Q&A session. So if you have any question, you can open your mic or send in chat box your question to our speakers. Is there any question or comment?
Assalamu alaikum. This is Shamim Siddiqui from Dubai.
Yes.
Can I ask a question to Professor, what is his name? Rosalie? Is he here?
Yes, Saiful Rosalie, I think.
Yes. I'm here. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Professor. What you have said is make a lot of sense. My question is that, do you expect this behavior from our those who are governing the bank, those who are running the banks, and making the strategies or introducing new products, and the Sharia members? Do you think they will be following what you are suggesting? Is there any chance that they will do in the absence of any regulation by the central bank?
Brother Shamim, Dr. Shamim, I was this former Sharia committee for Takaful as well as banking. What I felt that any issues raised in the Sharia committee would have to be recommended by the Sharia department. So meaning that the agenda, meaning to raise this matter in a meeting will be decided by the Sharia department. So what are the issues that should be discussed by the Sharia committee will be controlled by the Sharia department, which is basically the bank, right? The Sharia department is basically one department within the bank, and they have that liberty to select what issues to be raised in the Sharia meeting, basically. Right? So if the issues are concerning consumer grievances or social issues complained by consumer, they may not raise it in the committee because it will go against banking objective, because consumer are always going against banking objective. Banks are seeking profitability, consumer are seeking justice, and there's no way that the bank would want to raise this issue in the Sharia board meeting, unless the member of the Sharia committee himself or herself raise the issue based on he or her commitment on the social justice value that is upheld by themselves, because I don't think the bank would consider those issues as critical issues, to their commercial, objective. So again, it is up to the level of consciousness. So that is why I was speaking about self-governance, whether these social issues or issues pertaining to justice will be raised by the Sharia board themselves or raised by the bank themselves. There's no way that the bank will raise it, unless there is a litigation, coming to them, then they will raise it in the Sharia committee. What to do, if let's say if there is a claim that tawarruk is not valid, right? The tawarruk transaction has some gapping or shortcoming that may injure the validity of tawarruk. That can pose danger to the bank, and there can be legal case brought against the bank. Maybe that issue will be brought by the bank in the Sharia committee. How can we, remedy the situation? Other than that, that's why I was saying that the self-governance, of the board, of the senior management is very, very important for them to be honest, to be, conscientious regarding the social issues. That is basically one component of the ESG, right? ESG is now the fashion of banking right now, and in almost all corporation, and that has to be mended well. And how does Sharia comes in to so-called not Islamize ESG, but how to take ESG into another level, that can manifest the Sharia value.
My comment is that these Sharia board members of a bank are paid by the bank.
Yes.
So there is a conflict of interest. So the solution lies in the central bank should have its own Sharia board, and which are paid by the central bank. And central bank is getting money from the public taxes. Okay.
Sure.
Unless the representative, the Sharia board members are responsible, their primary responsibility is to the public, and they are not getting money from the bank, individual banks. Unless we create that system, this thing will not be resolved. I don't think if the Sharia members don't follow the bank authorities, they can always find another Sharia member.
Yes.
Who will come up with some old fiqh and then validate whatever, there we have so many fuqahas in the past, and there are so many verdicts. You can always find a favorable relevant verdict, and that goes to, and this comment then goes to Ali Akbar. If you allow the chairman, if I can have a small comment on that, can I please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So my question to Mr. Ali Akbar, or Dr. Ali Akbar, I don't know what is your position, or Professor Ali Akbar, is why you are looking for a validity from the past? Is it necessary? If there is a transaction where we are all doing business through, we are sending money all over the world, and this is nothing. We don't see as a debt. We pay somebody here, to one exchange, and that exchange has another party in another country. And we know that they are very established, they are regulated by the government, they are responsible. If the money is not being received, I will get back. So why do we need a similar transaction in the past to validate that? What is the reason for that? One of the things that I was reading in Europe in the medieval period, this was, people in order to avoid, the level of that you are taking loan on interest, people were taking debt from other country. So that was a problem at that time, and that rather than is a payment for a trade dealing, it was actually a debt creation and that's why the amount that was paid, it was different, But if that is not the case, why you are looking for a validity from the past? I don't understand.
Actually, what I was questioning was the argument that this transfer system had its roots in the past, even starting from the establishment of Islamic law. And most researchers, without looking at its origin, argue that it has an Islamic root, and this transfer system has something special to Islamic law, Muslims, and this is primarily used for financing terrorism, and we have another instrument analogous to that in Islamic law, and so on. That was my departure point. And why I used classical sources, its reason was some of the researchers were referring to classic Islamic legal books, such as Qasani, for instance, and they were saying that, look, we have another legal instrument called Hawala in the book of Qasani, so this has an Islamic origin. So, and other stuff that I just mentioned. That's why I used classical sources, and that was what I was questioning, very simply and briefly. Thank you very much for your comment, by the way.
Yeah, basically, Doctor, basically in Afghanistan today, when the Taliban took over Kabul, and the banking sector ceased to operate like before. the Hawala and the Sarafi system, they are currently very flourishing, because people, need to transfer money and, to take loans. So even though the Hawala, actually Hawala, I don't think that it have the Islamic root. It may be an adab, a culture that prevailed in the past, but when you look at the law of contract, Hawala, it is not a fundamental or a primary contract, a contract, we have, for example, maybe the transfer of debts. This is Hiwala, transfer of debts. Hawala is essentially a transmission of payment, and and today it takes into a shape of a much more advanced transaction, including making loans to the the Hawala making loans to the public and vice versa. That causes what we call financial exclusion of the economy, right? So people basically left the bank and go for Hawala because they are more trusting that system compared to the current commercial banking. Yes, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, we should stop here because we are running out of the time. And so I would like to thank all speakers and also participants. So I close the session here. I think the screen is yours, Ms. Amal.
Thank you. I would like to thank Professor Nejmuddin Kızılkaya for guiding this session, as well as all speakers for their valuable contribution. And we will be giving a 10 minutes break, sorry, because we already crossed the time limits for this session. So in 10 minutes, we'll be back, inshallah. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now starting session number 9, entitled The Role of Fiqh in Islamic Finance. The chair of this session will be Professor Dr. Haji Mehmet Günay. This session will be held in Turkish. So, Mehmet Hoca, selamun aleyküm. Hocam. Can you unmute Mehmet Hoca?
Ben arıyorum şimdi Emel, bir hatırlatın.
Tamam.
Bir şey de açıkmış, YouTube da açıkmıştı, orayı kapatayım da. Tamam, şuradan çıkalım.
Selamun aleyküm hocam.
Evet. Evet, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Evet, çok değerli. Ben şeydeyim ama sistemdeyim.
Evet hocam, başlayabilirsiniz.
Evet, arıyorum diyor da Salih Hoca. Evet. Öncelikle hepinizi en içten hürmet ve muhabbetlerimle selamlıyorum. Gerek Türkiye'den gerekse dünyanın... Şu anda kapalı değil mi?
Hayır hocam, açık, konuşabilirsiniz.
Evet. Hem ülkemizden hem de dünyanın her tarafından bu güzel, bu muhteşem programa katkı veren değerli katılımcıları ve bunun organizasyonunu üstlenen tertip heyetini hem tebrik ediyorum hem de teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Tabii bunların bileşenlerinden başta Sakarya Üniversitesi ve Sakarya Üniversitesi'nin bünyesindeki İSEFA'mı, Darül Üniversitesi İslam Ekonomisi ve Finansı Merkezi'ni, ICISEF'i ve PESA'yı belki ayrı ayrı anmakta da yarar var. Tabii birkaç gündür çok önemli bildiriler, önemli konuşmalar, önemli çok önemli katkılarla bu program devam ediyor. Bu 9. oturumumuz. 9. oturumumuzun başlığı The Role of Fiqh in Islamic Finance. Turkish denilmiş, yani Türkçe denilmiş ama belki hani bunu Türkçe'ye de çevirmek gerekir madem ki dilimiz Türkçe. Yani İslami finansta, yani İslam ekonomisi ve finansında fıkhın rolü ana başlığıyla bildiriler arkadaşlarımız sunacaklar. Ama isterseniz buna geçmeden önce çok kısaca bir iki cümleyle ben bir açılış yapmak istiyorum. O da şu, yani birkaç gündür ki bu konuşmalardan, bildirilerden ve panellerden de anlaşıldığı gibi aslında çok yönlü, interdisipliner bir alan üzerinde konuşuyoruz. Onun bir tarafından tutmaya, bir tarafından anlamaya çalışıyoruz. Sadece aslında bu şeyin isminde bile, yani bu alanın isminde bile Islamic diyoruz, ekonomi diyoruz, finans diyoruz, yani finance diyoruz. Yani orada bile aslında birbirleriyle yakınlaşması gereken ama ayrı ayrı alanların, bileşenlerin var olduğunu görüyoruz. Yani bunun içerisine hukuk da giriyor, sosyoloji de giriyor, finans giriyor, muhasebe giriyor, tarih giriyor, felsefe giriyor. Dolayısıyla gerçekten hem birbirimizi anlamak, birbirimizi tanımak bakımından hem de bu konuya katkı sunmak bakımından yani bu platformların, bu ortamların çok önemli olduğunu ben düşünüyorum. Bu konuda, yani bu pandemi salgın şartlarına rağmen böyle güzel bir organizasyonu gerçekleştirdikleri için de arkadaşlara gerçekten yürekten teşekkür ediyorum. Şimdi bizim bu panelimizde, yani bu oturumumuzda 3 tane bildirimiz var. Birisi bir finansman vasıtası olarak cuale, alel iktiraz, yani karz bulmak için yapılan ödül vaadi Muhammed Usame Onuş tarafından sunulacak. İkincisi de bir finansman, Karz-ı Hasan müessesesinin aktif kalmasını sağlamasında Hazreti Peygamber'in borçlu ve alacaklıya yaklaşımı. Bu da Recep Ertuğay tarafından takdim edilecek. Üçüncüsü ise vadeli satışlarda ödemenin gecikmesi durumundaki uygulamalar ve enflasyon farkı meselesi. Bu da Osman Eminler ve Salih Ülel tarafından bizlerle paylaşılacak. Gerçekten hani çok canlı, dinamik, güncel yönü olan bildiriler. Çok yararlanacağımızı ben düşünüyorum. Çok vakit kaybetmeden her bir bildiriye 20'şer dakika süre verelim ve her bir bildirinin sonunda da sıcağı sıcağına vaktimiz kaldığı ölçüde, yani diğerlerinin hakkını almadan bir sorularımız ya da katkılarımız varsa onları da alalım. Böylece bu oturumumuzu tamamlamış olalım. Herhalde arkadaşların hepsi buradadır. Muhammed Usame Onuş bir finansman vasıtası olarak cuale alel iktirat, karz bulmak için yapılan ödül vaadi başlıklı sunumunu gerçekleştirecek. Buyurun Osman Bey.
Öncelikle hocam çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sizleri saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bu programı düzenleyenlere de ayrıca teşekkür ederim. Dinleyicileri de saygıyla selamlıyorum. Bugün üzerinde konuşacağım tebliğimin konusu bir finansman vasıtası olarak cuale alel iktiraz, yani karz bulmak için yapılan ödül vaadi. Şöyle bir sunum var, onu paylaşayım müsaadenizle hocam. Bir saniye. Evet, herhalde ekran görünüyor hocam.
Evet, gözüküyor şu anda.
Tamamdır. Peki hocam, çok sağ olun. Şimdi ilk olarak başlıkla ilgili birkaç şey söylemek istiyorum. Bu başlığı belirlerken aslında başta işte bir finansman yöntemi olarak demek mümkün mü diye düşündüm. Fakat cuale'nin bizim klasik literatürde böyle bir yöntem, daha doğrusu cuale'nin bir yöntem olarak kullanılmasının, yöntem olarak isimlendirilmesinin çok doğru olmayacağını, ancak bir işte iktiraz, borç bulmak için bir vasıta olabileceğinden hareketle böyle bir başlığın yöntem değil de vasıta olarak isimlendirmenin daha uygun olacağına kanaat getirdim. Çünkü sunumum büyük oranda klasik eserlerdeki cuale alel iktiraz, orada yer alan bazı pasajlardan hareketle bunun şartları, unsurları ve nasıl yapılacağıyla ilgili hususlar üzerinde devam edecek. Çerçevesini bu şekilde anlatmış oldum. Aslında burada bu tebliğ, bu sunum, bu konuyu işlerken yeni bir finansman yöntemi veyahut yeni bir ürün teklif etme amacı gütmüyorum. Buradaki temel amacım klasik literatürde var olan bir işlemin, bir tasarrufun faizsiz finans, yani günümüz faizsiz finans yöntemleri arasında değerlendirilmesiyle ilgili imkanları sorgulayabilmek. Bu cuale faizsiz finans kurumlarında, farklı yerlerde kullanılan ve bilinen bir şey. Fakat cuale alel iktirazın bu anlamda kullanıldığına dair ben çok bir şeye rastlamadığım için böyle bir tebliğ yapmak istedim. Öncelikle cuale ile ilgili genel bilgi vermem lazım. Aslında belki bunu cuale alel iktiraza, doğrudan cuale alel iktiraza geçmek lazım. Fakat cualede zikredilen şartlar aynı zamanda cuale alel iktirazın da şartları olacağından dolayı cuale ile ilgili kısa bazı şeyleri söylemekte fayda görüyorum. Daha sonra cuale alel iktiraz nedir, ne değildir? Onunla ilgili şart ve unsurlar nelerdir? Farklılıkları nedir? Ve kimler bunu kabul ediyor? Bunun cevazına veyahut sahih olmadığına dair olan görüşlere değineceğiz. Ve belki de cuale alel iktirazın nev-i şahsına münhasır bir tasarruf olmasını sağlayan ve bize bunu gösterecek olan şey farklı kavramlarla ve farklı tasarruflarla olan ilişkisi. Buna dair kaynaklarda epey işaret görmek mümkün. Onlara kısaca değinip tamamlayacağım. İlk olarak cuale için yapılan tanımlar. Cuale nedir? Aslında cuale için kaynaklara baktığımız zaman genelde iki şekilde tanım yapıldığını görüyoruz. Birisi konusu açısından yapılan tanım bu. Bir kişinin kayıp malının bulunması, bir duvarın inşa edilmesi, elbise dikilmesi şeklinde konuların peş peşe sıralanarak ameller için ödül vaadinde bulunması. Aslında bu tanım biraz icare ile olan ortak yönlerini gösterecek tarzda yapılmış bir tanım ve genelde bu tanımın yapıldığı kaynaklar cuale ve icare arasındaki ilişkiye vurguların ağırlıklı olduğu kaynaklar diyebilirim. Diğer tanım ise şartları açısından yapılan bir tanım. Bu muayyen veya gayrimuayyen birisine malum ve meşhur bir ameli yerine getirmesi karşılığında malum bir bedelin verilmesi. Aslında bu tanım cualenin neredeyse bütün şartlarını içeren ve fukaha arasında ihtilaflı olan hususları da içinde barındıran bir tanım. Çünkü cualeyi kabul eden, etmeyen veya çok sınırlı şartlarda kabul edenlerin genelde ortaya koymuş oldukları karşı argümanlar buradaki şartlar açısından, unsurlar açısından yapılan eleştiriler. Cualenin unsurları bütün akitlerde aslında bizim fıkıhta bütün akitlerde genelde akdin iki tarafı, akdin konusu ve konusuna karşılık verilen bedel şeklinde 4 unsur zikredilebilir. Burada da cail yani ödül vaadinde bulunan taraf. İkincisi amil, üçüncüsü cualenin konusu burada amel, dördüncüsü ise ödül veyahut bedel diyebileceğimiz unsur. Bunların hepsini teker teker açıklayacağız biraz sonra. Cualenin geçerliliğine dair görüşlere gelecek olursak, burada Hanefi mezhebi cualeyi aslında geçerli kabul etmeyen mezhep. Her ne kadar Hanefi literatüründe cuale başlığı var olsa bile veya cuale kavramı kullanılıyor olsa bile Hanefi mezhebi cualeyi icareye çok yakın bir tasarruf olarak görür ve icare şartlarını taşımadığından dolayı fasit bir tasarruf olarak görür. Nedir onlar? Cualede amil belirsiz, yani ameli yapacak olan kişinin belirsiz olabilmesi, belirsiz olması bu akdi fasit hale getiren bir şey. Bir garar, bilinmezlik ortaya çıkardığından dolayı. Ayrıca amel de belirsiz. Dolayısıyla bu şartlarda yapılan bir akit garar içereceğinden dolayı fasit bir tasarruf olması gerektiğini söylüyorlar. Tek bir istisnaları var. Onu da istihsanen caiz olduğunu söylüyorlar. Klasik literatürde geçtiği şekliyle kaçan kölenin bulunması. Fakat burada da aslında cuale iradesini ortaya koyan bir tarafın olması şart değil. Yani bu aslında İslam hukuku tarafından konmuş bir şey. Bir kişi kaçan kölesinin, kaybolan kölesinin bulunmasına dair bir ödül vaadi ortaya koymasa bile bir kişi bu köleyi bulup getirdiği zaman o kişinin, köle sahibinin o köleyi getiren kişiye bir ödül verme sorumluluğu vardır ve hatta bu ödül dahi belirlenmiştir. Bu da 3 günlük mesafeden getirdiyse 40 dirhemdir. Dolayısıyla Hanefi mezhebinin aslında cualeyi bu en sınırlı haliyle kabul ettiği şeklinde değerlendirebilsek bile kaçan kölenin bulunmasıyla alakalı burada dahi bir cuale iradesi olmasının şart koşulmaması cualeyi aslında kabul etmediğini gösteriyor. Diğer mezheplerde ise genelde kabul edilir. Özellikle Şafii ve Hanbeli mezhebinde kabul ediliyor. Maliki mezhebinde zaten vaat ile ilgili farklı görüşlerden dolayı orada da cualeyin kabul edildiğini görüyoruz. Fakat özellikle Maliki mezhebinde cuale alel iktirazla ilgili bazı farklılıklar söz konusu. Cualenin şartları cail, yani cuale iradesini ortaya koyan, ödül vaadinde bulunan kişi mutlak tasarruf ehliyetine sahip olmalı. Yani bizim burada cuale alel iktirazı düşündüğümüz zaman Cuale alel iktirazda kişi kendisine borç bulunması karşılığında bir ödül vaadinde bulunuyor. Bu ödül vaadinde bulunan kişinin mutlak tasarruf ehliyetine sahip olması lazım. Akıllı, bali ve reşit olması gerekiyor. Amilin şartları ise amil muayyen, yani ameli yapacak kişi muayyen olabileceği gibi gayrimuayyen de olabilir demiştik. Eğer gayrimuayyen ise mutlak tasarruf ehliyetine sahip olmasına gerek yok. Herhangi bir tasarruf ehliyetine sahip olmasına da gerek yok deniyor aslında. Burada tek ihtilafa konu olan şey cualeyi bilmeden ameli yapması sonucunda bu ödüle hak kazanıp kazanamayacağı. Yani mesela birisi benim kalemimi bulana işte 50 lira vereceğim dediğinde ve birisi bu ödül vaadinden haberdar olmadığı halde o kalemi getirdiğinde bu ödüle hak kazanır mı, kazanmaz mı? Maliki mezhebi kazanacağını söylüyor ama Şafii ve Hanbeliler bunun bir teberru niteliğinde bir işlem olduğunu, çünkü bu kişi zaten bu ödül vaadinden habersiz olduğu için o ödülü kazanmak için bu ameli yerine getirmediğinden dolayı bu ödülü kazanamayacağını söylüyor. Fakat bu ameli yapan kişi ister çocuk olsun, ister köle olsun, ister tasarruf ehliyetine sahip olmayan bir kişi olsun, kim olursa olsun, eğer bu amel yerine gelirse bedeli hak kazanır. Yani herhangi bir tasarruf ehliyeti söz konusu değil. Fakat eğer cuale muayyen birisi için yapıldıysa, yani sen bulursan bu kadar, bu kalemi sen bulursan sana 50 lira ödül söz konusudur denirse, burada yine mutlak tasarruf ehliyeti aranmıyor ama ameli yapabilecek şartlara sahip olması gerekir. Bunun için mesela verilen örnek, küçüğün yapamayacağı bir amel için bu küçüğün belirlenmesi. Mesela bir duvar inşa etmek. Böyle bir durumda eğer muayyen hale getirilecekse ameli yapacak olan kişinin bu duvarı inşa edebilme selahiyetine sahip olması gerekiyor denmiş. Amilin şartları açısından. Cuale bedelin şartları, burada vaat edilen ödül şartı için.
Muhammed Hoca, bölmek istemiyorum ama zaman da çok hızlı ilerliyor. Şeyinin slayttan ne kadar olduğunu bilemiyorum. Belki ileride çok önemli şeylerim vardır. Hani keşke biraz hızlı gitseydin diyorsan ben bir hatırlatmada bulunayım. Yani
Tamam,
ortada
hocam.
bir hatırlatma çok uygun değil ama yine de bir şey yapmış olalım.
Tamamdır hocam, hemen hızlanıyorum. Çünkü diğer konular biraz daha önemli olabilir dediğiniz gibi.
Evet, ben de öyle tahmin ediyorum. Yani
Tamam. Hocam, cualenin şartları işte ücretle, bedelle ilgili olan şeyler, ücret olabilecek vasıfları yine icareyle bağlantı kuruluyor. Ve bedelin belirli olması lazım. Aslında hem cualede hem cuale alel iktirazda belirli olması gereken iki unsurdan birisi cuale iradesini ortaya koyan kişi, diğeri ise bedel. Fakat burada da bu bedelin malumiyeti ile ilgili bir farklılık söz konusu. Hanbeliler teslim imkanı varsa malumdur derler. Yani bir kişi bana bulduğun borcun %10'u kadar sana ödül vaat ediyorum dediği zaman Hanbeliler için bu malumiyet için yeterlidir. Bir de bedelin amel tamamlanmadan önce verilmesi. Bunu söylemem lazım çünkü bu cuale alel iktiraz için önemli. Bu böyle bir şart olması durumunda cualenin fasit olacağı söylenmiş. Fakat böyle bir şart olmadan cail, iyilik olması amacıyla bedel önceden verirse herhangi bir sıkıntı olmaz denmiş. Cualenin bağlayıcılığı, bunu cuale iktiraz kısmına geldiğimde biraz daha orada üzerinde konuşayım. Şimdi cuale alel iktiraz. Cuale alel iktiraz meselesi Şafii ve en net haliyle Şafii ve Hanbeli kaynaklarında mevcut. Genelde bir örnek üzerinden zikredilir ve men akradani, men iktarada, bana her kim işte 100 dirhem borç bulursa ona 10 dirhem veririm, 10 dirhem ödül veririm şeklinde cualal iktiraz zikredilmiş. Malikilerde ise bu anlamda çok fazla yer almıyor. İtibar ve semenülcah kavramları içerisinde zikredilmiş. Şafii ve Hanbelilere göre biraz daha az işlenmiş ve daha flu bir halde. Burada akdin konusunun ne olduğuyla ilgili bir ihtilaf söz konusu, bir tartışma söz konusu. Burada akdin konusu itibar mı yoksa amel mi? Hanbeli kaynaklarında genelde cuale alel iktirazda konunun itibar olabileceği söylenmiş. Mesela buradaki aldığım şeyde bu kişinin ortaya koyduğu itibarına karşılık yapılan bir cuale olarak tanımlanmış. Yani kişinin hiçbir amelde bulunmasa dahi bu bedeli alabileceği ifade edilmiş. Şafii kaynaklarında genelde amel üzerine bir vurgu var ama Malikilerde cahın yani bu itibarın asla nazara itibara alınamayacağı ifade edilmiş. Yani her ne kadar kişi itibarlı olsa bile bir amelinin ortaya çıkması lazım. Verilen örneklerden birisi kişi birilerini korumak için eğer cuale söz konusu olursa bu kişinin sadece itibarıyla onları koruması yeterli değildir. Onlarla beraber yürümesi gerekir en azından. Bir amele ihtiyaç vardır demişlerdir. Ancak biraz sonra semenül cah ile ilgili bağlantısına geldiğim zaman orada değineceğim. Bu kişinin aksi takdirde cah üzerine almış olduğu, itibar üzerine almış olduğu bedel haksız bir bedel olur. Bu bedele hak kazanmamış olur. Burada cuale alel iktirazla ilgili borçlunun kim olduğuna dair bir soru akla gelebilir. Bu hemen cuale alel iktirazla ilgili ifadelerden hemen sonra gelen bir şey. Kişinin kefil, yani bu amil olan kişinin, bu borcu olan kişinin kefil olmaması gerekir, borcu veren taraf da olmaması gerekir. Bunlar aslında faizle bağlantılı hususlar. Onlar da ilişkili olduğu kavram ve tasarruflarda ayrıntılarına değineceğim. Burada dolayısıyla borçlu olan kişi aslında cuale iradesini gösteren kişi. Aradaki amilin borcun ödenmesi noktasında hiçbir sorumluluğu söz konusu değildir. Nitekim kaynaklarda karz olarak alınan şey şeyin mülkiyeti vaatte bulunana aittir. Amil borçlu veya kefil olamaz. Peki karz nereden temin edilebilir? Karzın temin edilmesi aslında bu amelin belirli olup olmaması ile alakalı bir şey. Şafii ve Malikiler eğer cuale söz konusuysa amelin icaredeki kadar belirli olmaması gerektiğini şart koşarlar. Mesela süreyle sınırlandırılamayacağını şart koşarlar. Hanbelilerde ise böyle bir şey söz konusu değil. Eğer cuale meçhul bir amel üzerine geçerli olursa malum bir amel üzerine de geçerli olabilir. Dolayısıyla Hanbelilerde falancadan benim için borç alırsan şeklinde yapılan bir cuale geçerli kabul edilmiş. Muayyen hale getirilebilir böyle bir durumda. Fıkıh sistematiğindeki yerine gelmek istiyorum. Fıkıh sistematiğindeki yeri neden önemli? Çünkü bu cuale alel iktirazla ilgili ifadelerin ben genelde cuale bahislerinin dışında olduğunu gördüm. Aslında bu da fukahanın bu tasarrufu cuale ile değil de daha ziyade karz ile bağlantılı bir işlem olarak gördüğü anlamına geliyor. Çünkü cuale alel iktiraz büyük oranda karz bahislerinin sonunda zikredilmiş. Yanlış değilsem sadece bir yerde cuale bahsinde işlenmiş, bir yerde de bâbun nehi an selef cerra menfaaten, yani faiz yasağı kapsamında değerlendirilmiş. Bunu da burada söylemiş olalım. Diğer tasarruflarla olan ilişkisi, icareyle olan ilişkisi, kefalet ve riba ve semenül cah ile ilişkisine değineceğim ve ondan sonra sunumumu tamamlamış olacağım inşallah. İcare ile olan ilişkisi genelde Hanefiler ve Malikiler icareyle olan... Buyurun hocam.
Muhammed Hoca çok şey yapma, yani rahat rahat şey yapabilirsin. Yani çok da böyle koşturma zaman şeyi dolayısıyla, tamam mı? Yani
tamam hocam.
Güzel bir konu. Bir
evet.
Şey yapalım yani.
Tamamdır hocam, peki. İcare ile olan ilişkisi, Hanefilerin bu konudaki görüşünü daha önce zikrettik. Bunun fasit bir icare olduğunu söylüyorlar. Zaten icare ile olan sıkı ilişkisinden dolayı aslında cualenin geçerli olmadığını, böyle bir işlemin söz konusu olamayacağını ifade etmişler. Malikiler ise aslında cuale olarak müstakil başlık açıyorlar bu tasarruf için, ama yapmış oldukları tanımlarda genelde icare ifadesini de kullanıyorlar. Bu büyük oranda icare ve cuale arasında konu ortaklığından kaynaklanıyor. Mesela Bidayetül Müştehit'teki tanım, cuale için yapılan tanım, ala menfaatin mazununun husuliha. Yani husulü zannedilen, beklenilen, ortaya çıkabilecek bir menfaat üzerine yapılan icare olarak tanımlanmış. Konusu açısından zaten ikisi arasındaki benzerlik, burada benzerlik ve farklılıklar üzerinden belki gitmek gerekir. İkisi de amel, ikisinin konusu amel, fakat ikisi arasındaki farklılık, cualeyi farklı hale getiren şey, amelin belirsiz olabilmesi. Bunun da aslında bazı sonuçları var. Çünkü icarede iş sonuçlanmasa dahi kişi ameli karşılığında ecri misil alabilir veyahut çalıştığı kadar bir ücret alabilir. Fakat cualede iş tamamlanmadığı sürece kişi vaat edilen ödüle hak kazanamaz. Yani işi yarıda bırakamaz. İşi yarıda bırakıp bittiği zaman hiçbir bedele hak kazanmaz. Cuale ile icare arasındaki en temel farklılıklardan birisi bu. Malikilerin konu açısından yapmış oldukları itirazlardan birisi de bu. Normalde Hanbeliler ve Şafiiler cualeyi icareye nispetle daha geniş bir tasarruf olarak görürler. Çünkü amel ve amil belirli olmasa dahi geçerli olacağından dolayı cuale icareden daha kapsamlı bir şey olarak görülüyor. Ama Malikiler tam tersine cualeyi daha dar kapsamlı bir tasarruf olarak görüyor. Çünkü onlara göre amel tamamlanmadan amilin bir menfaat imkanının olmaması gerekir diyor. Şöyle, kuyu kazma örneği veriliyor bunun için. Eğer cuale olarak 10 metrelik bir kuyuyu kazma şartı ortaya konduysa ve 5 metre kazıldıktan sonra bu cuale feshedildiyse, cuale iradesini ortaya koyan kişi o 5 metrelik kuyudan istifade edebileceğinden dolayı bu amel cualeye değil ancak ve ancak icareye konu olabilir. Yani aslında şöyle, cualede amilin ortaya koyduğu amelden amel sonuçlanmadığı sürece cualeyi ortaya koyan kişinin istifade imkanının olmaması gerekir. Yani amel ya vardır ya yoktur. Bir durumun olması gerekir. Amel ya vardır ya yoktur gibi bir sonucun ortaya çıkması lazım Malikiler açısından. Ayrıca büyük bir amel olmamalı diyor Malikiler. Onun için icareden daha dar kapsamlı görüyorlar. Bitmeme, tamamlanmama ihtimaline karşı. Aksi takdirde eğer bitirilemeyecek kadar büyük bir amel olursa ameli yerine getiren kişi o kadar çalıştığı halde bitiremediğinden dolayı ameli zayi olmuş olur. Bu sebeple bitirilemeyecek kadar büyük bir amel olmaması gerekir demişler. Dolayısıyla cualeyi icareye nispetle daha dar kapsamlı bir tasarruf olarak görmüşler. Akdin tarafları açısından bu da icare ile cualeyi birbirinden ayıran bir husus. İcarede her iki taraf belirli olmak zorunda iken cualede karşı taraf belirli de olabilir, belirsiz de olabilir. Bağlayıcılık açısından icare normalde bağlayıcı bir tasarruf, fakat cuale bağlayıcılığı duruma göre değişiyor. Eğer amel başlamadan önce ise her iki taraf açısından da gayri lazım bir akit. Bağlayıcı değil, her iki tarafta akdi bu cualeyi bozabilir. Zaten iki taraftan bahsedebilmemiz için bunun muayyen bir amil için yapılmış olması gerekir. Eğer amele başlandıysa burada da aslında bağlayıcı olmama durumu devam ediyor. Fakat akdi bu cuale tasarrufunu fesheden, ortadan kaldıran kişiye göre bedelle ilgili farklı sonuçlar ortaya çıkıyor. Eğer cualeyi fesheden kişi amil ise hiçbir bedele hak kazanmaz. Çünkü yapmış olduğu amelden vazgeçmiş, işi tamamlamamış olur ve teberru mevcut amelde teberru etmiş olur. Fakat amelin ortasında eğer cualeyi yapan kişi akdi bozarsa bu kişi karşı tarafın amelinin boşa gitmesine sebebiyet vereceğinden dolayı çalıştığı süre kadar, çalıştığı miktar kadar ecri misil vermesi gerekir. Kefalet ve riba ilişkisi açısından bu aslında hem kefalet hem de karz, ikisi de büyük oranda riba, faiz kapsamında değerlendirilmiş ve genelde birbirine geçmiş bir halde işlenmiş. Cuale alel iktirazın geçtiği yerlerin hemen ardından mesela her kim bana 100 dirhem borç bulursa 10 dirhem ödül veririm derse sahihtir. Hemen ardından gelen şey bu. Ama kim bana kefil olursa ona 10 dirhem veririm şeklindeki tasarruf geçerli olmaz. Bunun iki sebebi var. Bir, klasik fıkıh literatüründe kefalet için bir ücret alınamaması prensibi. Bundan dolayı geçersiz. İkincisi faiz sıkıntısı. Çünkü eğer kefil olan kişi o kişi için almış olduğu borcu kendi öderse bu borcu bizatihi kendi vermiş olur. Kendi verdiğinden dolayı da vaat edilen o ödül aslında karz üzerine gelmiş olan bir menfaat olur. Kullu kardin cerre menfaaten fehuve riben kaidesini burada hemen zikrederler. Bu amilin karzı veren kişi olamayacağını da söylemişler. Bu da aslında ribadan dolayı. Yani bana kim 100 dirhem borç bulursa 10 dirhem veririm şeklinde yapılan vaatte amil kendi cebinden çıkarıp o 100 dirhemi veremez. Aksi takdirde burada da riba söz konusu olur. Son olarak semenülcah ilişkisi. Bu kavram semenülcah sadece semenülcah olarak sadece Maliki kaynaklarında geçiyor.
Muhammed Hoca, normal süremiz epey geçti ama devam et yani şey yapıyoruz. Sorun yok. Yani
Tamam,
ama devam
hocam.
et derken hani durumu da anlıyorsun tabii ki.
Hocam bitiriyorum. Bu son şeyim. Kusura bakmayın.
Estağfurullah sorun yok yani.
Tamam.
Devam et.
Sadece Maliki kaynaklarında geçen bir ifade bu. Semenülcah bir kişinin kendi lehine olan bir hakkı elde edebilmek için aracı olmak suretiyle itibarını kullanarak bu hakkı temin etmek istediği kişiye verdiği bedel. Yani itibarlı birisinin yanına gidiyor. Böyle bir hakkım var. Bu borç da olabilir, başka bir şey de olabilir. Ve bunun karşılığında ona bir bedel veriyor. Bu semenülcah Malikilerde genelde olumsuz anlamda kullanılmış. Genelde rüşvetle bağlantılı kullanılmış. Ve birçoğunda semenülcahın haram olduğu zikredilmiş. Fakat ayrıntıya indiğimiz zaman semenülcah için 3 görüşün olduğu ifade edilmiş. Birincisi mutlak haram olduğuna dair görüş. İkincisi mutlak mekruhiyet. Üçüncüsü ise eğer bu semenülcah itibarını ortaya koyan kişinin o hakkı elde edebilmek için bir masrafı söz konusuysa, sefere çıktıysa veyahut bir nafaka ihtiyacı olduysa onların mislini alması caiz olur. Bunun için verilen örneklerden birisi de cuale alel iktiraz. Yani aslında Malikiler cuale alel iktirazı borcu bulan kişinin bu borcu bulmak için bir sefer veyahut sefere çıkması, yolculuğa çıkması veyahut herhangi bir masraf yapması durumunda yapmış olduğu masrafla sınırlı tutarlar. Fakat Hanbeliler bu cuale alel iktirazın konusuyla ilgili söylediğim şeyde genelde semenülcah olarak değil, cah yani itibar kavramını kullanırlar ve zaten cuale alel iktirazın itibar konusunun itibar olduğunu söylerler. Malikilerde farklı görüşlerin olması ve özellikle gayrimeşru olmayan hususlarda semenülcah ile ilgili daha yumuşak ifadelerin yer alması aslında semenülcahın bizatihi bir hüküm taşımadığı intibağı uyandırdı bende. Yani semenülcah bir bedel gibi. Bu bedel bazen gayrimeşru bir iş olabilir, bazen meşru bir iş için olabilir. Dolayısıyla aslında semenülcahın hükmü bir tasarrufun sonucuna bağlı olarak ortaya çıkan bir şey. Eğer rüşvet tarzında bir şey için ise bu semenülcah, bu durumda haram hükmünü alırken ama cuale alel iktiraz için ise burada da itibar söz konusu olduğundan dolayı haram demek mümkün değil şeklinde bir sonuç ortaya çıkıyor. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Umarım anlaşılır bir sunum olmuştur.
Evet, Muhammed Usame çok gayet güzel, net, dakik bir bildiri oldu. Aslında bu bize belki belki ilgisini de hani tebliği tamamlamak için ileride bunun hani günümüz İslami finansta bir ürüne dönüşecek ya da mevcut ürünlerle nasıl bağlantısı kurulabilir? Yani bu nasıl işlevsel hale getirilebilir? Belki o yönüyle ilgili de bir çalışma yapılabilirse, belki bu katılımcı hocalarımız, arkadaşlar da hani bu konuda farklı kanaatleri, katkıları olabilir. Çok yararlı bir tebliğ olur. Çünkü bu konu çok fazla bilinen, çok işlenen bir konu değil. Yani iyi bir konu seçmişsiniz. Yani bu fıkhın İslam ekonomisindeki rolü bakımından. Yani bu bir de bize şunu gösteriyor. Aslında tabii burada fıkhın rolü deyince aslında fıkıh merkezi bir yerde aslında. Yani belki onun üzerinde uzun uzun konuşmamız gerekir. Yani biz bu İslam ekonomisi ve finansı konusunu tartışırken, ele alırken yani genellikle daha çok işin işlem hacmi, operasyonel yönü, finans ayağı ve diğer doğrudan uygulama ile ilgili yönleri üzerinde duruyoruz ve haklıdır da tabii ki. İşin işletme boyutu daha çok buralarda, sektör buraların üzerinde cereyan ediyor, sektör faaliyetleri. Ama biz burada da görüyoruz ki yani biraz da böyle hani çok teknik, çok belki farklı bir terminolojiyle mutfakta, arka planda çok ayrı bir sistemin işlediğini, yani o mutfaktaki çalışmalar, o terminoloji, o emek birikim olmadan aslında bunun İslam ekonomisi finansına daha operasyonel yönlerine yansımasının çok da kolay olmadığını görüyoruz. Yani yeni bir çalışması olması bakımından ben tebrik ediyorum. Katılımcılarımızdan katkıda bulunmak isteyen ya da soru sormak isteyen varsa önce onu alalım. Bir sonraki bildiri sahibimiz galiba katılamayacakmış. O yüzden biraz da vaktimiz var. Tabii bu vaktimiz var demek yani tamamını burada şey yapalım, bu da tüketelim anlamında değil. Yani bir sonrakine devrederiz bu alacaklarımızı ama yine de hani katkıda bulunmak isteyenler varsa onları alalım isterseniz. Bir sonraki bildiriye geçmeden önce. Bir de benim tabii düşünürken belki arkadaşlar bir katkı şey daha söyleyeyim ben. Acaba bu konunun bu kitle fonlamasıyla bir ilgisi kurulabilir mi Muhammed Usame? Tabii kitle fonlamasında doğrudan doğruya veren, katkıda bulunana ödül veriliyor. Yani bu ödül belki olabilir, ödül olabilir. Yani ödül bazlı olabilir. Doğrudan borç verme karşılığında bağış şeklinde olabilir, borç şeklinde olabilir ama acaba mesela doğrudan doğruya işte bana şu kadar bağışta bulunursan ben de sana şu katkıda bulunurum, şu ürünümden şu kadar verebilirim gibi bir ödül vaat edilirken aynı şekilde yani bana şu kadar borç bulan ya bu projeme şu katkı olarak borç bulan kişilere de ben ödül vaat ediyorum diyebilir mi? Hani orayla ben bir irtibat kurdum ama çok uzak bir irtibat mıdır? Onlarla bir kurulabilir mi? Onu bilmiyorum Muhammed Hocam.
Yani hocam burada tabii fukahanın en fazla dikkat ettiği şey semen karşılığında aynı kişiden ödül olarak semen alınması. Yani işte buraya bağışta bulunulduğunda ne bileyim ürünüm işte falanca bir ürünüm semen dışında olan bir şey söz konusu olduğu zaman fukahanın görüşü bu konuda daha esnek aslında.
Evet,
ama
evet.
Bir bağışın üzerine semen ödülü söz konusu olduğu zaman yani bu fonlamayı yapan kişiye semen ödülü söz konusu olduğu zaman burada genelde faiz ve faiz şüphesi de faiz gibidir gibi bir değerlendirme söz konusu. Sürekli fukaha kullu kardin cerre menfaaten fehuve riben kaidesini hemen gündeme getiriyor. Belki semen dışında bir ödül söz konusu olursa bu daha kullanılabilir hale gelebilir.
Yani bana finans sağlarsan değil de daha doğrusu bana doğrudan doğruya borç verirsen değil de bana finans sağlayıcılara aracılık yapıp da borç bulursan şeklinde bir uygulaması olabilir. Belki o anlamda.
Hocam bu hani mevcut ürünler ve uygulamalarla ilgili bağlantısı kısmında da aslında ben doktorada Hanbeli mezhebi üzerine çalışmıştım. Hanbeli mezhebinde görerek biraz ilgilendim bununla. Çünkü daha önce Cuhale'nin böyle bir şeye vasıta olabileceği aklıma gelmemişti. Bu aslında ilk gördüğümde benim aklıma mevcut faizsiz finans kurumları, banka dışındaki faizsiz finans kurumları, özellikle bu tasarrufa dayalı bazı kurumlar aklıma geldi. Çünkü onların aslında yapmış olduğu işlem neredeyse birebir buna benziyor. Kendileri değil, başkalarından borç bularak birisini fonluyorlar aslında. Ve onların şimdiye kadar hep problem olan şey, onların almış olduğu organizasyon ücretiydi. Aslında işte bu organizasyon ücreti bir nevi cuale konumunda. Özellikle işin tamamlanmadan bu cualeye hak kazanamaması ile ilgili husus burada her iki tarafı da koruyan bir şey. Ve burada tam olarak o kurum kendi itibariyle normalde belki bir araya gelemeyecek veya birbirine güven besleyemeyecek o kadar insanı o kurum kendi itibarıyla o borcu bularak bir kişiyi fonlamış oluyor ve sonrasında zaten borçlu olan yine o kurum değil, alacaklı olan o kurum değil, diğer kişiler olmuş oluyor. Yani bu benzerlik benim çok dikkatimi çekmişti ve bununla ilgili de herhangi bir literatürde bir şey göremediğim için, bulamadığım için aslında bunun ayrıntılı bir şekilde ortaya konmasının faydalı olacağını düşünmüştüm.
İşte bu çalışma belki ona vesile olur. Daha ileri boyutlarını şey yapmış olur. Ben tekrar teşekkür ediyorum Muhammed sana Onuş. Peki bir son eğer şeysen bir sonraki galiba Recep Ertuğay katılamayacak. Öyle değil mi Salih Hocam?
Evet hocam.
Evet, o zaman yine Osman Eminler ve Salih Üler, sizlerin bildirisini sunmak üzere vadeli satışlarda ödemenin gecikmesi durumundaki uygulamalar ve enflasyon farkı meselesi ki çok can alıcı yani fıkhi açıdan işin nirengi noktalarından bir tanesi. Çok yararlı bir bildiri olacağını ben şahsen kendi adıma düşünüyorum. Buyurun yani süremiz yine aynı şekilde 20 dakika ama artıları var tabii ki. Evet. Ama biz hep söylüyoruz. Bir şey var. Böyle vaktinde hani namaz kılarsak o vakti içerisinde kerahatsiz oluyor ama biraz fazla açtığımız zaman tenzihen mekruh ve daha ileriye doğru gidiyor yani. Onu bilelim. Fazla kerahat vakitlerine girmeyelim.
Yok hocam bizimki zaten çok uzun sürmedi inşallah. Osman Hoca sunacak.
Evet, selamünaleyküm.
Aleykümselam.
Kıymetli hocam, kerahata kalmadan inşallah yolumuza devam edeceğiz.
Evet, Salih Hoca bizim Sakarya Üniversitesi'nde de Osman sen burada hani, önümdeki şeyi de göremiyorum da üniversite neresiydi?
Hocam ben kısaca tanıtayım.
Evet, iyi olur.
Ben Sakarya Üniversitesi 2019 yılında pazarlama alanında doktoramı tamamladım. Dolayısıyla pazarlama alanında doktorayı tamamladığımız için kendimizde bir iş dünyasında bulunuyoruz. Erkek Hazır Giyim aile şirketimiz var.
Evet, çok güzel.
Son 4-5 ayda da Sakarya Müsiyat'ın yönetim kurulu üyesiyim.
Harika.
Bu çalışmayı yaparken Salih Hoca ile birlikte İslam iktisadı kısmını Salih Hocamız sağ olsun yaptı, toparladı diyelim. Biz de pazarlama kısmı. Dinamik de bir konu, iş adamlarının sıkıntı yaşadığı bir konu. Böyle bir bakış açısı getirmeye çalışacağız hep birlikte diyelim. İnşallah sizin de fikirleriniz çok önemli bu bağlamda. İsterseniz başlayabilirim.
Tabii buyurun.
Yansısı gözüküyor şu anda.
Evet gözüküyor.
Tamam, teşekkürler. Şimdi çalışmamızın içeriğinde öncelikle vadeli satış kavramını, sonra çalışmanın amacını, yöntemini ve çalışmaya ait bulgular ve tespitleri sunup sonuç ve önerilerle ilerleyeceğiz. Kavramlarda çok fazla tanımlara girmeye gerek yok. Vadeli satış kavramı zaten halk arasında veresiye diye bildiğimiz kavram. Satış bedelinin kısmen veya tamamen akitten ve satılan mal teslim vaktinden sonra ödenecek şekilde satılmasını ifade eder. Buna ek olarak vade farkı diye bir kavram söz konusu. Bir mal veya hizmetin peşin satış fiyatı ile vadeli satış fiyatı arasındaki fark diye tarif edilmektedir. Çalışmamızda özellikle biz müsiyatta iş adamlarıyla yapılan toplantılarda biraz daha bulunduğumuz dünya görüşü itibariyle bir noktada ne yapacağımızı şaşırar vaziyetteyiz. Dolayısıyla ticaret erbabıyla vadeli satışlarda vade tarihinde ödenmeyen alacakları tahsil ederken ne yapılacağını böyle ittifak ettiğimiz bir şey yok, bir görüş yok. Kimisi farklı yöntemler yapıyor. Bu konuda neler yapabiliriz diye başladık. Amacımız da bunu fıkhi olarak uygunluğunu değerlendirerek öneriler getirmek. Yöntem olarak nitel araştırma yöntemleri ve fenomenolojik yaklaşım benimsendi. Burada iş adamlarının vadeli satış uygulamaları bizim fenomenimiz olarak belirlendi. Bu bağlamda iş adamları ne oranda vadeli satış yapıyor? Vadeli satış yaparken müşteriyle nasıl bir anlaşma yapıyorlar? Bu türlü durumlarda, geciktiği durumlarda nasıl bir uygulama yapıyorlar? Bunları öğrenmeye çalıştık. Yöntem olarak müsiyat iş adamları, Sakarya Şubesi'ne bağlı 12 tane iş adamıyla yaklaşık 7 tane tespit ettiğimiz soruyu sorduk. Aradığımız çalışma neticesinde. Bu grupta bu 12 kişilik iş adamlarını sınıflandırdığımızda sektörlere 4 tanesi üretici, 4 tanesi perakende sektöründe görev yapıyor, 4 tanesi de inşaat sektöründe. Neden buradan bahsettik? Çünkü örneğin perakende sektöründe kredi kartlarının ağırlık olmasından itibariyle eskisi gibi vadeli satış gibi kavramlar kullanılmıyor. Ama gene de oradaki dinamiği de test etmeye çalıştık. Üretim ve inşaat sektöründe daha çok toptan ve büyük cirolar yapan firmaların bu konuyla ilgili daha muzdarip olduğunu görmekteyiz. Şimdi kısaca çalışmaya ait soruları söylemeden önce onları bulgularda ifade edeceğiz. 7 tane soruda genel itibariyle firmaların bu olaya bakış açısını bize yansıtacaktır. İlk soru mesela vadeli mal ve hizmet satışlarınızın toplam satışları içerisindeki oranı nedir diye sorduk. İş adamlarımız özellikle inşaat ve üretim şirketlerinde vadeli satış %40 ve 60 oranlarında değişmekte. Bu çok ciddi bir oran aslında. Perakende sektöründe az önce de söylediğim gibi kredi kartlarından sonra daha az vadeli satış oluyor. Bu %40 ve %60 oranı bizlere bu konuya ait daha yoğunlaşmamız gerektiği hakkında önemli bir ölçü oldu. Perakendeciler biraz daha ikili ilişkilerle bu işi tolere edebiliyorlar. İkinci soru olarak vadeli mal veya hizmet satışlarınızda müşteri vade tarihinde borcunu ödemezse nasıl bir uygulama yapıyorsunuz diye oldu iş adamlarına. Genel olarak firmalar ödenmeyen borçlarında neticeye gitmeyi, borcun ana parasını kurtarmayı politika olarak benimsemiştir. Bunu iş adamlarına şöyle ifade ediyorlar. İşte biz ödenmeyen borçla ilgili karşı taraf iyi niyetiyle geldi. Vaat edilen ödeme tarihinden sonra ödemesine rağmen biz neticeye gidip ana parayı kurtaralım, önümüze bakalım modunda olduğunu genel itibariyle söylüyorlar. Çok uzun yıllar geçtiği takdirde yani epey çok aranın açık olduğu dönemlerde borçlu ile ortak bir noktada buluşmayı, iki taraf helalleşme yoluna gitmeyi düşünüyorlar. Bu şekilde cevapların ağırlığı bu şekilde. Yani neticeye gidelim. Evet aradan belki 10 yıl geçmiş. Bu bize perakende de çok yaşanıyor. İşte hacca gideceğim diyor. Ben 10 sene önce bir elbise almıştım. Helalleşmeye geldim. Elbise 10 sene önce belki 200 TL'ydi. Şimdi 1500 TL. Burada nasıl bir muamele edeceğiz? Ortak bir yolda buluşuyoruz şeklinde. Üçüncü soru olarak vadeli ve mal satışlarınızda vadeli mal satışlarınızda müşteriyle nasıl bir anlaşma yapıyorsunuz? Bu soruda şöyle aslında firmalar TL olarak hesap görüyorlar. Bazı firmalar örneğin demir gibi, seramik gibi böyle kar marjı çok düşük ve günden güne fiyatları değişebilen sektörler var. Özellikle enflasyonu, gerçi birazdan oraya da geleceğim, çok yoğun olduğu dönemlerde 20 sene önceki Türkiye'de bazı inşaat malzemecileri hesap görürken işte 100 metrekare seramik, işte 100 kilo demir diye hesap görüp vadede ödenmediği takdirde ondan sonra onu baz alarak hesap gördüğünü söylediler. Bunu da bilmiyorduk açıkçası. Ama diğer endüstrilerde yani katma değerli endüstrilerde böyle bir durum söz konusu değil. Dördüncü soruda vadesi ödenmeyen ürün alımlarında nasıl bir yaklaşımda bulunmak sizce daha adil olur diye sorduk. Bu aslında beklediğimizden farklı geldi. İş adamlarının bu soruya yönelik cevapları altın endeksli olmanın daha adil olduğu şeklinde. Ancak burada fukaha tarafından enflasyon oranında fazlalık alınması yaklaşımını hiçbirinin bilmediğini gördük. Yani 12 tane iş adamından enflasyonu baz alırız ifadesini duyamadık. Altını baz alırsak altın biraz daha netice olarak daha İslami, daha doğru, daha sabit gibi gözükmüş anladığımız kadarıyla. Bu da ayrı bir bizim için bakış açısı geliştirdi. Şunu sorduk, gene bir esnaf arkadaşınıza bize ticaret dünyasında bu çok olur. Elden para istemeler de olur. İlla bir ürün satarsınız vade değil de birisinin borç ihtiyacı vardır, sıkışmıştır. Bir borç verdiniz ve arkadaşınız ödemesi gereken tarihi bir yıl geciktirdi. Bir yıl vadeli almıştır veya geciktirme. Çünkü kısa vadeli de çok oluyor. 3 günlük, 5 günlük, ay sonlarında çek ödemeniz gerekiyordur. Ve bu kısa vadede birilerinden para istemişsinizdir. Bununla ilgili bir sorumuz vardı. Bu soruya yanıt verenler öncelikle şöyle dedi. Nakit verdiği paraların geri dönmeyeceğini göze alarak verdiklerini ifade ettiler. Ben arkadaşıma eğer güvendiysem ve bu parayı verdiysem 50 bin lira, 100 bin lira zaten imkanım vardır ve bunu göğüsleyebileceğimdir diye düşünenlerin yoğun olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Ancak paranın gelecek süreden daha sonra gelmesi halinde kesinlikle vade farkı uygulamayacaklarını, bunlara vicdanlarının el vermediğini tüm iş adamları ifade etmiştir. Yani 100 bin lira vermiştim, ben 105 bin lira alayım. Bu kesinlikle bir kişiden çıkmadı. Bunun söylenmesi bile onların vicdanlarını titrettiğini ben araştırma yaparken gördüm. Tabii burada ayrı bir soru, işte Karzı Hasen'de enflasyon farkı olur mu? Bu da tabii bazı görüşlerde Mehmet Saraç, bazı hocaların Karzı Hasen'de enflasyon farkı alınmaması gerektiğini düşünenler hocalarımız da var. Hoş. Bir sonraki sorumuz, enflasyon farkı hakkında ne düşünüyorsunuz? Aslında bu son 10-15 yıldır bir istikrar vardı enflasyon noktasında Türkiye'deki ticarette. Ben hatırlıyorum çok daha küçük yaşlardayken, 12-13 yaşlardayken ticarete çok erken ısındık hamdolsun. O zamanlar şöyle derlerdi, biz İstanbul'dan ürün alıyorduk. Boğaz Köprüsü'nü geçtikten sonra bile zamlanıyor derlerdi. Bu kadar kar ettiğimiz dönemler oldu diye söylüyorlardı. Böyle enflasyonlu dönemler geçirdi ülkemiz. Son 2-3 senedir birazcık daha kurla birlikte bu sorular tekrar yenilenmeye başladı. İş adamları bu farka yönelik tutumları ticaretlerini çok daha kısa süre içerisinde neticelendirme yoluna gidiyor. Yani anlık, günlük kur bazı alınarak, örneğin çek kesiyorsunuz, dolar bazlı çekler var. Yani 6 ay sonra dolar işte 9.5 olursa o günkü tarihte 9.5'miş gibi hesap görülerek kur bazlı çek son 2 senedir bayağı bir devreye girdi ithal ürünlerde. Dolayısıyla daha her firma kendini bu konuda muhafaza altına almayı düşünüyor. 7. soru son olarak da borcun alışverişi hakkında İslami kaynaklardan yeteri kadar istifade edilebiliyor mu? Hutbe gibi, vaaz gibi. Bu konuda şöyle bir ittifak var. Diyanet İşleri Başkanlığı'nın görevlilerinin gerek cuma hutbelerinde gerek vaazlarda ticari noktadaki ihtilaflı meselelere değinmesi noktasında çok bilgisiz olduğumuzu, onların bu konuda bize doğru aktaramadığını ifade ediyorlar. Öncelikle ben de şöyle bir şey söyleyeyim. En azından İstoç var mesela, İstanbul Toptancılar Çarşısı veya Sakarya'yı baz alalım. Uzun Çarşı var. Kent Meydanı, Katlı Pazar Yeri var. Ticaretin yoğun olduğu bölgelerdeki görevlilere en azından bunlar enjekte edilebilir. Bu konuda vaizler gönderilebilir. Haftada bir, ayda bir. Bu konuyu aşmamız gerekiyor diye düşünüyorum. Sonuç kısmına geldiğimizde araştırma sonucunda iş adamlarının vadeli satışlarında gecikme yaşanması durumunda satım bedeli üzerine ekleme yapanları neredeyse rastlamadık. Zulme uğrasak da yapacak bir şey yok. Çünkü korkuyorlar. Kimse bu konuya girmek istemiyor. Altını endeksleme hususunu az önce bahsetmiştik. Bunun daha tutarlı olduğunu düşünüyorlar iş adamlarımız. Vurguladıkları hususlardan biri de az önce söylediğim gibi vadeli satışlar, enflasyon farkı, endeksleme, kredi kartı kullanım gibi konularda uygulamaların İslami olarak doğru olup olmadığı konusunda bilgi sahibi değiller. Yani kulaktan dolma, belki de işte bir yerde rastladıysa bu konuda topluma yayılabilecek bir bilgi akışının olması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. İş adamları da hakeza böyle. Asıl konumuza yönelik önerilere baktığımızda vadeli satışın ödenmemesi durumundaki önerilere Hayrettin Karaman Hoca'nın 3 tane önerisi söz konusu. Bir tanesi ödeme sürelerine göre ayarlanmış fiyat listeleri vardır. Eskiden bilmiyorum şimdi galiba yok ama bu beyaz eşyacıların böyle kocaman bir kampanyaları olurdu. İşte 3 ay, 6 ay, 12 ay, 18 ay diye böyle fiyat listeleri olurdu 15-20 sene önce. Buna benzer bir şey. Ancak ticarette bu pek mümkün değil. Yani siz o zaman karşı tarafa diyorsunuz ki sen 3 ayda ödersen şu para, 6 ayda ödersen bu para, ödemeyeceğini öngörerek, yani güven biraz hassas oluyor bu ticari oluşumlarda. Siz bir şeyi anlaşıyorsunuz. Karşı taraf bunu o verilen vadede ya öder ya da ödemez. Ama siz ona sen 3 ayda öde şu para, ödemezsen bak işte 6 ay sonra bu para, ödemezsen bak bir sene sonra bu para gibi şeyler iki tarafında güven anlamında, moral anlamında, yani demek ki sen satamayacaksın veya ödeyemeyeceksin gibi daha başta bunu kabul ediliyormuş gibi. Çünkü ikili ilişki var. Bir nihai tüketiciyle bir perakende mağazası değil, her ikisi de endüstriyel tüketici diyelim, satıcı. İkinci öneri, borçlu vadesinde ödeme yapmak istediğinde alacaklıya gelir, borcu doğuran akdi bozar, yeniden yeni bir fiyat ve şartlarla satım akdi yaparlar. Bu aslında şey gibi, hani ödenmedi, gelin barışalım, tekrar bir yol haritası çizelim gibi. Bu 12 kişiye sorduğumda bir kişiyle sadece böyle bir cevap aldım. Dekorasyon işi yapıyor inşaat sektöründe. Nasıl yapıyorsunuz dedim bu türlü durumlarda? Biz karşı taraf bir sene sonra ödemedi. Geldi abi işte işimiz bozuldu. Geldi 2 sene sonra. Şartları ortaya koyuyoruz. Demiri, çimentoyu her neyse. Ona göre bir ortak noktada buluşuyoruz. İşte yepyeni bir satım akdi gibi. Bu da çok aslında mümkün gözükmüyor. Bir tek bir kişiyle rastladık. Bir diğeri de satılan malı deftere kaydederken ödünç niyetiyle kaydetmek ve mal ödemeye geldiğinde satım işlemi yapmak ve ödeme günkü fiyat uygulamak. Bu da o seramik konusunda, demir konusunda o çok dinamik, gün olarak baz alınabilecek ürünlerle alakalı. İşte 15-20 sene önce bu üçüncü şıkkı yapan firmalara rastladık. Yani görüşmeler itibariyle. Çok da fazla yaygın değiller. Neden? Çünkü sektörlerin dinamikleri çok da değişti. Vadesinde ödenmeyen borçlarda vade ile gecikme tarihi arasındaki dönem için paradaki değer düşüklüğünün karşılanması noktasında bir mutabakat var. Ben şöyle hatırlıyorum. Bundan 20 sene önce MÜSİAD'ın gene bu konuda sempozyumlar düzenlediğini, vade farkında ne yapacağız, paramız değer kaybediyor, yurt dışından insanları topladığını dahi hatırlıyorum. Bu türlü, bunu niye söyledim? Hala daha net bir şey açığa çıkmadığı için ben 20 sene önceki durumu söylüyorum. Bu konularda nasıl bir uygulama yapılacağı Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu tarafından netleştirilmeli ve bunu ticaret erbabına ulaştırılmalı. Daha yüksek sesle dillendirilmeli. En azından biraz daha kamuoyu yapılabilir. Zira Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu paranın değer düşüklüğünün karşılanması gerektiğini ifade etmekte. Fakat hangi endeksin tefe, tüfe, üfe, enflasyon baz alınacağını ifade etmemektedir. Dolayısıyla çağdaş fukaha burada enflasyon farkına yönelik toplumda bir inandırıcılıkta kayıp söz konusu. İşte tenis topunu hesap ediyorlar diyorlar. İlgisiz ürünleri hesap ederek enflasyon farkını bize yöneltiyor diyorlar. Dolayısıyla sektörlere ait dinamikler belirlenebilir. İşte satın alma endekslerine bakılarak bir çalışma yapılması halinde daha bağımsız, daha tutarlı oranlara ulaşabiliriz diye düşünüyoruz. Gene az önce söylediğim gibi bu da öneri olarak özellikle ticaretin yoğun olduğu alanlarda Türkiye'nin her yerinde bu konuya yönelik hususi görevliler yetiştirilip topluma, tüccarlara, oradaki camilere hatta kısa sorular verilip bir yönlendirme yapılması gerekiyor diye düşünüyorum kıymetli hocam. Salih hocam sizler de bu konuda acaba?
Hocam sen güzel sundun. Gayet benim ekleyeceğim bir şey yok. Soru olursa ben de girerim o zaman.
Eyvallah. Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu'ndan epey bahsettik ama hocam şimdi topu da size attık diyelim.
Şimdi yani ben aslında bu topu ben teşekkür ederim öncelikle bu sunum problemleri olduğu gibi koyup böyle boca ettin şeye ama aslında bu araştırmayı yani sahada şeyler daha çok hani reel sektördekiler diyelim onlar üzerinde güzel bir çalışma olmuş ama bence aynı araştırmayı bir de katılım bankaları nezdinde yapmamız gerekir. Çünkü burada kişisel olarak bir karz alıp vermeleri genellikle insanları tanıdık, yani akraba, çevre, onlara verdikleri için bu çok fazla problem teşkil etmeyebilir. Ya da işte ticari olarak bunu yapıyorsan, ticaret yapan kişiler genellikle onun riskini birazcık alırlar. Ona göre bir vadelendirme yaparlar. Çok fazla sorun olmuyor. Ama bugün esas tartışmalı olan, yani zamanında tartışıldı ama şu anda artık sanki tartışmasız çözülmüş gibi gözüken bankaların vermiş olduğu kredilerin geri dönmemesi durumunda işte bunların nasıl tahsil edecekleri ve ilave ne şekilde alacakları, bu ciddi bir sorun ve bildiğim kadarıyla da tabii burada temsilcileri, banka temsilcileri de olabilir. Onlar bizi tahsiye etsinler. Yani maalesef diyeyim, yani onların da başka türlü bir çözüm bulamadıkları için, yani bu duyuğuna kalan yani pek çok kredileri olduğu için bunları işte enflasyon farkını alıp, hatta bilmiyorum hepsi aynı ölçüde bunu uyguluyorlar mı, uygulamayanlar muhakkak vardır. Mahrum kalınan karı da aldıkları, yani sadece belli bir enflasyon ya da bir endeksli olarak, ki genellikle enflasyon farkı olarak kabul ediliyor. Ama mahrum kalınan karı da aldıkları. Dolayısıyla iş böyle bir hani karz olmaktan tamamen çıkıp başka şeylere, hatta bundan yani bu alınan şeylerin de bunu şey olarak sosyal yani sosyal finansta bunları kullanma gibi bir eğilim de var. Aslında ya bu sistemin problemli alanları. Yani neden problemli? Çünkü eğer bu şekilde bir takım garantiler olmazsa, yani bu krediler nasıl verilecek, nasıl sürdürülebilir hale gelecek? Ama bu işin yolunu açtığımız zaman da tamamen bir bütün zararları karşılama gibi baktığımızda da hani İslam ekonomisi finansı alanıyla uyuşmayan bir durum ortaya çıkmış oluyor. Artı biz hayır hasenatı bu şekilde kendimiz kullanamadığımız şeyleri, yani kullanamıyoruz, caiz değil ama bunu biz işte hayır işlerinde kullanalım dediğimiz zaman, yani hayrın içerisini de belki içini de boşaltacak şekilde, yani orada da problemli bir alan ortaya çıkmış oluyor. Bunlar hep bizim sorunlu alanlarımız, yani ben bildiğim kadarıyla. Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu meselesine gelince, tabii Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu belki kurumsal olarak hani enflasyon farkı mutlaka işte borçlarda, karzlarda mutlaka alınmalıdır, alınabilir gibi böyle net şekilde değil ama değişik, yani değişik fetvalarında ya da kararlarının dolaylı bir şekilde yani çözümlerin arasında, ortasında bir şekilde onunla ilişkili olarak böyle bir eğilimi var. Çünkü bu da şundan kaynaklanıyor. Yani ortada bir zarar varsa, yani bu zararın izale edilmesi gerekir. Yani bu zararın karşılanmış olması gerekir. Yani bu borç alıp vermenin de yine sürekli hale getirilmesi bakımından da bu önemli. İnsanların zararlarının telafi edilmesi bakımından önemli. Ama burada tam netleşmemiş, üzerinde ittifak edilmemiş bir durum olduğu için, yani sizin de söylediğiniz gibi, yani bu konu hani enflasyon farkı mutlaka karşılanmalıdır gibi bir kanaate henüz herkes tarafından ittifakla kabul edilmediği için, hani burada kurulun ya şöyle olmalı ve bu da şunu işte enflasyonu baz alırız, çekirdek enflasyonu baz alırız ya da emtiaya endeksleriz, dolara gibi böyle bir doğrudan şey yapması da bence doğru değil. Yani orası biraz muğlak kalmalı. Yani burada zararın tazmin edilebileceği şeklinde bir yaklaşım, yani böyle bir karar daha yani bu şekilde kalması daha uygundur. Onun içini belki sektör kendisi dolduracaktır. Net bir şey söylediği zaman belki o da bunun tartışmalı olduğu için oraya da buraya da çekilecek, farklı şekilde yorumlanacak şeyler de vardır. Hani nitekim hani biraz daha bu borç meselesini de aşan TOKİ meselesinde de çıkan gürültülerden, yani bu işlerin ne kadar netameli meseleler olduğunu da görmüş oluyoruz yani bizim taraftan. Evet, ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Yani bu konu çok çok önemli, yani merkezi konularımızdan bir tanesi. Bu borç yapılandırmayla da alakalı şey aslında. Yani biz belki doğrudan doğruya borç yapılandırmasını ileriye dönük artış yaparak buna cevaz vermiyoruz ama bugün yine bu finansal sektörde diyelim, yani bunu bir şekilde hani iskonto şeklinde bir noktada cevaz verildi. Hani erken ödemede iskonto şeklinde onlar biraz daha çözüm bulmuş şeydi. Çünkü burada bir zarar yok kişilere. Ama ileriye dönük olarak bunun artışlarla nasıl yapılandırılacağı çok doktriner olarak bu üzerinde ittifak olmadığı gibi tartışmasız kabul edilen bir şey olmasına rağmen ama son zamanlarda özellikle murabaha arkasında bir varlık olan en azından murabaha ve benzerdeki borçların bir şekilde yeniden işte paranın zaman değeri üzerinden giderek yeniden yapılandırılabileceğine dair bazı uygulamaların olduğunu da biz duyuyoruz. Bu işin nerelere kadar gittiğinin yani aslında yani şeklen neredeyse konvansiyonel piyasalardan çok da farkı olmayacak ama şeklen buna bir meşruiyet kazandıracak şekilde tamamen bu kapitalist sisteme diyelim yani İslam ekonomisi dışındaki bu sisteme bu şeyin entegre olmaya başladığının bir alameti olarak da görüp yani buralardan mümkün mertebe kaçınmakta yarar var. İşin özünü de kaybetmemeliyiz diye düşünüyorum. Yani o faiz nedir yani neden bunlar bu yasak konulmuştur? Bunu bir takım işlemler yaparak bunu aşmak suretiyle bu işin özünü kaçırmamız durumunda neyle karşı karşıya geleceğimizi yani biz bu ortamlarda da dile getirmeliyiz ve üzerinde de düşünmeliyiz, tartışmalıyız. Bu tebliğ de buna yeniden vesile olması bakımından ben hem tebrik ediyorum hem de teşekkür ediyorum.
Hocam ben bir şey ekleyebilir miyim?
Tabii ki buyurun.
Hocam bu tebliğde biz bu mülakatlarda şunu gördük aslında. Şu eksiklik vardı. Yani katılım bankalarının yaptığı belli uygulamalar var gecikme borçlardaki gecikme durumunda ama halkta yani ticaret erbabında şu var. Eğer biz vadeli satışlarda borçlu müşteri borcunu zamanında ödemezse şeyi söylüyor. Yani herhangi bir kendileri bir zulme uğruyorlar orada. Yani diyelim ki 1 sene gecikmiş, 2 sene gecikmiş. Bunlar hala ana parayı alıyorlar. Malın fiyatı artmış. Ana parayı almak zorunda hissediyorlar kendilerini. Yani biz buna bir fıkhen bir fazlalık koyarsak fıkhen bu doğru değildir gibi bir düşünce var. Ya da bazılarında bu şekilde bazıları da şunu düşünüyor. Ya hangisi daha adil olur diye sorduğumuzda ya altın diyor, dolar diyor ama enflasyonu kimse baz almıyor. Yani enflasyonu kimse düşünmüyor ya da bunu hesaplamayı kimse düşünmüyor. Dolayısıyla bu ihtiyaç buradan hasıl oluyor. Yani eğer ticaret erbabı da bunu işte şunu ben fazlalık alacağım ama bak Tirişler Yüksek Kurulu'nun kararı da böyle diyor diye dayandıracağı çok bir kaynak yok. Bir de şu var. Mesela biz vadeli satışların artık çok olmayacağını düşünüyordum ben şahsen. Artık kredi kartları çıktı, kimse veresiye satış yapmaz gibi düşündük ama özellikle toptancılar da açık hesap çalışıyorlar. Yani herhangi bir şey almadan, kredi kartı vesaire değil, doğrudan tanımadığı kişilere de açık hesap tarzı çalışıyor ya da senetle çalıştığı durumlar çok fazla. Özellikle mesela inşaat sektöründe %60-%70'lere varan vadeli satış oranı var. Bu da ilginç bir noktaydı.
Yani dediğin doğru ama bence burada yani biz halkın hani bu çalışmada belki daha iyi net bir şekilde ortaya koymuştur. Yani onlar bir şekilde işin yolunu buluyorlar. Ya burada yani altınla ya da emtiaya endeksleyerek yani bu işi daha net, daha nizaya yol açmayacak şekilde yapıyorlarsa eğer burada çok ciddi bir sorun ortaya çıkmıyorsa bakın diyoruz ki yani onun farkında değiller. Farkında olmasınlar bence onlara bir de enflasyon farkı da alabilirsin gibi çok zorunlu olmadıkça çünkü biz bu enflasyon farkını yani biraz aslında bu işin özü şudur. Yani birisine siz borçlanmışsanız borçlu bunu ödeyemiyorsa buna süre vereceksin karşılıksız olarak. Bu işin şeyi budur. Yani işin esasen olması gerekeni budur. Çünkü nasıldır? Ve inke zu usratin fenadratun ila meysara. Yanlış okumamışım inşallah ayeti. Eğer borçlu zor durumdaysa, darlık içerisindeyse onu kolaylaştırıncaya kadar, kolaylık anına kadar ona mühlet vermek, süre vermek. Şimdi bu süre vermek, yani bu klasik anlamda süre verdiğin zaman bugün pek çok kayıplar ortaya çıkıyor. Çünkü her zaman para değer kaybediyor. O yüzden bunu rahat bir şekilde söyleyemiyoruz. Diyoruz ki ya işte enflasyon farkı bu zaruretlerden dolayı alınır, bunu telafi eder. Yani ondan dolayı bunu söylüyoruz. Ama bunu bir ruhsat olarak söylüyoruz. Yani ideal olanı eğer ticaretini bir şekilde karşılıyorsa, orada kendince bir risk şeyi bırakmışsa, yani bu geri ödenmeyecek şeylerin risk muhasebesini de yaparak yine de işletmesini karlı bir şekilde devam ettirebiliyorsa, o zaman yani bırakalım, burada çok enflasyon farkı alınır almaz, yani oraları çok da fazla milletin bence kafasını karıştırmayalım diye düşünürüm ben şahsen. Çünkü bu o zaman tamamen bu şeyi de kaldırır, yani işin karz boyutunu da tamamen kaldırır. Ne bileyim hani sevap boyutunu ortadan kaldırır. Ama diyorsan ki yani çok uzatmış olmayayım. Ya biz bu araştırmamızda bunu bilmemelerinden kaynaklanan ciddi bir sektörün sıkıntı içerisinde olduğunu gördük. Bu konuda bir bilinçlendirme, bir şey yapılarak bu problem çözülür, araştırmamız bunu göstermişse oraya odaklanılsın. Ama yok. Yani bunlar bir şekilde işini ayarlıyorlar, hallediyorlar ve işler de yolunda yürüyorsa çok fazla enflasyonu, mahrum kalınan karı, oraları buraları karıştırmayalım derim ben. Bilmiyorum tabii hani dışarıdan birisi olarak.
Hocam özür dileyerek
evet.
Yani aslında birkaç kez de söyledim. Şimdi enflasyonist ortama 2-3 senedir yeni giriyoruz. Gerçekten hani mağdur olanlar yavaş yavaş da duyuyoruz. Sizin yaklaşımınızı da doğru buldum aslında. Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu olarak böyle net bir çerçeve çizersek başka ihtilaflar da ortaya çıkabilir. Anladığım kadarıyla şöyle diyorsun. Yani bir şekilde neticeye gitsin. Daha güvenli bir ticaretin önü açılsın. Yani bu borç konularında daha iyi.
Evet, çok doğru. Yani Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu burada engel olmadığını gösteriyor. Bakın bu çok önemlidir. Hani orada kesin bu haramdır, yasaktır demiş olsa orada kimse bir hareket edemez. Ama bu şekilde en azından yani buna bir cevaz kapısı olduğunu göstermiş oluyor bir şekilde vermiş olduğu kararlarla. Ama içini doldurmayı da Din İşleri Yüksek Kurulu'na bırakmamak lazım. Yani o onu şey yapar. Bilmiyorum ben tabii bu kurul benden önce alınmış kararlardır bunlar. Ben hani kurulun bir sözcüsü olarak da bulunmuyorum. Sadece onu bir izah olarak kendim söylüyorum.
Eyvallah. Hocam son olarak gene şunu ilave edelim. Yani özellikle şu hususta bir beklentimiz var. Ticaretin yoğun olduğu bölgelere ait İslami ticaretle alakalı, ticaret hukukuyla alakalı bilgilendirici hem görevli hem hutbe, belki de işte oraya ait posterler gibi bu konuda ciddi bir ihtiyaç olduğunu ben size iletebilirim.
Çok doğru, çok haklısın. Ben bu araştırmada da bunu gördüm. Ama şurada şöyle bir sıkıntımız da var bizim. Bakın burada da onu da düşündüm. Şimdi bu tür konular çok teknik konular aslında. Yani şimdi siz aslında insanların hani dini duyarlılıklarını da örseleyecek bir aydınlatmada da bulunmamamız lazım. Yani şimdi aslında onlar için mesele olmayan şeyleri mesele haline de getirmemek lazım. Biraz da ona da dikkat etmek lazım. Çünkü bu konular ya çok iyi net bir şekilde anlatıp üzerinde ittifak edilen şeyleri onlara açıklamak, hani bir faize, bir haksız kazanca yol açacak bir durum varsa o konuda onu önleyici bazı irşadi ve açıklayıcı bilgiler vermek lazım. Ama ya siz aslında bak şöyle de var, aslında bu enflasyon farkını da alabilirdiniz ama işte almıyorsunuz, şöyle oluyor, şuna endeksliyorsun. Yani bu tarz şeyler de fazla da kafa karıştırıcı, hani ihtiyaç duyarsa belki ihtiyaç duyan gruplara yapmamız gerekir. Çünkü son zamanlarda bu dini söylemin çok abartılı, sürekli bütün her hareketimizde, her uygulamamızda, her ortamımızda mutlaka tartışmalı da olsa o dini şeylerden bir şeyler yapmak, bu aslında biraz da bıktırıcı da olabiliyor. Yani mesele olmayan şey, yani hep böyle bizim önümüzü kapatan, yani din dediğimiz zaman ya şu da yasak, bu da haram, bu da şey gibi onu şey yapmamalıyız. Ama gerçekten hani faiz konusunda, haksız kazanç konusunda, garar konusunda, ne bileyim hani bu alım satımın temel prensipleri konusunda bir sorun varsa size katılıyorum. O konuda projeler üretmeliyiz. Hem Diyanet hem de üniversiteler bu topluma hizmet kapsamında, yani topluma hizmet fonksiyonu kapsamında bu şekilde projeler üzerinden gidebilirler. Ama bu bir program dahilinde olmalı. Yani gidip ya aslında bir konferans verip ya sizin bu yaptığınız her şeyde aslında dine göre şu yasaktı, bu haramdı, yanlış yaptı. Yani buralar çok fazla yararlı olmaz diye düşünüyorum.
Anladım hocam. Teşekkür ederim.
Evet.
Hani seni mağdur edecekler artık. Seni mağdur edecekler.
Peki, biz biraz fazla uzattık. Başka katkıda bulunmak isteyen hocalarımız, arkadaşlarımız, katılımcılar var mı? Evet, isterseniz biz burada bitirelim. Programımız bugün devam ediyor mu? Bilmiyorum Sade Hocam.
Devam edecek hocam. Bundan sonra bir oturum daha var.
Ben hem çok değerli sunumları yapan arkadaşlarımıza hem de dinleyicilerimize çok teşekkür ediyorum. Bu vesileyle hani başta da belirttiğim gibi bu güzel organizasyonu bizlere sunan bütün ekibe ve bu programın yani kongrenin bileşenlerine tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Tebriklerimi iletiyorum. İnşallah bunların çıktıları ileride hem yeni araştırmalar için hem de bu alandaki yeni ürünler, yeni açılımlar için vesile olacaktır. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinize hayırlı günler, hayırlı çalışmalar diliyorum.
Hayırlı günler.
Teşekkür ederim. Hocalarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. 15 dakikalık bir ara vereceğiz. Ardından 10. oturuma başlayacak. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome back to this afternoon program. Now we are starting the session number 10, entitled FinTech and Islamic Financial Markets. The chair of this session will be Associate Professor Dr. Najmuddin Gunay. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good day to everyone, depending on where you are. Welcome to the session 10 of the ICISEF Congress, and this is the last session of the day. And I think everybody is a little tired, so I'll keep my chair duties very short, inshallah, and compact. It's my pleasure to chair this session. My name is Najmuddin Gunay, and I'm Associate Professor of Islamic Law at Erbakan University in Konya. So the main subject of this session is FinTech and Islamic financial markets. And in this session, we have 3 papers. And we have 20 minutes of time for each paper and presenter. And if you have any questions for the presenters, you can write either your questions in the chat box, or you can raise your questions personally after all the 3 presentations are completed. Now, since this is the last session of the day and without further delay, let's start with the presentations according to the Congress order. And the first paper is by Abdul Qadir Al-Alawi, and the title of his paper is Islamic versus Conventional ETFs and Digital Currencies, Evidence from Portfolio Diversification. Abdul Qadir Alawi, you have 20 minutes, and the floor is yours. Please kindly start with introducing yourself first.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My name is Abdul Qadir, and family name is Al Alawi. I am Associate Professor here at Rabat Business School, International University of Rabat, Professor of Finance. So let's start. I can see my Professor Saiful and also my Professor Kabir Hassan. So I learned a lot from them, even from Kabir Hassan by exchanging through emails. So I am very thankful for them. That is why I am in Islamic finance, is because of their help and their guidance. So thank you very much. Let's start with this topic, which is Islamic versus conventional ETFs and digital currencies, evidence from portfolio diversification. This topic is done with my colleague Amina Jish, a professor here also at Rabat Business School, and her student, Mr. Abdurrahman Saluki. So I am the presenter of this paper. Let's start with just introduction, methodology, result, and conclusion. Here, just to give you an idea about ETFs, which is known. ETFs generally are exchange-traded funds, and as you know, they are the cheapest way to go for investment in the capital market. And you can see here that in terms of trillions, they are making a lot, even if in the case of Islamic finance or Islamic finance industry, there's very small portion from compared to banking or sukuk. This is the general structure of ETFs, Islamic ones. And here we should just introduce quickly why we are using cryptocurrencies. There is a lot of controversies about investing in cryptocurrencies. And the thing is, we have used the position of Mundir Qaf 2017, which just explained that Bitcoins, for example, is considered like any other currency, and it has to be used same conditions of exchanging currencies. So before the debate will be solved completely about the cryptocurrencies, so let's just try to see in terms of finance, if when they are added with other Islamic instrument, what will be the return, what will be the risk return profile in general and Sharpe ratio. So, of course, we got some striking result, and those results should push us as Muslim investors to think seriously about this instrument, which are cryptocurrencies. Are we buying the software, the intelligence behind? Are we buying just the coin, just a number? So all those questions should be solved by Muslim scholars. And in between, we should just go and see what will happen if we combine them with Islamic or conventional portfolios, ETFs. So this research, we have taken conventional ETFs, Islamic ETFs, and digital currencies. And we studied the risk, we studied the return, and the risk return profile, and the Sharpe ratio. So ETFs are, Islamic ETFs are Sharia compliant. Okay, we have added, we have chosen the starting point is from where we have to start. So we have decided to take the most available data for Sharia compliant ETFs and the longer spanning time. So we have taken 7 years, as long as we can get. Then we try to find an equivalent of them in terms of conventional. So they have their own counterparts, and we try to take from different markets. We got from emerging market, Asian, and developed ones. However, we could not find ETFs as long as we can for the period of time from MENA or GCC. So now here you can find the Islamic, the 7 Islamic ETFs, the conventional, and here the most available cryptocurrencies, and you have, of course, Bitcoins and Ethereum. So just one word about cryptocurrencies. Now, what is happening now about cryptocurrencies is some cryptocurrencies are linked to an underlying asset, which is a real project behind. So maybe this could be like a starting point to think seriously about the validity of usage of those cryptocurrencies. So we try to have at first attempt, we tried just a naive strategy with three first portfolios, 7 conventional ETFs, B will be 7 Islamic ETFs, C will be 7 cryptocurrencies. Then we combine AB, BC, and EC, and we combined all of them together in one ABC. So here you have the formula that we have used for the return, Sharpe ratio, and sigma. And let's start to look at the first result using basic modern portfolio theory. So if we look at in terms of return, you can see here that the return of C is the cryptocurrencies, B is the Islamic, A is the conventional, and ABC is the 3 combined all together. In terms of the return, we can see clearly that the C, the yellow color, is doing better in general, but when it comes to losses, we can see also that C is losing a lot. So, Islamic ETFs seem to have a balance in the return versus losses. You can see here the gray color, which is in the middle around 0, and it seems to have a balanced return compared to losses. However, when we look to the risk sigma, we can see that portfolio C, digital currencies, is bringing a higher risk than ABC, which is clear, it's known. Now we are just confirming what we were expecting to have. And as you can see here, the blue one, which some tops here is doing better compared to E and B and combined, but is doing less than the in terms of risk, is bringing more stability to the cryptocurrencies. So now when we look to the combined EB, that means we combine the conventional with the Islamic ETFs, then we combine each of them with the cryptocurrencies. What we can see here clearly that combining conventional with cryptocurrencies is bringing higher positive and negative returns. In terms of positive and negative returns, we can find it with EC, which is the yellow color, as you can see here. And the balanced one, which is the more diversified one, EBC, is mimicking the C, of course, the cryptocurrencies one, and is doing less, is hedging better against shocks. When we go now to just to compare and to see what is happening in terms of in terms of risk, and we compare EC, we can see that EC, which is conventional ETFs with the digital currencies portfolios, when they are even ETFs, either Islamic or conventional, when they are combined with C, with digital currencies, they are bringing higher risk that we can see here clearly, and they are similar in terms of risk, both of them. So now let's go and see individual Sharpe ratio for individual portfolios A, B, and C. And we can see here a striking result, which is shown clearly with digital currencies. So even if we have just seen that in terms of portfolio risk, we got higher risk in terms of for digital currencies. But when we compare the return per unit of risk, so globally, generally, we can see that the cryptocurrencies are doing better than E and B. So now we add just in the graph the combined ABC, and we see still going upper. The cryptocurrency is doing better than the combined one. Now, just to make things clearer, we compare here EBC with E and B, and we see that it's better, it's worth to add cryptocurrencies with E and B because you are doing better than both Islamic and conventional ETFs. So here, just to show that when we combine ETFs, could be Islamic or conventional, that similar Sharpe ratio is done. So there is quasi no differences between the two, which means for an Islamic investor, better to go for ETFs Islamic than ETF conventional, because when you combine it with cryptocurrencies, if they are allowed, you're doing similar Sharpe ratio with conventional. Here we are just showing again the pair combination between cryptocurrencies one-to-one, and we can see here confirming the fact that that EB, when you combine both ETFs, Islamic and conventional, you are not doing, it's not the right choice, and it could be considered as the worst choice that you can do as investor. Now we can see again EBC, EB, and BC, and we can see clearly that the BC, which is Islamic combined with digital currency, is doing better than the blue one on the EBC. So seems to be an interesting and striking result to combine the Islamic ETFs with the cryptocurrencies. A similar result are realized with cryptocurrencies and ETF conventional. And here we can see clearly that still just the same confirmation when we compare EBC, the three altogether combined assets with altogether. And we can see clearly that the red one with EBC and the green one with EC, that means ETFs could be either Islamic or conventional, when they are combined with the cryptocurrencies are doing the best. So in terms of conclusion, the most striking results are clear that portfolio C digital currencies are doing better than E or B alone and even EBC combined. While EBC is hedging against losses better than C. So it is not good, it's not good to go only for C, but if you want to hedge, it's better to combine it with either E, with Islamic ETFs or conventional ETF. So digital currencies is bringing a higher risk than EBC, and at the same time is bringing higher Sharpe ratio. However, C, cryptocurrencies, is having the best, that is what I said, Sharpe ratio. So when you are combining cryptocurrencies with either Islamic ETFs or conventional, you are doing better in terms of Sharpe ratio than the combined three assets altogether. And EB, which is both ETFs, Islamic and conventional, should be the worst choice to be done by an investor. So in terms of implications or policy implications, we can say that our findings indicate that the worst choice to be avoided by all investors is to combine Islamic and conventional. And Sharia investors should not, for sure, indulge with conventional ETFs, as our empirical results show that the conventional ETFs may not be a good hedging instrument in protecting Islamic funds. And apparently, investors seeking for more return and are less risk averse are more likely to add digital currencies to their ETFs portfolio as the Sharpe ratio becomes higher. In most cases, Islamic fund managers are not allowed to use digital currencies, which is mostly considered as Sharia compliant for diversification purposes. However, they would benefit from this instrument by ameliorating their own portfolio return position. So thank you for your attention. We are here for Q&A session, please.
Thank you, Abdul Qadir El-Alawi, for your presentation. We have listened to an empirical research paper regarding the gain or loss of Islamic ETFs when combined with cryptocurrencies. Of course, as you mentioned, we need more theoretical research on the permissibility of cryptocurrencies, which is another topic. So thank you again. Very interesting topic and very timely. Now, I would like to give floor to the next speaker, Kamil Mauluj, and I hope I pronounced it correctly, and his co-authors. The title of the paper is Factors Influencing Intention to Use Islamic E-Payment System in the Post-COVID-19 Era. So, yes. Kamil, you have also 20 minutes and the floor is yours. And please kindly start with introducing yourself.
Thank you so much. Allow me first to, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, your voice is clear.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Allow me first to greet you with the warmest greeting of Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Well, my name is Ahmed Shamsuddin Bouarar. I'm an associate professor at Media University in Algeria. I'm co-authoring the paper with Dr. Kamel Moulouj and Dr. Amina Makhlouf. Allow me only to please to share my presentation, please. I don't have the access actually.
Let me check. Dr. Hakan, can you help us?
Yes, we are. Sorry, I think our colleagues missed that. Just give us a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Dr. Ahmed, can you please try again?
Yes. Now I can. Yes, I do have the access now to share my screen. Thank you so much. I don't know if is it visible or not.
Not yet. It's not visible. Yeah. Yes. We can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now we can see it.
Thank you. Well, before that, allow me to thank you and thank all the organizers for this wonderful event, and to extend my thank you to my co-authors as well, Dr. Kamal Moulouj and Asma Makhlouf from Media University as well. So as you can see on the screen, the nature of our study is marketing in nature, on which we try to explore what influence customers' intention to use Islamic electronic payment system in the post-COVID-19 era. Toward this aim, or we seek through our paper, or we sought our paper to determine three, or we sought to through our paper to fulfill three main purposes. The first one is to determine the influence of electronic word of mouth, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and trust on attitude toward electronic payment. The second is to determine the influence of attitude toward electronic payment, along with subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and electronic word-of-mouth communication, along with the trust on intention to use Islamic electronic payment system. The third aim of the study is to develop and validate the extended model that integrated the theory of planned behavior, the TPB, and technology acceptance model, the TAM. As you all know, the theory of planned behavior has been developed by Adson some 30 years ago, precisely in 1991. The core concept of the theory simply suggests that our human behavior is influenced by our intentions, and our intentions are influenced by three main constructs or factors, namely the attitude toward the behavior, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control. Therefore, the proposed model is, as you can see on the screen, we wanted to incorporate the two theories in order to explore what prompt customers to choose Islamic payment services. From the proposed model, we can infer 9 hypotheses where we suppose that each of the constructs that you can see on the screen, like the electronic word of mouth, perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and trust, have a positive impact on attitude, subjective norms, and the perceived behavioral control in turns have influence or have a positive impact on intention to use Islamic electronic Islamic payment. The research methodology, we used a questionnaire. The data were collected through a self-administered questionnaire using the convenience sampling method. The target population consisted of the potential electronic payment customers living in 7 major Algerian provinces, namely Algiers, Media, Blida, Tipaza, Boumerdès, Boura, and Sétif. We also totally we were able to distribute 320 questionnaire among the respondents, of which 212 were usable. A multiple regression analysis was used to test the hypothesis. We concluded through the study that the electronic word of mouth, perceived usefulness, and perceived ease of use, trust have a positive and significant influence on attitude toward using Islamic electronic payment system. The electronic word of mouth attitude toward use Islamic e-payments, subjective norms, and trust has were found to have a positive and significant influence on intention to use Islamic e-payments. We also, among other, that's where the main. They were the main result we concluded. Based on the results, we recommend Islamic banks to the following points. We recommend Islamic banks to strengthen their positive attitude towards the Islamic electronic payment system by maximizing the benefits of its use, especially with regards to its compatibility with the principle of Islamic Sharia law or to the Islamic law, to make customers feel psychologically comfortable. We also recommend banks to exert more effort to increase particularly customers' confidence in Islamic banks in general and in the quality of their services, including confidence in the electronic payment system itself. Since we know that most of the time, or since we know that there is a lot of scammers on the internet, there is a lot of false transaction or fraudulent transactions. So increasing the customers' confidence in this aspect can be very important. Also, we recommend that banks to target specific segments of customers, especially those who abstain or avoid using traditional banking services or conventional banking services, and encourage them to use the electronic payment cards offered by Islamic banks through reference groups such as religion scholars and the promotion of electronic word of mouth on social media platforms. We, of course, like any human efforts, our work is not without limitation. Therefore, based on the limitation of study, we propose future studies to discuss the following 3 points. We propose future studies to incorporate other variables into the model, such as religious commitments, the impact of religious scholars as a leader of opinions to explore intention to adopt Islamic electronic payments, addressing the very same topic with samples that include non-Muslim customers in Western countries. And we finally propose for future studies to tackle the obstacles of adopting electronic payment system. I wish I was as succinct as I should be. Thank you so much for your attention. And thank you again for the efforts you are dedicating and exerting in this conference. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours back.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Shamsuddin. Thank you very much for your presentation. Digital payment systems have gained importance, especially during the COVID-19 era. So it's very important to assess the attitude and behavior of customers towards Islamic e-payment systems. So this research is also very timely. Thank you again, and very nice research. So before going to the third paper, I just want to remind our audience and participants that if they have any questions, you are very welcome to write your questions into the chat box of YouTube or Zoom. So now our last presenter is Mustafa Shafai. He is with us. His presentation is titled Islamic Finance and Anchoring Heuristic Bias, an Analysis to Gulf Islamic Stock Markets. Mustafa Shafai, you have also 20 minutes, and the floor is yours. Please start with your introduction.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
I am Mustafa Shafai, Associate Professor of Finance in the University of Sfax, Tunisia, and I will present this work that I have prepared with my colleague Ahmed Madioub, and I want to for the presentation.
Okay.
Okay. You can see the presentation now?
Almost. We can see your screen, but the file has not opened up.
And now it's good?
Not yet. Maybe it takes some time. We can see the folder and not the presentation. you can consider stopping the sharing and then reshare.
It's good now?
No, still we can see your folder and not the presentation file. Yeah, you can try again. Yes, now we see it clear, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm presenting this paper that you have announced concerning the Islamic finance and onshoring heuristic, BIAS, and that is an analysis to Gulf Islamic stack. This paper is prepared with my colleague Ahmed Madiou, and he is in the Imam University at Saudi Arabia. I began with the introduction of the work, and this work is on behavioral finance, and I try to speak especially about onshoring BIAS. And behavioral finance assumes that investors are irrational, and this irrationality of investors can have effects and can make the market not efficient. And there are many extraneous factors that play an important role in investment decision and the choice of the stocks. And investors and analysts use their first impression and the latest news to make prediction and make decision. And this work we are going to take in account individual investor and the analysts. And in the market, in the presence of how uncertainty, the decision can be right or wrong, and the onshoring bias can occur due to the fact that initial perception affect future decision. Many works showed that the notion of 52-week high stock price can be considered as a more suitable indicator for prediction. And in the work of George and Wang, that they suggested that traders should use 52-week high stock as an answer when they want to take in account the new information to predict the new value of the stock. The nearness of the 52-week high is positively associated with expected returns in the cross section. Taking in account the work of Peng and Xiang, they show that investors tend to process more market-wide information than firm-specific information. When the investors use the 52-week as an answer, they can under or overestimate the future value of the stock price. Then, if the investors are affected by the onshoring, they will have an overreaction or an underreaction on the future value of the stocks. Then onshoring is based on the fact that investors base their idea and decision on initial information. If the initial information deviates from the true value, onshoring and the adjustment shown to produce erroneous results. Many studies highlighted that analysts play an important role and they are considered as the principal actor of onshoring bias, and they represent the link between investors and market information resources, because we consider in some markets that the analysts are more informed more than individual investors. To analyze onshoring bias, the earning per share ratio, EPS, is considered as a good proxy to the opinion of analysts. The analysts consider the prior EPS as an answer that can be used to revise their beliefs and adjust their judgment. Gratz and Winning 2016 concluded that the earning forecast for a firm are affected by the forecasted EPS of other firms. If analysts are considered, Chain and Wei 2013 concluded that the onshoring bias is persistent. Many were examined the effect of onshoring on price estimation, credit market, foreign institutional investment, and different type of financial markets. The studies were applied to different countries, markets, and fields. PAX 2010 and Li and Yu 2012, Duclos 2015, etc. Our objective in this work is to analyze onshoring bias in the GCC Islamic stock market, and we use the methodology applied by Chin and Pak in 2018. For doing, we analyze the onshoring effect for Muslim investors and for analysts in the same markets. Behavioral finance is interested in finding an explanation for different anomalies in the market. In this work, we are interested in the study of heuristic of mental onshoring. And onshoring occurs when, during decision-making, an individual depends on an initial piece of information to make subsequent judgments. Kahneman and Tversky suggest that individuals use cognitively tractable decision strategy known as heuristics to cope with complex and uncertain situations. The heuristics reduce complex inference tasks to relatively simple cognitive operations. The onshoring effect is one of the most studied cognitive biases that lead individuals to make suboptimal decisions. Research has shown that individuals typically fail to properly adjust their final estimates away from the starting point. And the starting point is the onshore for the investor. Research has shown that onshoring influences various types of decision in many different contexts, influence intuitive numerical estimation, probability estimates, estimation of sample means and standard deviation, estimates of confidence intervals, utility assessment, perception of deception, and information leakage. That is why a stock price near its 52-week high has a predictive power for future stock returns. And Schiller in 1999 agreed that onshoring appeared to be an important concept for financial markets. Abdul Hamid in 2017 showed that underreaction happens because of onshoring adjustment heuristic bias. The onshoring bias has not been extensively investigated for the Islamic markets. The overconfidence bias is analyzed for the Tehran market by Ranjbar et al. And Saudi and Al-Baiti for the Emirates market. Onshoring bias has not been the subject of much study in the Muslim countries, and more specifically for the GCC markets. In this work, we use data collected for Islamic companies operating in the GCC countries and listed in stock exchange market. We use two kinds of database. First, the daily market price Islamic GCC stock market companies for the period July 3 to July 2, since 2016 to 2019. And second, the earning per share and forecast EPS for Islamic companies, and the EPS and their forecast cover the period October 2013, December 2019. For the empirical analysis, we use first database to determine the 52-week high statistic for all companies using the following formula. The higher value of this variable is closer to the high price for a period of 52 weeks, with a maximum value equals 1. After that, we construct the 52-week high winner and loser indicator. For this, we use a dummy variable. We use GHW as the 52-week winner or loser indicator variable, and it takes the value 1 if the stock is in the top. We use the RPW, and that represents the reference price winner or loser indicator variable that takes the value 1 if the stock's embedded capital gain is in the top on the formation month. We see here the descriptive statistics, and to analyze the unsharing bias from the point of view of analysts, we consider the following variables. Then we use the forecast error as the difference between EPS and forecast EPS, and to measure the answer, we construct a binary variable by considering past EPS, median stock market EPS, and median industry EPS. Positive is a dummy variable which equals 1 if estimated EPS is greater than the actual EPS. We use the revenue is the measure of the size of the firm, and we take in account 36 Islamic companies. We have empirical analysis and the descriptive statistics related to the EPS, and our empirical results are determined using the methodology of George and Huang to analyze onshoring and take in account loser and winner stocks. According to the methodology of Fama and Macbeth, we apply the following model, and our results are that we obtain a negative and significant relationship between size, firm, and the stock return for all estimations. Results show evidence of momentum for winners and losers, and the coefficient estimates for the variable GH winner and GH loser portfolios are in overall significant, implying then that GH winner and loser portfolios account for momentum returns. From the average coefficient estimates, we find a positive significant relationship between winners and losers and returns. As well, the same interpretation can be concluded for FP winners and loser portfolio, where we found evidence of momentum returns. The GH and FP strategies can be considered as profitable in the GCC Islamic stock markets, as their monthly profits are significant, and we accept the evidence of the existence of the price momentum effect in these markets. These results support those found by George and Huang in 2004, for which the 52-week high indicator can be considered as a good predictor for the future stock return, and investors can consider this statistic as an answer for evaluating the impact of new information, to examine whether the interaction effects exist among the WH52 and the GH winners and loser strategies. We estimate the following equations, and the results indicate that the WH52 can be a good indicator for predicting future returns. The estimated coefficients of WH52 GHW and WH52 GHL are statistically significant, implying that we have the persistence of momentum profits behind the 52-week high strategy following sentiment of winner and loser investors, and show that the momentum return on the 52-week high strategy is based on the recent 52-week high price, suggesting the evidence of interaction effect between the onshoring and momentum biases. The interaction terms for winners and losers in the Islamic GCC markets are significant, and the WH52GH strategy displays significantly positive momentum returns, and the GH strategy displays significantly negative momentum returns. This opposite funding between winners and losers suggests that GH winners and losers both contribute to the profitability of the strategy. For the analysts, and to analyze onshoring from the analysts, the predictions are made by analysts who make forecasts based on good and bad news. The analysts have to adjust their decision every time in order to make the best decision and avoid losing, and the onshore adjustment effect can lead to an underreaction of the financial analysts when they revise their benefit predictions. The underreaction of analysts is the result of negative changes, whereas overreaction is the result of positive changes. Analysts' earnings per share forecast is considered as a good proxy to the opinion of an expert. Analysts consider onshore for their EPS forecast in the next quarter after the announcement of the EPS. They consider the prior EPS as an onshore that can be used to revise their beliefs to adjust their judgment. And for the empirical result for the analyst, we use the onshore, the volume, and the positive. And the results indicate that analysts tend to onshore to the previous industry median or market median. The analysts on the GCC market make biased estimates. Our results confirm the finding made by Sen and Al 2010, who highlighted that analysts tend to onshore to the industry norm. Kostya and Al 2008, who indicated that the analysts tend to onshore to historical EPS. The results are more pessimist, and this action will impact the forecast EPS. This result is contradictory to the finding of major previous researchers, such as the study of Kratz and Wenning on the Swedish market. And as a conclusion, we can conclude that based on the concept of the 52-week high momentum as an onshore, the GH and RP loser are winner, and winner stocks can justify the momentum returns. The 52-week high can be considered as a good onshore, which is used for the prediction of future returns based on new information. For the second method, interested to the effect of onshoring on analysts' forecasts errors by using actual and forecasted EPS, analysts in Islamic GCC markets are subject to onshoring bias, and they are more pessimist in their forecasts. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mustafa Shefai, for your presentation regarding behavioral finance and anchoring bias with the focus on Gulf Islamic stock markets. Thank you again. Now we have listened to 3 excellent empirical papers on very interesting topics, although different topics. Thank you again to our 3 presentations. Now we have some time for any questions or comments, and any questions or comments are very welcome. Let me check the chat boxes if there are any questions. In the chat boxes, there are no questions, but if anybody would ask any questions or make any comments personally, the floor is theirs. If there are any questions or any comments, you are welcome. Okay, I guess there are no questions or comments. If you don't have any questions, I myself would like to ask a question to Dr. Mustafa Shafai. What do you think about other capital markets or stock markets? For example, in Turkey, during the COVID-19 era, millions of people, millions of new small investors have entered the Turkish stock markets. Do you think that you could get the same result regarding your research, or can the Gulf market and the Turkish market be different? What do you think?
If you have the data for the Turkish market, we can simulate the situation for Turkey, and we can have results which can confirm our results or be different from our results, because in our work, the results for the GCC markets are different in some aspects for the Swedish market. Then we can say that the answering for investor or analysts is not observed in the same way for all the markets in the world.
I see. So this may constitute a new research topic for researchers in Turkey.
Yes, and if we can have an access for the Turkish market, we can do this work.
Okay. So it's a new research topic for any researchers interested.
I can say something for you, Professor. If you have access for the data, we can do this work together.
No, I'm not in. My background is in Islamic law, but for any researchers, maybe this may be.
We must have specialists in financial markets to have access to this type of data.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer.
I have a question, please, for for the last presentation.
Yes.
You have mentioned that the results are sensitive to market information that is circulating. Have you taken this parameter into account for your model?
I don't understand, and I don't answer to the question.
Sorry. So you have mentioned that the result should be sensitive to the return, should be sensitive to any news that is circulating in the market.
Yes.
So have you taken any proxy for this parameter?
Yes.
And to see the impact on the return, sorry.
Yes, we have taken this in the research, and I will present for you slide, and then this can. Okay, that is this results for the 52-week high, and we take 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6, and every time if we take 1 day and 2 days before, 3 days before, this will take in account the new information and the latest information that can affect the results, because we have calculated 52-week using data, and we have take 1 day and 2 days before, 3 days, 4 days, 5, 6, and 7 days, and this have give us the possibility to take in account the new information or the latest information and information which have 5 or 6 days before. Okay.
So you have taken the lag for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days,
Yes,
until 7 days. So the lag, which is like a proxy for the incoming information. That is why.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let me check again if we have any questions in the chat boxes. No. If you don't have any other comments or questions, maybe we can stop here and end this last session of the day. Thank you very much for your attention and participation. And I would like also to thank all the organizers in this conference, especially ICISEF at Sakarya University and all the other organizing universities and centers. And so this is the end of this day's sessions. Alhamdulillah, we had a very fruitful day. Inshallah, we will meet you tomorrow at the last day of the conference, and have a nice day, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you.